Who will stamp their ticket to horse racing's promised land Derby? Qualifying points on the line today across the country. Here in New York, Mo Quality comes off a second-place finish at a Derby prep at Oaklawn. Can he solidify his Derby prospects with a win in the Withers? Captain Cook is untested but talented. He comes off an eye-catching win on a wet track at Aqueduct as his connections try to find out if he can handle more distance. Meanwhile, at Tampa Bay Downs in Florida, two graded stakes turf events highlight the Saturday card. In the Tampa Bay, Running Bee returns for newly minted Eclipse Award-winning rider and trainer for his 6-year-old debut, seeking an 8th win in 16 starts. And in Hot Springs, Arkansas, first-level allowance races aren't supposed to have this much talent signed on. Two graded stakes winners, including the Gazelle winner from last year. Both those two graded stakes winners competed in the Kentucky Oaks last year. All that and more on this Saturday edition of America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, we set sail again for that first Saturday in May. The Withers, 20 points to the winner to get into that starting gate for the Kentucky Derby later today on this card from New York with the sun shining on a cool afternoon here at South Ozone Park, New York. Welcome to those watching on FS1. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Obviously, we get excited for these big Derby preps, and we'll find out some new things about these horses, like one of the favorites. Can he go longer off that impressive maiden win on the wet track?
No, and I think that's one of the biggest questions today. It'll be interesting to see what kind of price that horse is in the Withers, because obviously the maiden win was a big, big effort. Wet track or not, they kind of knew the horse was going to run well. Had paid $410,000 out of a dispersal when, fortunately, John Hendrickson, Mary Lou Whitney's husband, had passed away this summer unexpectedly. They had the sale, and they paid $410,000. That horse really ran, but he doesn't exactly have a pedigree that screams wanting to go long.
That is Captain Cook. Manny Franco will have that mount for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn. Looking forward to see if he can carry that talent longer distances. He'll be going 2 turns for the first time. It's our ABR race of the week. 7th on the card today, 3:46 Eastern time. And here's that impressive win we're talking about, where he just ran away from this field in his second career start.
He was good, and wet tracks will produce sort of exaggerated results sometimes. It wasn't a track that had some strong bias to it, but sometimes these wet track races, one horse really likes it, other horses don't run as well. But he was obviously expected to run a big race, taking a ton of money given his debut, which was decent but not great. I am a little bit suspect getting a distance, but if he were the 5-2 morning line, I would take it. I kind of have a feeling he's going to be a shorter price in here because he does have that really sort of exciting looking performance, and he does appear to be a horse that could have a real future. Is it going long or is it going shorter?
Meanwhile, Mo Quality, he picked up a few Kentucky Derby qualifying points with his runner-up finish in the Smarty Jones when he was a distant second behind Cole Battle, who is expected to return in the Rebel later this month at Arkansas. Start number 2, around 2 turns from him. What'd you make of this performance at Hot Springs?
You know, I don't know what to make of him. I think that he is, I don't know who he is. That's the answer. The answer is he could be a horse that is very much the horse to beat in here. He could be a horse that just sort of ran along on a very moderate pace last time out, which favored front runners and barely outfinished a sprinter who didn't want to go the distance, who came back and didn't run that well in a subsequent sprint effort. I'm open with this horse. I want to see what he shows me today, and I think that's one of the fun things, Greg, about this time of the year, especially this year's Derby. There is absolutely no horse that you're pointing at and going, they've all got to beat this guy. I mean, last year, this point maybe it was Nisos. He ended up not being able to run, but regardless, there is no big dog out there, so it's wide open. I think that makes it more fun.
It's still time for one maybe to reveal himself. We'll find out. Maybe that happens later today. Here's the road to that Kentucky Derby here through New York. So the Jerome, won by Cyclone State, Withers today, and then the bigger point races to come. Gotham, even though we'll turn back to a mile, worth 50 points to the winner. And the big one, the Wood Memorial, April 5th, final prep for that Derby here in New York. 100 points to the winner to get into that starting gate. Top 2 finishers likely assured of a starting spot that first Saturday in May. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We are fast here in New York. We'll bring you races 1 through 9 on our combined coverage, of course, kicking off on FS1, and then 2 to 5 on FS2. with those 3 stakes races ahead. Oaklawn, they are fast. Races 1 through 7 coming up. Return of the Gazelle winner. Where's my ring? And we have stakes action. A couple of graded stakes on the grass with that endeavor in Tampa Bay with bonus live coverage from Tampa Bay Downs, where we check in live for the first time today with Acacia Clement.
Hey Greg, looking forward to the card today. It's going to be a fun one. Some really competitive races at Tampa Bay Downs and those 2 turf stakes. And we often see a lot of the top barns starting their horses' season on the turf course here at Tampa Bay Downs. And that's exactly the case with the Endeavor, the race for the fillies and mares on the grass this afternoon, where you see 2 for Chad Brown, 2 for Christophe Clement, 2 for Saffie Joseph Jr., and a lot of evenly matched fillies in this race as well. A lot of it really going to come down to trip, including the rail runner See You Around, who was entered last week in the Pegasus filly and mare turf through the outside post, scratched to come here to this race instead. But always a really fun spot, as we'll get a chance to see some of these fillies kick off their season in here. And in the Tampa Bay for the boys, the same is true. However, you have a horse in Running B who on numbers just looks like he is a little bit of a class above what he's going to face. Fort trainer Chad Brown, and about Flavian Pratt in town from California to ride for Chad today at Tampa Bay Downs. So looking forward to today's card. Some really good allowance races as well. We already got a shot too of Gaspar the Gator, who's been shown on the infield board. He was asking if Andy was coming to the track today, but we'll be keeping our eyes on him to make sure he stays in the infield where he belongs. But looking forward to talking about today's fun Saturday card at Tampa Bay Downs, Greg.
I feel like you and Gaspar would be good friends if you worked more at Tampa.
I speak fluent Gator. It's one of my many talents.
He did. I had looked this up. Amazingly, everyone was okay. He made an appearance on the track during the running of a race. Scary situation, but everyone was fine.
That'd be a tough way to lose if your horse was winning and you got eaten by an alligator.
You could play all the action by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Bonus 200, that code to use for new members at sign up. We're going to take a timeout. We'll get into our first live action of the afternoon in just a little bit. One of the all-time greats to do it, John Velasquez, and another honor for the Hall of Famer. We'll have that for you when we come back in our FS1 coverage.
Straight No Chaser joins the fray on the outside with 1 furlong to run. Ben Tornado and Straight No Chaser. These two coming down to the line together. Straight No Chaser and Ben Tornado. Straight No Chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Straight No Chaser just won an Eclipse Award. And the man aboard, a crafty ride here from the Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Yeah, Straight No Chaser, did he make his debut in the Toboggan? He made his debut of 2024 at Aqueduct, where he finished 4th. It was one of the stakes during the winter.
Okay.
He ran here, so kind of cool actually seeing that happen. I know a guy who really liked him. He's been very humble about it, though, so I don't want to mention who it is.
I think I might know who he is. Huge performance from Straight No Chaser. John Velasquez, yeah, brilliant job in a race that looked like it was loaded with speed to get that victory. And John Velasquez, the Hall of Famer, just honored, yes, yet again, New York Racetrack Chaplaincy announcing that it will honor him and his wife, Leona, with the newly renamed John Hendrickson and Mary Lou Whitney Award for their long-standing support of the New York Backstretch community at Saratoga this summer.
Well, having received that honor myself a couple of years ago, it means a great deal, and it's a really nice thing for them as well. Known Leona a long time, of course, Leona's father, as you see him in that picture, Leo O'Brien, longtime trainer here as well, and the trainer of the mighty 4-Star Dave.
Pretty good one.
Yep.
Indeed. Well, congratulations. Well deserved, and we're happy for John Velasquez and his wife and all that they do for the Backstretch community. We're going to get into our first live action of the afternoon coming up here at Tampa. $8,000 claiming race. It's horses who have not won 2 lifetime, going 1 mile and 40 yards, and we look at the Swayze Express.
Doesn't have any speed and doesn't have a finishing kick. Could be a problem for this horse, who's currently almost 50-1.
Here's the 3, Midnight Onyx. Blinkers come off.
Greg is betting his entire bankroll on this horse. What everything that happens for Greg going forward depends on this horse wiring the field. Does look like the speed on a little bit of a stretch.
Smooth Player we'll see next at 12-1.
Problem is the form has been declining race after race and is now moving back up in class.
Next door, double-digit odds on the 5 as well. In the recent form, been struggling.
Well, just also seems to be a better horse on synthetic.
Milchin is 7-1 on another one who has a little bit of speed.
A lot of stretch outs in this race. It's like the race of stretch outs. His form has declined in his last few starts as well.
Off since July 20th, and the last time we saw him run was on synthetic, the 7 Commander Biz.
He has form at Tampa last year that would beat this field, but it seems pretty tough to believe that's necessarily going to happen again.
Braggadocious, he's the favorite right now. He did break his maiden at 1 mile and 40 yards.
Comes off the claim for a trainer who has similar stats to one that had before. I think the most contentious of the horses not forward.
Breathe deeply. This one, couple of 7 furlong efforts that were productive.
This horse is a big player, should be stalking the number 3.
And Hurricane Dude, 9-1 on the outside for the Tim Ham barn.
A fringe player, but the lack of speed along with the post bothers me a little bit. I think the 3 and 9 are supposed to be forward. And for me, the 8 is the one closer I would use, but as the favorite, and I don't know if he'll be favorite at post time, I'd rather take the 3 or 9 over the 8, but 3, 8, 9 looked like the right 3 to me.
So 2 minutes away from this opener. Again, the 8, Braggadocious, who in career start number 20. Finally broke through, got that maiden win. This is career start number 22 coming up, the one to beat on the board. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Yeah, Greg, a race that we'll see how it does play out tactically. And I think Andy bringing up a really good point as to who has the most speed in here. But one thing to touch on before we kind of dive into this race a little bit, the number 4 in here, Smooth Player, currently 14-1. And yes, he has lost some of his form a bit, but does come out of a pretty live race. We'll see Chivalry a little bit later on the card. This one going out for Juan Avila and co-owned by Victor Martinez's Victoria's Ranch. And of course, we saw Victor successful a few years back with King Guillermo winning Tampa Bay Derby here and going on to some big races throughout the rest of his career as well. And I know somebody that loves racing at Tampa, and it's something that we kind of see quite a bit on the track here. Just last year was able to interview John Cooper, the head coach of the Tampa Bay Lightning here, and pretty cool to have an opportunity to see some athletes that really do get involved in racing. So wishing Victor the best with this horse in this spot. Now taking a look at some of the main contenders, I thought the 3 Midnight Onyx incredibly dangerous, dropping back down to the $8,000 level. Blinkers come off. I thought warmed up nicely out there with Hector Diaz and does have that always dangerous commodity as far as that speed is concerned. The 8 Braggadocious is the one that probably will be closing best of all. A bit flat last time out, but I thought 2 starts back, and yes, it took him a long time to break his maiden, but there were some turf races and some tougher levels that he was trying in there, and even towards the start of his career with Kathleen O'Connell had been knocking on the door. He's one that will come running late, and one that really puffed up a lot when they got the tack on him and he got out on track warming up. I think the favorite's going to be a little bit tough to beat in here in the opener, but as we said, some big stakes and nice maiden race in the 4th as well coming up a little bit later on, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here we go. Favoritism has swapped back to the 3 here, Midnight Onyx. This is the one we'll be stretching back out. And also has been at least somewhat effective at a longer distance and does have speed with those blinkers coming off. We'll see if that speed can hang around a little bit longer. But it's the 3 and the 8 dominating the wagering here.
Yeah, I'm surprised the 9 is effective a price, as big a price he is. He's the 3rd choice in here, and I'm always reticent saying what the price are going to finally be because those late flashes can change a lot at Tampa. But I thought at those prices, I'd rather bet the 9, Greg. But I know you're all in the 3, so I'm rooting for the 3 because your kid's schooling basically depends on this.
Yeah,
their whole futures.
College or nothing.
It's all on the line. The 1st to Tampa.
See what happens here. The 9-2. Yeah, breathe deeply. Kick off our live action here on FS1 with this opener from Tampa. Let's go to Jason Beam.
And we're racing under cloudy but warm Florida skies today. This Hurricane Dude moves up, ready to kick off Saturday. They're in the gate. And the race is on Turf Festival Day. Midnight Onyx shoots out for the early advantage of Milchin. Going to go right with that one right from the opening bell. And Milchin poking a nose in front of Midnight Onyx. Commander Biz just in behind them, along with Breath Deeply. They're 3rd and 4th as they go into that first turn. Down along the fence, the Swayze Express. And the red colors comes through to join Change Order Sunny. They're 5th and 6th. Braggadocious, the gray, is 7th early on, about 7.5, 8 off the lead. It's another 4 or 5 then back to Smooth Player and Hurricane Dude. Those two share the back, and they're already about 12 off the lead with 5.5 furlongs remaining. It's Milchin and Sammy Camacho to dictate terms. Milchin takes him up the backstretch a half length in front of Midnight Onyx, who presses a little bit closer now. Breath Deeply up on the outside is 3rd. Commander Biz 4th, 3.5 off the top, maybe 4 now. It's a length more. Starting to advance on the outside comes Braggadocious. Between horses there comes Change Order Sunny. The Swayze Express is also there in that second flight as the top 7 of them only covered by 3.5 as they work toward the far turn. 3 furlongs left to go in the opener, and it's Midnight Onyx. Breath Deeply on the outside. They're a length and a half in front. Braggadocious out wide and Change Order Sunny. They move together 3rd and 4th. Milchin, the early pace setters, drop back to 5th, is being joined by the Swayze Express in the house red colors. As they wind around on the top of the stretch, Midnight Onyx on the inside of Breath Deeply. Breath Deeply, a confident Scott Spieth on the outside, now says go. Here's Breath Deeply on the outside to poke ahead in front. Midnight Onyx tries to counter back toward the inside. They're 2 clear of Braggadocious. The Swayze Express down the outside. A final 16th left to go here. Breath Deeply now taking off for home. It's Breath Deeply in front by 3. Midnight Onyx going to hold second here. Breath Deeply wins the opener at 6-1. Won it by 4 in the end. Midnight Onyx was 2nd. Braggadocious up for 3rd. The Swayze Express was 4th.
Good call, Andy Serling. I'm going to need a loan for college.
6-1 on this guy?
Loaded up even higher from that. Yeah, 9-2 going into the gate, 6-1.
It didn't feel to me like there was a significant difference between any of them. And the biggest price, and as we said, the 3, 8, 9, they did run 1, 2, 3 here, and the best price, the 3, got it done. Stalking trip worked. It's all downhill from here, my friend.
Best is absolutely yet to come. Do not worry, including this guy back. Breeders' Cup juvenile winner for Bob Baffert, eligible again for this year's Kentucky Derby. And he is back with a vengeance. He's got 2 stablemates, though, who could cause problems for him. We'll preview this prep on the West Coast next.
It's Mandaloun, and Mandaloun wins.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com. And they're off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
There's Andy's new best friend, Gaspar.
New best friend? We've been close for years. Looks like he's been alive for about 400 of them. They live a long, long time? Is it it's turtles that can live like crazy
Turtles live a
years,
very
right?
long time. Not sure about those guys. He's happy with your selection here.
How do you not like
Pick the
a gator
winner
that
in the
hangs out
opener.
at the racetrack, you know?
Gotta love him. He gets a lot of airtime, I'll say that. Second career win for this 5-year-old. $14 winner to kick off the card at Tampa.
And the old two-speed number pays $51 for $2 in the exacta.
All right, so that one in the books. We're underway with our live action Derby prep schedule. We are busy. The sport of horse racing today with 3 preps to try and punch that ticket to that first Saturday in May. We talked about the Withers we have coming up here in New York, Gulfstream, the Holy Bull, and out west, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner returns. But let's look first at the Holy Bull, and a horse who so much has been made of because of certainly the pedigree and the purchase price. Absolutely, $1.3 million. And Ferocious looked like he would be a superstar first time out.
Well, you know, I think he's a lesson, a cautionary tale about getting too overly excited about debut winners, but also ones on wet tracks. Because you just don't know if they're necessarily going to have the same kind of form on a dry track. Look, some will be better. And he obviously was impressive in here. And he hasn't run badly in every subsequent start, but he's been a massive disappointment relative to what people expected after his first start. $1.3 million as a 2-year-old, same connections as Mage, and he's been good, but he hasn't been that good. Today, you feel a little bit like, and you don't want to ever give up or get too overly excited by the first race as a 3-year-old. You feel like the bandwagon gets bigger today, where people start jumping off the bandwagon if he doesn't deliver today. This guy has got to run some big races going forward because he's been a bit of an underachiever based on his debut. Not that he's been bad. He's still one of the best in his division. He's just been a bit of a disappointment.
And look, sometimes it takes a little bit for these horses to come into their own and develop and to become the horse that they're going to be. And maybe that's the case with him.
If he wins the Kentucky Derby, nobody will care where he ran in his races right after he ran his maiden race. What I think is really fascinating about this race are the purchase prices. 1.3 for him. Tappan or Tapan, we're hearing it's Tapan, though that might be news to his trainer, it cost $1 million and $800,000 for guns loaded. A lot of money was spent, and these horses have delivered.
Some expensive 3-year-olds. And yeah, this one, $1 million. He won impressively, first asking for one of the top trainers in the land, Brad Cox.
One of the interesting things about him is he has a stablemate named Gunmetal, who ran in 96 Beyer just a couple of days before this race. And he did it at Fairgrounds, and he's running back in the Swale, but he's a gun runner. Now, what's interesting is Tappan Street got it done. It was it was not really a secret that Tappan Street outworks Gunmetal. And I imagine that's what leads Brad to be running this one in the Holy Bull and the other one in the Swale. The question is, they didn't run as quickly. Is Tapan Street a horse that's better in the mornings and not quite as good in the afternoons? Is Gunmetal a better afternoon horse? I'm very curious to see how both these horses run, because they both seem like real talents.
Yeah. Meanwhile, out on the West Coast, it's just big news that Bob Baffert's back eligible again for the Kentucky Derby this year. And it looks like he has all kinds of talent ready to roll and make an impact, including the Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner. But again, 2 other stablemates that look like they could be very dangerous as well. Start with Citizen Bull, and you're not a big believer in this win, are you?
I don't think anybody is that big a believer yet. It doesn't mean he can't prove it going forward, but he is coming out of 2 straight races with strong figures where he was able to control in moderate paces. And, of course, the surprise in the Breeders' Cup, a lot of it based on East Avenue completely blowing the break. Now he's got Rodriguez, a stablemate outside of him, who may even be more talented, and it's hard to believe that one isn't going to be forwardly placed. Citizen Bull needs to show he can run big figures while not dictating on slow paces. If he can do that, he's obviously a big player going forward.
Then you got stablemate Madaket Road and Rodriguez, both for Bob Baffert as well. And for Rodriguez, start number 2. He stretches out to a mile, and he runs a faster figure than Citizen Bull has ever run.
And so Bob Baffert has the best authentic so far to run in this one, and he ran a huge figure after a somewhat disappointing debut. Not a bad one, but he really improved stretching out to a mile. But he too needs to show, is he a horse that needs to dictate up front? But he did set a pretty quick pace last time out. I imagine he'll be in front. I think a bigger question is, I know 6-5 in the line in Citizen Bull, 7-5 in Rodriguez. The public has a way of falling for horses like Rodriguez. They might be right. He might be the real deal.
And there's a chance, you're saying, he goes off favorite in this race?
I think there is. I mean, the morning line maker obviously feels there is. He's got the horses at similar prices, and one of them won the Breeders' Cup, and one of them won a maiden race.
3 of the 5 in that Robert B. Lewis for the Bob Baffert barn. Meanwhile, out here in New York, Withers, 1 1/8 with 20 points going to the winner to get into that Kentucky Derby starting gate. And one of the best named horses in the game, Son of Audible, Omaha, Omaha. We'll have the outside post in this one with more on that horse. We check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, Greg, I can't do as good of a Peyton Manning impression as you can with Omaha, Omaha. But a horse that I was suspect of turning back to the 1-turn mile last time out in the Jerome, in which he kind of bobbled at the break, was completely out sprinted, but he did do something that I wasn't necessarily expecting. He made up a lot of ground in the latter stages on the gate to wire winner in Cyclone State. So needless to say, I'm actually really excited to see him going back around the two turns and the 9 furlongs against several horses where the distance is a real question. You don't have to worry about it with this Son of Audible out of a Kitten's Joy mare, who is actually a full sister to a really good turf horse by the name of Big Blue Kitten. And I know that trainer Michael Gorham saying turf's not out of the question, but let's stick to what he has shown he wants to do, and don't expect a lot more speed even with the stretch out. Mike Gorham saying that they're just going to let him get out of there, get in his rhythm, and hopefully he won't have quite as much ground to make up in today's Withers. Greg?
Looking forward to see from all these races who emerges, who kind of steps forward and stamps himself as a true Derby contender going forward. It's going to be fun.
I love this time of the year. It's not that my big focus in life is the Kentucky Derby, which is the toughest race to handicap there is, but it's a fun time of the year, and this year particularly, because things are so wide open, we're going to find out a lot more with every weekend, and keep an open mind. Don't be somebody who takes 6-1 on Barnes in a future pool, which might be one of the worst bets I've ever heard in my entire life.
Too early to be taking short prices. Yeah, in future pools. You still got to even get to the race at this point. We got the opener on the way from here in South Ozone Park, New York, right around the corner. Even money favorite for the Brad Cox barn, Lottie Margaret. Manny Franco will ride well the post parade next.
You don't need to be a math whiz to interpret the numbers associated with Freud. His runners have earned more than $73 million. Turf runners earning more than $27 million of that total, and he sired 74 black-type winners. No wonder sequel owner Becky Thomas thinks of him as royalty.
He's the king of New York because he is a royally bred son of Stormcat, the foal to Giants Causeway, impeccable pedigree.
The New York State Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund has paid out nearly $4 million in stallion awards to the syndicate that owns Freud, and breeders have been rewarded with more than $9.2 million in award money through 2023. Thanks to sequel stallion manager taking a new approach with Freud, he is even more professional now in the breeding shed than he was in the past.
We also did change the method of breeding with him. Instead of the chain, we actually breed him with a bit. He is sensitive in his mouth a bit more than the youngsters, and that actually made a big difference as well in the shed.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, go to nybreds.com. We say it all the time. It pays to have a New York bred. So many great incentives to be part of that program. And we're going to start off this Saturday card with a New York bred race in this first, or allowance optional claiming field for New York breds, I should say, 1-turn mile. That's the one we saw going to break. This filly for Brad Cox, Lottie Margaret, who was a 7-5 favorite as we head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with her here in the paddock, Greg, as she comes off the back of that maiden-breaking score when she stretched out in distance. And she was a rare Brad Cox first-time starter two starts ago that just didn't seem that ready. She just didn't seem that fit. She wasn't cranked up, and she ran accordingly and was subsequently bet accordingly too. So she got the job done last time. She was notably fitter, and today she's even more fit. She's also the one that's proven at this distance, and she possesses that disposition that says that she should be comfortable at a mile. She's a lot more laid back than a few of the others here in the paddock. It's just all signs pointing to her being very tough, very strong, and two, for a filly that struggled first time to get out of the gate. She didn't last time breaking from the rail, and today she gets an even better spot breaking from the outside. Moving on to her main competition, and I think because of the fact that she goes out for strong connections, and she's run some fast races, faster than Lottie Margaret. That's number 1, Nina Kay in here. But the problem is the stretch out. I can't say I'm ultimately convinced that she is going to appreciate this, not necessarily because she's built like an out-and-out sprinter. It's more her disposition. She has been very aggressive here in the paddock, and for a filly that projects to be forward, I do think she could have a little bit of company up front, namely from number 4, Howling Wind. I don't think she's probably naturally as fast, but she's been very aggressive here in the paddock too. So just all things making the case for Lottie Margaret, Greg, that much stronger.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 6-5. Nina Kay, can she handle more ground here, going beyond 6.5 furlongs for the first time?
I ended up picking her on top here, and I agree the distance obviously a question, but she is a Cupid. I know it's more of a sprinty dam side, but Cupid, you get a lot of stamina there as a tap. I just thought everybody likes the 5, so I picked the 1. I don't know.
One of
anti-wise
the
guy.
Absolute best borns on the circuit, Linda Rice with Nina Kay. 6-5 went by. Here's Honorable Becky.
Yeah. Honorable Becky's just going to have to improve a great deal, but she does switch to David Onk for the first time and gets Savachi.
8-1. Kara's Dreamweaver has Ruben Silvera.
Comes off her best career effort. Can she build on that?
Howling Wind gets Lasix for the first time.
Lost all chance at the start last time after a big price debut win. A horse that's not impossible if you're looking for an alternative or you're trying to split them up.
8, and there's Howling Wind. Lane Luzzy will ride. Lottie Margaret, 8-5 outside for Brad Cox, coming off a maiden win at a mile.
Improved dramatically in the second start. Didn't break first time, broke well from the rail. First time on a dry track, can handle the distance, and obviously a major contender. The one is shown to be faster, but this one has shown that she can handle the distance.
We're going to show you her handling the distance, and this race was over pretty early.
Yeah, I mean, this was one we were all on together, and all of us were trying to beat her in this race, and it was over immediately. As soon as she broke and went to the front, Manny was able to control and get it done. Now, we'll see how much naturally faster she is in the 5, and I think if you're Jose Lescano in the 1, you kind of want her to get ahead of you, and you want to try to set up shop outside of her. It's going to come down to, I guess, talent, as it always does, but also the ability to get the distance. I don't have a big strong opinion of between the 1 and 5. I guess at a better price, the 5 might be a better bet. But I think like the public, one of these will probably win. I went to the 1, but without a lot of conviction.
Warming up nice, certainly here for the first try against Winners. Is it a concern the way she did it on the front end? Because obviously the filly from the rail, probably going to be quicker. You have Howling Wind, who's been quicker.
I'm not sure. Based on her last race, she may be quicker than both of them. So I think with a clean break, she's probably going to find herself in front. And when you have the 5 post, the outside post, you can really dictate whatever you want to do. I just think the 1 has shown, obviously, a lot more. And if they're going to be similar prices, I'd rather bet the 1. We'll see. Right now, even money 8 to 5, I don't have a strong opinion. I really don't.
Well, Nina Kay, she won first time out, and then she's had 2 runner-up finishes, including one in Stakes Company against the highly, highly regarded With the Angels. This was the next start where she was beat at 4 to 5.
Yeah, but I think she ran well. The winner made a lot of sense in there and was able to control on the front end. I don't think she ran badly running second. She chased that one the entire way, and she never really gave up. And I think the Mischief Lady's okay. So I believe that she has shown that she can run well against better horses, whereas the 5 is just coming off a big maiden win. And you think of the 2 of them at 6 to 5, and that's why I originally was going to pick at 5-1, but every time I looked at a handicapper, they were all picking the 5, and I thought, they're going to be the same price in here. Even the 5 might be shorter. I'd rather bet the 1 at the same price, so that's why I picked the 1. But I can make a case for either one of them, and it's hard to really – I think if you're trying to get somebody else in there, you're probably trying to get them for second. You say, I'm against the 1 or against the 5, and I'm going to try to cement an exacta with, whether it's the 2, 3, or 4 second. I would agree the 4 would be my choice if I was looking for an other horse in this race.
Certainly being bet like it is just a 2 filly race. As we go to Maggie, is there anyone else we should be looking out for?
Well, the current third choice right now, Greg, is a horse that goes first time out for Dave Donk, who, you always kind of pick up your head and look at these types. But number 2, Honorable Becky, she comes in off some slow races as a 2-year-old at Finger Lakes, and she is coming off a bit of a layoff. And while she looks fit, she just doesn't look as developed as her other, 4 foes in here. She just looks a bit more backwards, like there's still some strength building needed to be done here. So her as the third choice, I don't necessarily get. The horse that I would use as the proverbial backup plan is number 3 in here, Kara's Dreamweaver, as she did improve with the addition of Lasix last time at the 7/8, and she's one that I feel comfortable in suggesting that the mile's not a problem. I know she's been beaten at it, but at least she has experience at going, this type of distance. She's very laid back, composed, but also strong fit. Just has really made an excellent impression, relative to the 2 favorites in here. So while I've landed on Lottie Margaret, I felt like Kara's Dreamweaver is the one I wanted as a backup or as part of the exacta. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. Kara's Dreamweaver, 10 to 1. Even money, Lottie Margaret, Nina Kay, yet the distance a question, but in terms of company kept, it's not even close.
No, it isn't. And win or lose, I feel justified in taking the 1 because right now she appears that she'll be a slightly better price. And I think you have to be careful about getting overly excited about maiden wins. I'm not saying the 5 can't win. She's a huge player in here. And I think the 5 and 1 will run 1-2 in some kind of order in here. But if somebody said they're not going to run 1-2, then I think the 1 is a more likely winner, because I have trouble seeing the 1 not finishing at least second. The 5's off a maiden win. Sometimes those horses just don't run back to them.
Nina Kay, inside post, first try, beyond 6.5 furlongs. But the second choice, despite being the 4 to 5 morning line favorite, the even money, now 4 to 5 at that price, is the outside runner for Brad Cox. Lottie Margaret did win at a mile, but that was against maidens. Now is testing herself against winners for the first time. We kick off this Saturday card here in New York with Chris Griffin.
Lottie Margaret, last to load to the outside. Lottie Margaret goes in, all set for the opener.
they're up. Howling Wind gets the first call, is drifting out though. Lottie Margaret is going to be very wide here as they just come out of the gate and are in the chute. And at the rail, here's Nina Kay as the gray is trying to join this leading duo. Howling Wind, who's well off the rail, now trying to straighten up with Lottie Margaret and Nina Kay, these three up front. Just behind them comes Kara's Dreamweaver with the trailer, Honorable Becky. They hook up with the backstretch now. It's 3 across the racetrack still. Still a bit of a gap, though, and Nina Kay is running the straighter course, and Nina Kay is up by a half length. Howling Wind is now in second, trying to get closer to her rival, and out wide of there is Lottie Margaret. Still these three across the racetrack through a 23.69 opening quarter mile. Green cap is Honorable Becky, and Sahin Savachi is watching the action here from fourth, and Kara's Dreamweaver is the trailer as they continue to work up the backstretch, and they're chasing Nina Kay. Nina Kay, Jose Lescano have 4 furlongs left to go and went 47.32 for a half-mile time. Lottie Margaret is trying to dispatch now of Howling Wind, who's back to third, is trying to keep up, is shoved along. Here comes the run from the back, and Kara's Dreamweaver was still the trailer, Honorable Becky. Nina Kay and Lottie Margaret. Lottie Margaret is ready to pounce. Nina Kay is now being encouraged to move forward. Lottie Margaret is in hand for Manny Franco and just cruises up on her rival, and Lottie Margaret has a quarter mile left to go, and Lottie Margaret looks very strong at the top of the stretch and kicks away. It's Lottie Margaret who's in front, is up by 2.5. Howling Wind is now in the clear as Nina Kay starts to drop back. Lottie Margaret is opening up with every single stride. A final furlong left to get, and Lottie Margaret is way out in front. Drifting out just a touch, but Lottie Margaret staying to her task, and inside the final 16th, a no-doubt winner in the opener. Lottie Margaret, geared down, wins this one easily. Lottie Margaret wins it over Howling Wind. Kara's Dreamweaver up for third in 1 minute 40.51 seconds.
Question marks about the distance for the one, and if you had them, yeah, you were spot on here. Lottie Margaret now back-to-back wins at this mile distance for Brad Cox.
Yeah. This horse was obviously much the best, and she ran well to break her maiden year. But I don't think it may be partially the distance that Nina Kay didn't win. But she was done top of the stretch after going 6 furlongs and setting a fairly reasonable pace. She was basically eased in here, the one. And Lottie Margaret, obviously, when that happens, is able to draw off easily. And the number 4 was able to get second. Who, for some reason, was the longest shot on the board. But yes, distance mattered. But I feel like Nina Kay, just something went wrong. There's not getting the distance, and there's coming to a dead stop.
Let's go back to the beginning. Take a look at the 4 out of the gate. Carries out the 5. Didn't do any favors to that runner. At that point, we thought, wow, this is going to be a very difficult proposition for Lottie Margaret getting carried out like that.
Didn't matter at all. And I mean, listen, this horse was going to win regardless, but the one not running sort of is going to exaggerate the performance.
In the end, yeah, did not matter at all. Even money and like a 1-9 shot here in this race. Brad Cox barn, Manny Franco, Madacat Stables, Lottie Margaret as easy as could be. First time in against winners and now back-to-back victories. 5-4, 3-1 in the opener. At Aqueduct, as we set the stage for the second at Tampa Bay, 6 furlongs, $25,000 maiden claiming race, so all for sale for that price in this one coming up. As we send it out to Acacia.
Not a ton of form to really sink your teeth into with this race, Greg. And with these types of fields, I do prefer the ones that are a little bit more lightly raced and maybe don't have as many excuses as some of the others. Now, the number 3, Miss Kendrick B for Jarrah Bennett, who is taking most of the early money right now, has run 3 times already. All 3 solid performances for the level, even though she did debut at 16, was able to step up to the $25,000 level in her last couple, much better today, and I thought finished a fine second closing last time out. She's very fit. I don't have any problem with her as your favorite, but she does seem to be one who maybe runs her better races when she can be further back. Does she get any sort of setup in here today? The number 2, Grace the Law, was off very slow last time out and definitely green coming out of that same race behind Miss Kendrick B, but she wasn't that far behind her, just beating a neck behind your current favorite. And I do think that she's going to break better today. She was sharp in the preliminaries, and having a race under her belt, hopefully she could be more professional throughout the running of this race. And just from a physical perspective against these types, she's the one that kept drawing my eye back in the paddock. The number 6, Glamour Sense, also a closer, also one that has not really shown the propensity to get out of the gate that well, and she is a little bit more of an angular type build, so maybe she will be better off today because she has a race under her belt since coming back off of that layoff. About 6 months on the bench from July to January, and then last time ran in that race first time with blinkers on, and it's a pretty significant blinker cup. She is well covered up there, so second time with that equipment, second time off of the layoff. Could expect her to be a little bit stronger today, though. As you see from her out on the track, she's been a little bit on the nervous side throughout in here, but we'll see which one gets the trip. And I think the biggest thing, Greg, is going to be who can get out of the gate a bit cleaner to get themselves some position to break their maiden today.
I think the 10 is a massive overlay in this race. This horse ran a couple of figures in his last 2 dirt starts 8 days apart at the end of August, 5 months ago, that are fast enough to compete here. As a newly turned 3-year-old, she could easily improve 10 points off of those races. They bring her back. They prep her in a long-distance turf race that she has no chance in at a huge price, and now they drop her in where she belongs, where she was beaten ahead last time out. I don't understand why she's 8-1 now. I wonder if she's going to come down at the end. But to me, she seems like a massive overlay.
Yeah, 7-1 right now. Meanwhile, the 6, Glamour Sense, she was in for 16 last start, but it was a long time away. Got bounced around at the start a little bit. Maybe one who could be a little bit more forward. She was adding blinkers in that last start, so we'll see if she can be closer today.
Not sure how close, but we'll see. I don't disagree. She can win. Listen, the 2 can win. The 3 can win. There are a lot of horses in this race that can certainly win. I just thought the 10 was the most interesting. I used them with the 12. Threw in the 11 a little bit, but mostly the 12. Little 10, 12, 12, 10.
Jason Beam with the call. Here's race 2 from Tampa Bay.
Now starting to come forward. Miss C. Baker to the outside. Miss C. Baker now coming forward. They are in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a pretty good line. Market Order in the center is out first. Chosen Factor right there close up, and Grace the Law toward the inside. Those 3 across the course. Just in between them comes the gray Miss Kendrick B. On the outside, Miss C. Banker. So the 2 favorites are 4th and 5th right now, only 2.5 off the top. Then comes Glamour Sense in the black and blue. On the outside of that one comes Blue Opal. It's a length and a half after that to Lady Collected, who's back 4th last. Money Trail and Cantafio, they're racing together 9th and 10th, and it's 2.5 more to Courageous Ari, who is the early trailer. 22 and 4 the opening quarter mile. Market Order pressed by Chosen Factor. Up on the outside, Miss C. Banker. Blue Opal starting to make a 4-wide launch on the far outside. And here's Blue Opal coming all the way up to challenge for the lead. Blue Opal on the outside of Chosen Factor. Right between them, Miss C. Banker. 2.5 or 3 lengths more. Miss Kendrick B. is now going to take down toward the inside as they come to the top of the stretch. 3 of them across the track. Out wide, Blue Opal. Chosen Factor. Between horses, Miss C. Banker, and up the fence, Miss Kendrick B. trying to rally up. A final furlong to go there, 4 across the track. Grace the Law is going to join the party to make it 5 across. Miss Kendrick B down on the inside of Chosen Factor. Grace the Law right down the far outside. Miss Kendrick B. Here's Grace the Law charging best at the end. They come to the wire. Photo finish. It's between Grace the Law and Miss Kendrick B. Chosen Factor was after that with Miss C. Banker.
Photo between 2 of your top contenders, the 2 Grace the Law, the 3 Miss Kendrick B, both right there at the finish. And
that's like the two got up on the outside. Great ride by Santano on the 3, Ms. Kendrick B, but Grace the Law was able to overcome and beat her in the last strides, it appears, getting the bob in the late stages. The 8 and 12, 3rd and 4th. My 10 was 5th after getting eliminated at the break, but probably not good enough anyway.
I would tend to agree with you.
You don't think the 2 definitely won, right?
I'm usually wrong, but I agree with you.
The 2 won.
Back to New York. Lottie Margaret, short price favorite. The way she ran should have been a lot shorter.
Yeah. It helped that the one was basically eased, but she obviously made even money look like an overlay.
$4.10. 3-year-old filly who's now won back-to-back starts by large margins for trainer Brad Cox. As we move on to race 2, 1-turn mile here as well. New York breds, maiden special weight. Island Charlie for Michelle Nevins, start number 2, taking a lot of early money.
Yeah, she's not going to be favored. She'll be second choice. Let's Fight will be the favorite in this race. At post time, Let's Fight ran well last time and is the horse to beat. I liked Island Charlie a little bit as a possible upsetter, looking like the speed of this field.
Much more on race 2 to start the early pick 4 when we come back. We'll look ahead to that road to the Derby through Tampa as well. Naughty Rascal, beneficiary of a disqualification in the Pasco. What are his Derby prospects moving forward? We'll tell you what's next when we return.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Nominate now for this year's Fasig-Tipton Selected Yearling Sales. The July sale, with a focus on precocious and athletic yearlings, July produces strong results in the sales ring and on the racetrack. Last year's sale produced the highest median in the sales history, with 46% of yearlings sold, bringing $100,000 or more. The 104th Saratoga sale, the crown jewel of American yearling sales, Saratoga smashed every record in its 103-year history, led by a $3.4 million sale topper. Saratoga also produces the highest percentage of Grade 1 winners of any North American yearling sale, led by recent Breeders' Cup Classic winner Sierra Leone. New York bred yearlings, the leading marketplace for New York breds, held during the Saratoga race meet. Last year's sale set the highest median in the sales history. Selected sales, superior results. Visit selectedyearlings.fasigtipton.com to nominate now for our 2025 Selected Yearling Sales.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Sun shining down in Tampa Bay as usual. Underway in that cart, and we just had a photo finish, and it was Grace the Law who gets his victory over Miss Kendrick B.
Yeah, gets the job done. The last stride getting up at a nice 1640. Miss Kendrick B. Can't get a better ride than Santano gave that horse. Just not able to hold on.
Race 3. 6 furlongs, $6,000 claiming race here, 4-year-olds and up. And early on, Dr. Perry off a win, moving back to dirt last start, taking a lot of early action.
Well, you got a horse that's getting better early that has absolutely no speed. We'll have to talk about this race more as we get closer.
Well, we had some drama in stakes action when we were last at Tampa Bay. That allowed Naughty Rascal to be elevated to a victory with a disqualification of the very talented Owen Almighty. But now we'll see if this horse can continue to move forward, Acacia, on this road to the Triple Crown through Tampa.
That's right. Next weekend, we'll be back here at Tampa Bay Downs for the Sam F. Davis on Saturday. An important stepping stone for these 3-year-olds. And yes, we'll hopefully get a chance to see Naughty Rascal and Owen Almighty settle the score out on the track. But as far as Naughty Rascal, who was elevated to first through disqualification, when I interviewed trainer Gerald Bennett right after the race, the first thing he said was, this is kind of the barn pet. I think I let him get a little bit too heavy on me and allowing everybody to give him mints back at the barn. He's going to be even more tight for next time in the Sam Davis, and also saying that he would want some more distance. Well, as far as that fitness is concerned, just looking at his workout pattern, on January 21st here at Tampa, he had a 6-furlong work in which he went 1:13.3, and then most recently on January 30th, a 5-furlong work going 1:01. So putting in the miles in the morning for Naughty Rascal, and looking forward to getting a chance to see him again, getting a little bit more distance and taking that steps here. And as we touched on last time I was here at Tampa, for perennial leading trainer Gerald Bennett here at Tampa Bay Downs, he's never won a Tampa Bay Derby, and he said he feels like this is one of the best chances that he's had, Greg.
Look, these races that have gone through Tampa, they've produced some very good ones. We'll see what happens going forward. Obviously, a lot of drama in that DQ in the Pasco. Rat Ortiz Jr., Owen Almighty, was best, but taken down.
One of the great Tampa Bay Derbies would be Any Given Saturday.
Yeah.
Dueling down the stretch was Street Sense. And they were really, Any Given Saturday is one of those horses that's a little bit forgotten about. I want to say, did he run second to Curlin in the Haskell, or did he beat Curlin in the Haskell? He might have beaten Curlin in the Haskell. I think he won the Haskell, too. He was a really, really good horse on Any Given Saturday, but that was a year of so many good 3-year-olds with Curlin and Hardspun and Street Sense that he just kind of got forgotten about. But he was quite a runner, and that was a great running of the Tampa Bay Derby.
Get back to this third race when we return. About 20 minutes to post. We'll get to the post break when we return. And how about this man right here? So many big victories in some of the biggest races on this circuit and in the game, but his biggest achievement he's most proud of, making a difference to backstretch workers.
It's close. A dandelion.
No, it's a daffodil.
No, it's a dandelion. And And dandelions grow in the grass. It's considered a weed. Okay, guys, have a great day. It's a dandelion. People ask me, what's been your greatest moment in horse racing, and what's your greatest win? And I don't hesitate, the Belmont Child Care Association is the greatest thing I've been involved in. And it's not me, it's we. I mean, this is a team effort. Jerry said, the kids at the track, of the people who work there, they're sleeping in cars, they're left unattended, there's nobody to care for them. It would be a great idea to build a daycare center. Jerry, I'm a builder. I've always wanted to do something for kids. I'll do it. And I always thought I would build a daycare center and ride off into the sunset. But here I am, addicted to horses and addicted to the daycare center. Picture going into school and you have a problem with, understanding what the teacher says. So we eliminate that, and now you're going into school and you're actually ahead of what the teacher is teaching. Think of the confidence it instills. So we put the children in such a great position to excel, and they do, and it's great. And the parents have complete peace of mind. Not only are the kids being cared for, but they're given such a strong foundation and such great love and affection. And when they come out of here, they're really ready for preschool, and they get into preschool and they excel. It's like having a strong foundation on your house. And they don't necessarily go away at pre-K. They come back for after-school programs. They come back and do volunteer work. They come back and help out. So the pleasure of watching these children, grow up and be successful and be good people is just, enormous, because we know that it all begins with the foundation, and that's what we do. It's the greatest gift. I mean, if you said to me, win the Kentucky Derby or this, I would choose this. So that's how I feel about it. Now, I'd like to do both, but that's a different story.
With all the incredible success, there's been a lot of success on the racetrack with his thoroughbreds. Michael Dubb has achieved even greater success with what he has done for the families of backstretch workers with that Anna House. Of course, that what they've done out in Saratoga as well. And I know, Maggie, you're heavily involved.
Yeah, Face House in Saratoga, which was added several years ago now. And really, it's a lifeline for all of us who work so hard up in Saratoga and have children to care for during those summer months when not in school. But the foundation building, which is Face House, is so much more than just a structure. It is the children's future. You think of graduates such as Xochitl and Jonathan, who went on to win a TIEA award. Xochitl is studying something I can't even wrap my head around at Northwestern University. So really, these children get such a leg up in life when they get to attend Anna House. And as Michael Dubb said in that piece, they have the language that they might not have when entering the school system if they didn't attend Anna House and Face House, for that matter, Greg.
That's terrific what he's able to install here for these backstretch workers who we owe, because we wouldn't have horse racing without them. And to have their kids taken care of and be able to get this kind of education is tremendous.
We're very fortunate in Iowa to have three wonderful organizations. BEST, the Backstretch Employee Services Team, the BCCA, as well as the chaplaincy, all of whom do great work for helping the backstretch workers. And you're right, we wouldn't be sitting here, and we'd have to find a job where we actually work for a living if it weren't for these people who work very hard. And my association with BCCA is something that I feel honored that they asked me to host their events and be there. And Joanne Adams, who runs it, who does such an amazing job, is a close friend of mine as well. And there's nothing you can say about BCCA is enough to encompass just all the good work it's done for so many people. It's a great organization, as is BEST, as is the chaplaincy as well.
Well, Michael Dubb, who you just saw in that piece, he will be sending out this horse coming up in race number 2, Outsource, for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn.
He had a big win last weekend, Michael Dubb. As a New York bred, went down to Florida and won a grade 1 on the turf.
Spirit of St. Louis, one of my favorites. Yeah.
He's just one of the coolest horses racing. I mean, that guy
really is.
He never fails to show up.
So Outsource, start number 2. It was a stretch out to a mile and a third-place finish. We'll make quite a few changes today for start number 3.
He better make a lot of changes out there to finish out of Let's Flight, who's in flight at this point and gets finishes second. Hard to believe right now, but has beaten just 3/4 of a length. And Outsource had absolutely nothing towards the end to catch the horse in the lead, but Let's Fight really, really made a big closing kick. Now, you're going to have to hope, as he has blinkers on as well, that he's close to the pace today, and that's why I like the 4 Island Charlie, though I'm not betting at 2-1 to maybe upset him as the potential speed in the race. But Let's Fight's the one to beat.
Yeah, it was 4 lengths clear of Outsource, so we'll see if this one can turn the tables on Let's Fight, who is the 3-2 favorite right now. And that one as well, making start number 3, both adding blinkers, both adding Lasix. We'll see who that benefits the most. But, yeah, it looks like Let's Fight's going to be a tough customer here.
And it's interesting that the 1 and 3 add Lasix for here because they ran last time on January 4th, and both could have used Lasix last time and did not.
So here's the Michael Dubb runner once again. Start number 3 with those changes, and young Christopher Elliott in the irons.
You know, if this horse wins, Michael may ask us to show that feature before every race he has a horse in. It's not happening,
The angle
Michael.
pays off.
Not happening, Michael.
It usually
Sorry.
does. Asset management at 6-1.
Not impossible, but, you know, that tossed head of the break last time, yeah, but it didn't cost him anything.
3 Horse was the one who finished well in front of Outsource last start.
He's the horse to beat. Can he be a little closer today?
Island Charlie, start number 2, showed speed first out.
Closer's not the problem with him as he gets Lasix too. He's going to try to wire him.
This horse actually ran a very good effort at Parks last start, the Tire Man.
He did, but he's had 5 chances. He is first time against New York breds, though.
Yeah, an 8-1 resilient hero, making more changes than anyone.
Yeah, new gelding, Lasix, blinkers. Too many changes for me. He's going to have to improve off his last race, but in fairness, it was the best figure he's ever run.
So 4 minutes away. Second race here does kick off this pick 4 sequence. And Let's Fight, who just missed by less than a length in start number 2. The 3-2 favorite as we go back downstairs to Maggie.
And we'll take a look at the 2 that come out of race 5 from January 4th, and that does include Outsource in here, who, no doubt about it, did not run as well as Let's Fight. Both of these horses were totally out-sprinted early, but Manny Franco aboard Outsource was continuously niggling at this horse and encouraging him to move forward whilst making a 3 to 4 wide move around the entire racetrack. Now he'll put the blinkers on today, a fairly large cup of cheater blinkers, and last time he had to be saddled outside. Not the case today. Well behaved until we saw Christopher Elliott climb aboard. Then he kind of woke up and got on his toes, but he looks tremendous. He continues that progression physically by becoming more athletic, but also mentally at just becoming more mature, more professional, and acting now like he knows what his job is. And I really think those blinkers will make a massive difference on a horse who at times, or at least in his first 2 efforts, just seemed a little bit lost out there. Now, I can't particularly warm up to number 3, Let's Fight, although he has run well. I'm not discrediting him whatsoever, as he'll add just a very, very short cup cheater blinker, really small pair, as well as Lasix. He's just so small. He looks fine otherwise. So we'll see how he does. Between the 2 physically, I much preferred Outsource. Now, number 4 is Island Charlie for Michelle Nevin. Big, imposing son of Speightster, but typical of Michelle's. He actually looked pretty fit first time out. I will say that. And he showed an abundance of speed. But again, just with some racing under his belt, he's a lot more defined overall. Wanted to be a little bit silly with the pony when he first linked up here on track, but has since settled and was actually very professional in the paddock. So if he displays that early foot like he had first time out, he could be somewhat dangerous, I think, just building upon that effort after tiring late in the game. Number 5, the Tire Man, shipping in here for Lou Linder from Parks. I hear what Andy's saying, and I usually don't like horses like this that have had so many chances thus far, but first time against New York breds. We'll see how he stacks up. He was ran well to rally with not showing that much early speed. He is never. I'm not saying he's going to reinvent the wheel today, but definitely was very sharp. I don't know him as this is his first start here at NYRA, but was very much on his toes throughout the preliminaries thus far, and actually stacks up really favorably physically against his fellow New York bred. So a massive price on the board right now that kind of caught my eye a bit here, Greg. Definitely one I'd be willing to use underneath.
I'm surprised at 15 to 1 on the Tire Man, just because of, and obviously, that Parks form has to translate here. It wasn't career start number 6, but has thoroughgraph-wise the fastest figure of anyone in the field.
I don't like him, but I'm not knocking a 15 to 1 shot in this race. So, if somebody likes a price in these races, you should have at it, whether it's the 5 or 6. And he is first time the 5 against New York breds, and it was a 2-turn race. He cuts back to 1 turn, so I'm not gonna, not a horse for me, but I'm not gonna knock somebody for taking a shot in this race. It's not as though any of the top contenders are that good.
Now, having said that, let's fight. Even money. Is that just way too short?
No. I mean, it depends how you look at it. The way the board is playing it, the 5 and 6 can't win, sort of. You know what I mean? They're outliers. So he easily beat the 1 last time. He's running faster figures in both his races than the 2, and I'm hoping the 4. But let me ask you a question. I picked the 4 in here. Who's a better bet, the 3 at even money or the 4 at 2 to 1? I'm not sure between the two of them. The 4 isn't a bigger underlay. I'm hoping for a lot of improvement as the main speed, but I mean, he didn't do any significant running his first time out, so I don't think he's a massive underlay in this race. Now, it may be that people are wrong about it, but I think he's supposed to be about even money or 6 to 5 in here. He's not my cup of tea, but he's the horse to beat by a lot.
Start number 3 will today be the day. Certainly, yeah, you can get a lot of improvement from some of these others, and there is just the potential that he kind of lived up to who he is, at least for now. Let's fight in start number 2.
Agreed, but he's run twice, so he has as much upside as anybody except for the 4.
And now he's 4 to 5.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I'm not, listen, he's now 3 to 5. Now, 3 to 5 is getting a little bit low for me. But I still don't think 5 to 2 on the 4 is that great. I was hoping for a slightly better price.
Interesting race here in the second. Starts this pick 4, 1-turn mile. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
The Tire Man. Resilient Hero. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking very slowly was Outsource. It's going to be the early trailer. It's already 4 lengths at the back end of the field. The speed comes from Island Charlie. From in between horses, Island Charlie is right there with Let's Fight, and towards the inside of them, Asset Management. Out wider the Tire Man, and at the back of the leading group, Resilient Hero. And losing touch with the field early there is Outsourced as they come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. They're chasing Island Charlie. Island Charlie and Kendrick Carmouche doing it nicely enough so far. 24 seconds flat, unopposed on the front end, and now starts to get some pressure here from Let's Fight, is in the 2 path moving forward. 3 wide there is the Tire Man. Asset Management in the pink cap is back there in 4th. Moving forward, Resilient Hero, and still far back and encouraged to move forward. Not much running yet from Outsource, who's the trailer. They work up the backstretch, approaching 4 furlongs left to go. Island Charlie is called upon for the effort, trying to stay to his task, goes into the far turn, and Island Charlie is clear. Let's Fight is right there. The Tire Man is in pursuit 3 wide, 47.76 for a half-mile time. Asset Management's in a tight spot. Here's the run from Resilient Heroes trying to pass rivals. It is now Island Charlie who's confronted to the outside by the Tire Man. The Tire Man puts a nose in front. Island Charlie's trying to fight back. Asset Management dropping out of it there was Let's Fight. Just lost some ground. Resilient Hero and catching up with the group is Outsourced, but still a lot of ground to make up. The Tire Man at a big number has the lead. The Tire Man is being chased by Resilient Hero down the center of the racetrack. And here comes Resilient Hero after the Tire Man. 2 long shots here hooking up for a final furlong. The Tire Man to the inside. Resilient Hero's pushed on by at 20 to 1. Inside the final 16th, Resilient Hero. The Tire Man Outsources up into 3rd. Resilient Hero, Carol Cedeno at a number, the longest shot in the field. Resilient Hero over the Tire Man. Outsource finished 3rd in 1 minute 41.41 seconds.
The two biggest prices on the board at 20-1 and 19-1 respectively. Run 1-2 to complete this exacta.
I was thinking you made a great call with the 5, and you did. The horse finished second at 19-1, but the bigger price, Resilient Hero, the horses that the board was completely dismissing. And don't get me wrong, I didn't like either of them as well. They got it done. Something went wrong with Let's Fight. I mean, he backed up 3/8 to a half mile to go. The 4 obviously just has no stamina and not really very good. He stopped. Even the 1, who was so far back outsourced, finished third. But Resilient Hero, a new gelding, coming off a little bit of a freshening, 2 months almost exactly, gets it done. And he was really kind of a short price relative to what he's been. 76, 76, 67, and 96-1. Rare that a horse will be 76-1 in 2 straight races. Maybe that was the angle. I have a friend who liked this horse. I thought he was nuts, but he wasn't.
Shocking result in race number 2. Back at Tampa. Look at the current odds for this third of the 6 furlong sprint. $6,000 claiming race as we head back to Acacia.
We'll start to the outside with the number 9, Dr. Perry, who did get a win last time out. That was in the non-winners of 3 levels. So stepping up to this level of competition in here today, but just does make a lot of sense. This is a horse I haven't seen in a while, but looking back through my notes with his previous connections, he's one that used to just really carry a lot of condition, be like a tank, and I'm sure that being gelded along the way kind of helped that a little bit as well. But he's also one that they used to have to kind of put padding in the gate because he had the tendency to kind of rock back a bit. Noticing in the way that he broke last time might be a little bit of a habit still for him not getting out of the gate that well. However, he looks tremendous. He's incredibly fit coming in here, looks great off the back of the win, and just looks like he's doing very well for Jose D'Angelo, whose horses that he has sent here to Tampa have been very live. And this one does have a work in between that last win and today here locally. Now, the number 3, Bar Down Express, just from a physical perspective, this is the one that I liked best. I know he's not necessarily a winning type. Finished behind Dundee, beat him a couple of times. 2 starts back, finishing that solid second place finish, just being outgamed. But he has tactical speed. He's sharp. He's been on the muscle throughout. Beautifully turned out. Second time with this barn and dropping back down to the level at which I think that he belongs. We'll see if his speed can be a weapon for him today. Obviously, it's a lower level race, so they don't all necessarily have that toughest kind of leader mentality necessarily when dueling. So I'm hoping he's able to get pretty comfortable because I did really like what I saw from him. Hopefully he can seal the deal. Now the one, John's Promise, drops back down to this level off the win against $10,000 claiming types last time out. He was a horse that was just a bit disappointed from a physical perspective, though. Thought that could have looked a little bit better in his coat, could have looked a little bit more defined for one that's been running pretty regularly. We'll see if he can repeat that kind of effort, but he will be one that should be able to have a good ground-saving, stock and pounce type of trip from the inside. Greg?
All right, thank you, Acacia. About to load up here. Post time coming up for the 6 furlong sprint, 3-2. Dr. Perry from that outside post coming off that return to dirt and powerful performance victory for non-winners of 3 Life.
He can obviously win, and Jose D'Angelo is a very dangerous trainer. But I think 3-2 on horse, there's absolutely no speed in this race, is a little bit short to me. I think both the 1 and 3 might be slightly better alternatives. The worry with the 3, though, is he could be under the gun as the speed with a couple outside of him. We'll see.
And yeah, I thought the 3 was going to be incredibly tough. The 8, though, Woke Up in Love, has finished ahead of that one on a couple of occasions. That one at 7-1, but the recent form from Bar Down Express at 3 seems like that one's certainly going in the right direction right now. 3rd from Tampa. Jason Beam, the call.
Here will be the final 3. We're just about set for a start. Today's 3rd. Still working with the number 4, Mr. Banjo Man. Woke Up in Love coming up. Mr. Banjo Man now rearing up and unseating Elijah Greenidge. Mr. Banjo Man now running loose, so stand by. We might have a delay.
So loose horse, and I would expect, unless they catch up awfully quick, delay, and they may back everybody out here. So in the meantime, let's wrap up race 2 here in New York. Stakes race coming up next, by the way, the Ruthless. Resilient Hero at an even bigger price than the Tire Man, who I thought was interesting at a big price, but this exacted 20-1 over 19-1.
Exact a little bit on the short side.
Wow.
Suggesting these horses were a little shorter in the computer CAW play.
A lot.
Yes, obviously they were much shorter prices in that play. You know, also small field, but regardless, Carol Cedeno with the win. I want to say we have more talented women riders in the colony now than I can ever remember.
Maybe than anywhere in the country currently.
But I mean, you've got 4 or 5 women riders here riding here relatively regularly. It's nice to see.
Ruthless is next. 3-year-old filly, 7/8 of a mile, and Moonlit Drive, debut winner. She was escaped at a huge price that day, despite the big pedigree. Sister to Full Moon Madness, who is incredibly talented. She will not be that price today, 2-1 for start number 2.
Yeah, I'm guessing she's going to be a short price. I was just trying to look at some of the will pays because oddly, while she's a heavy favorite in the pick 3s, which may be a better inclination, a lot of money in the 1, who's favored in the double. And we can talk about that horse as well, winning you're in. But I like the favorite in this race, Moonlit Drive. An interesting situation where she and her half-brother are both running in stakes today because you have the number 2, Full Moon Madness, running in the very competitive Toboggan later. I like when you see that, especially stakes.
Making, his third start off the bench. Interesting runner, although aided a little bit from that effort.
Well, I mean, except
start?
he had real trouble in there. He was bounced around pretty good after breaking a little slowly, and I thought ran extremely well. Now, it's a very, very competitive race, but he's clearly improved a lot for Michelle Nevin, and as you know, I am Michelle's biggest fan. I am the leader of the Michelle Nevin fan club. I think she's a terrific, terrific trainer.
Yeah. Excited to see big pedigree, exciting filly here. Start number 2 coming up after winning first time out. Oaklawn getting set for their first race in just a little bit here. And this race we talked about when we opened the show, unfortunately right after we came on the air. We talked about Where's My Ring, last year's Gazelle winner. Late scratch, she comes out, but another graded stakes winner who competed in last year's Kentucky Oaks. Lemon Muffin, she does stay in for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas. As we check in with Richard Migliori, what can we look forward to on the Saturday card, Mig?
Well, I think it's a really good card, and that's still a very solid allowance race despite the defection of Where's My Ring. You know, obviously you have Lemon Muffin, last year's Honeybee winner. Changes riders. Keith Asmussen's ridden her extremely well. You get Tyler Bacon, an apprentice that I'm pretty impressed with. I think he sees the race well. She's a little bit one-paced, kind of a horse that you got to start riding a little bit early. Hopefully Tyler, confers with the coach, Wayne Lucas, and they kind of come up with a strategy because she's not a filly you're going to sit on and get an instant response. I think there's a couple other interesting runners in there, including the 3, Claret Beret. This is a horse that is 2 for 2 on fast dirt tracks, 1 win in the mud, so she's 3 for 4 in dirt races totally. And the one race that she did not hit the board, she was 4th, she got off poorly and actually finished really well. And I think she's really interesting, stretching out back to the 1.16 distance. She should be forwardly placed. I think she's a major player. And then, of course, the obvious, the 6, Xena. She's your early morning line favorite, a filly coming out of a really good effort in the Zia Park Oaks. And she should be also forward in a good spot. And one thing we noticed yesterday, guys, horses that were forward were getting much the best of it. And the track still, even though, we had a whole day of drying out, still got a lot of moisture to it. I mean, it's a fast racetrack, but I do think we're going to have a similar track to yesterday where speed will be an advantage.
I'm a little worried with the MIG down there by himself and without Carmela close to keep him in line and us, that he could be listed as a rider one of these days at Oaklawn.
Well, I spoke to him this morning, and with all that time on his hands, he's basically doing 2-a-days, he said. I mean, he's still on New York time, getting up early, working out, probably more fierce than he ever has. He's going to be riding fit in a couple of days here.
Yeah, I expect one day to get the call the MIG can't do the show today, and then we look in the entries and he's got a few mounts.
Or we'll just mic him up. He could do the show on horseback while he has some mounts. Race 3, Tampa, 6 furlong sprint coming up. And our favorite outside, Dr. Perry.
And the 4 coming out does not help the favorite, and it helps the 3 because that horse could have had a lot of speed in here.
Let's go to Jason Beam.
Perry goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Volkert shoots out to the early lead down toward the inside bar. Down Express has a little bit of early speed. John's Promise up the fence also coming up to challenge. It's Volkert in front, 3/4 of a length. To John's Promise between horses Bar Down Express. Out 3 deep DeSantis, 4 wide. Woke Up in Love in that second flight is 5th and only 2 off the top. It's a length and a half more back to Practical Way in the all green colors, who races in 6th but under a good hold. It's 2 more after that to Auger and another 3 to Dr. Perry, who's the early trailer. 22-2 was that opening quarter mile for Volkert, who skips into the far turn, now a length in front of DeSantis in second. Bar Down Express, Woke Up in Love out 4 deep, starting to move up 4th. Length and a half more to John's Promise, who starts to back up. Auger and Practical Way trying to get underway, and Dr. Perry trying to kick in is still at the back, still about 7 off of Volkert. Volkert under a hustling ride from Jose Ferrer trying to hold on to that lead. It's Volkert to the top of the stretch. Woke Up in Love is a length back in second, coming together toward the inside. Bar Down Express going to take toward an inside path. 2 more back to Auger, and Dr. Perry now getting underway down the center of the course. Woke Up in Love, Volkert down to the inside. Bar Down Express, Auger just a length and a half back, and Dr. Perry. It's Volkert, Woke Up in Love. These are the 2 to settle it. Volkert on the inside, Woke Up in Love, Volkert and Woke Up in Love. It's a nose bobbing photo. Auger looked to get 3rd over Bar Down Express 4th, Dr. Perry 5th.
You nailed the last photo. This one a little bit tougher. Was it Volkert?
I felt like the 6 held on, but there was a little bit bang, bob going on here. Let's take a look, Greg.
6 down on the inside, Volkert. The 8 to the outside, Woke Up in Love.
He was the one, the 6, who took advantage of the 4 coming out. 8's got it there. 6 has it there. Ooh, I think the 8 got him. What do you think?
It's so tough.
I think the 8 got all of the bob.
Certainly got the bob, but did he get the nose in front at that
the
point?
8 was my kind on a turnback, but the trainer has awful numbers with turnbacks. I thought the 8 got the bob. The 3 not. It's tough to rally up the rail. And we talked about it with the 9. Taking a short price with a cheap horse that's got to come from well back. He didn't seem to get out of the gate that well and was trailing badly. You're giving up a lot in that situation, especially when one of the main speeds scratched. They don't seem to be sure who won at Tampa. They haven't put it up yet.
The 6 Volkert, the 8 Woke Up in Love. I mean, you are right. The best of the bob certainly went to the 8.
Right.
But I'm
not
sure.
The 6 won?
Yeah,
there we go.
6 got it. If that, despite
he did all the
best
dirty
of the bob
work.
Ever got in front. Apparently did not.
He did the dirty work,
8, 2, 3. Dr. Perry winds up 5th in here.
I could not have had this horse off a claim from the bottom level. Not for me.
Back-to-back wins now for this 7-year-old as we get set to kick off the card from Hot Springs. Let's go back to Mig as we get set for the opener.
Yeah, guys, a real interesting competitive opener here. Showtime, the 1, makes a lot of sense. A horse that's been running well, in good form, going further, now turning back in distance. The rail might not do that horse much favors, though, because I do expect this horse to get outrun a bit, but looks great, in good form on the turn back. The 3, Lunar Module, a horse that really had trouble, significant trouble last time, was really lost all position early. A horse that can lay up much closer and actually finished well last time. And then the outside runner, who would be my top selection, I'm Wide Awake. I like this horse. On paper, loved this horse physically, really checked the boxes for me. You get Tyler Bacon, so this horse is in receipt of anywhere from 5 to 12 pounds from his rivals, and he, to me, is the outside controlling speed, and he's just ticked down to 4 to 1. I think this horse is very live, particularly with that outside draw, guys.
Oh, your take on what Mig just said.
I'm not sure I agree with Richie about him being. He's fast, the outside horse. Don't get me wrong, but I think any of the 4, 5, and 7 could be forward in this race. I mean, you look at the time form pace projector, which I pay attention to quite a bit. I mean, you don't always agree with anything, but they've got this a pretty fast pace. Now, I think one of Richie's points, though, is, and I agree with that, he is the outside horse in that speed duel, which may give him a bit of an advantage. I didn't have a strong opinion here. I had the race between the 1, 5, and 6, but not a strong opinion one way or the other.
You do see, and I'm with you, I mean, there's plenty of speed.
Yeah.
You see that 3 furlong gate bullet move. Quickest work in the morning. They intentionally probably trying to say, we want to get the much speed out of this horse, the 7, as we can next time
Yeah,
out.
see, I printed these PPs about 2 or 3 months ago when they drew them, so I don't have that workout. But thanks.
You're welcome. That's what I'm here for. The assist.
I knew there was some reason.
Tyler Bacon on board that outside runner for John Horan. See if it's that hot pace up front that we expect to see. 6 furlongs, 20,000 starter allowance race to kick off this Saturday. Coverage from Hot Springs. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
Good luck. Waiting for I'm Wide Awake to take his spot. He goes right in. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. I'm Wide Awake on the far outside, clearing off in the early stages, opens up 2 lengths, puts the pedal to the metal. From Brighter Days Ahead, who's off the speed today with Samurai Prince. Showtime flashing forward clearly into second now with Ringside. Then Samurai Prince, Brighter Days Ahead, shuffled back, joined fourth. They're 2 off the pace. Another length back to Lunar Module and 4 more to Eternally Grateful as they head down the backstretch here. I'm Wide Awake with a clear time of it on the lead. Opens up 2 lengths into the far turn run. Gives the others something to think about here with 3 furlongs to go. He's clear 2.5 now. On the inside, Showtime clearly into second while under a hard ride. Brighter Days Ahead just claimed that position from him. Showtime retreats to third. Then comes Ringside. The others have got to pick it up if they want to catch I'm Wide Awake and Tyler Bacon. They've sailed to a 5-length lead coming off the turn. From the get-go, I'm Wide Awake said, come and catch me if you can. I'm Wide Awake. Furlong to go is asked to produce a finish here. Lunar Module's coming on nicely down the center of the track. I'm Wide Awake, 16th to go. Getting a little leg weary. The lead's 2. Now it's a length and a half. Lunar Module going to make it tight. I'm Wide Awake. Lunar Module. I'm Wide Awake. Just got it. I'm Wide Awake. Found the wire in time over Lunar Module. Eternally Grateful and Brighter Days Ahead.
Where is that wire? Just in time for I'm Wide Awake. Open up that big lead. Intentions were clear here.
Mig was dead right. This guy was the controlling speed. I didn't believe him, and Mig was 100% right. Got a little scary late for him, though, as the 3 was making a run, and right here you thought, he's not going to be able to get there. But he just missed getting there, Lunar Module. But I'm Wide Awake. The apprentice took no prisoners on the front end.
Gate to wire and just enough to hang on for that victory to kick off that card in Hot Springs Stakes action. When we come back to New York, the Ruthless next impressive first out winner with a big pedigree, Moonlit Drive. Start number 2 ahead.
Extra Heat leads by 4 lengths. Extra Heat in front, Major Wager on the outside of Shatselli. Extra Heat with a commanding lead inside the 8th pole. Major Wager is second, trying to make a late run on Extra Heat. Extra Heat still in front. The lead is down to 2 lengths. Major Wager is second. It's Extra Heat trying to hold on, and she does. 1 3/4 of a length.
Extra Heat, she was one of my all-time favorites. As game as they come, she was incredibly competitive, hit the board in the Breeders' Cup Sprint against the boys, and she only cost $6,500.
Well, she ran a claiming race her first time out. 2 of the game's greats, Extra Heat and Johnny I, in the same call there. And she was,
Johnny
I mean,
I.
she had one of the most remarkable records you'll ever see. And I thought one of the best races she ever ran was when she finished second behind the extremely talented Victory Ride in the test, going 7 furlongs. And she dueled like 43 and 4, and 7 was stretching it for her. She was Squirrel Squirt beater, I think. Was Squirrel Squirt Bobby Frankel's first Breeders' Cup win, I believe, is the one who ran her down in that sprint. She was amazing. Amazing.
Well, this year's edition of the Ruthless, Moonlit Drive, start number 2. She won at 18-1 first time out. We'll see what we get coming up. Here's Win and You're In, Florida bred, whose form seems to be tailing off a little bit.
I agree, and I thought her last race was not a good effort, and I wonder how far she really wants to go. I ended up picking her second here, but I don't have much confidence in her.
Next door, our Daydreaming Girl. She comes off a win to break her maiden on a wet track at Parks.
Her debut was actually a really good race and kind of a bit of a key race, but she's never really come back to it.
Volleyball Princess, Eliseo Ruiz rides.
Well, I don't know how you expect to make up the gap, even wet track or not, on the 5 last time out.
Moonlit Drive, here she is for trainer Michelle Nevin.
I think her first race was extremely good. I thought there was a bit of an advantage the inside. She made a big wide run to run down the lone speed. I think this filly could have a future, but she's going to have to get faster.
Again, her brother running in the toboggan later. Hollywood Beauty. Huge effort, wet track. Stakes win, though, at Parks last start.
Where did it come from, Greg? I mean, and also, first time for this trainer. It's not as though this trainer has big move-up stats that I can find, and it wasn't a sloppy sealed track, so you tend to think it was an aberrant effort, but maybe she's just a new horse, and maybe that effort can reproduce. I'll tell you what, she runs that race today, she's going to win.
Meanwhile, here's the favorite, exciting pedigree, but somehow she escaped at a huge price. First time out. She wins. How does she look here for start number 2 in her stakes debut coming up, Maggie?
Yeah, you're not getting that near 17-1 like you did at first time out, but I really like her, Greg. Typical Michelle Nevin horse, I thought maybe could use a start for fitness, but just possessed this really intelligent presence about her first time out. Like that very clear eye, very honest type of look to her, and she handled herself beautifully, and it was on display yet again here pre-race for this Ruthless. Only her second start, but the one difference is that she is that much more tucked up, a lot more defined overall. I really like her, and my hopes are high for her, especially against this field, collectively looking at them too, as we'll head to the rail with number 1, Win and You're In. I don't necessarily know what to think of this filly. She was bad last time. I did not like that effort whatsoever, in which she just never switched leads. It was not pretty coming down to the line there at Tampa Bay Downs. Now, they'll put on a pair of blinkers, but an incredibly small cup, so really not changing too much with her overall. She's really, really quiet and sullen in the paddock, not possessing any energy whatsoever. And while she's a decent size, I'm laying eyes on her for the first time, she's kind of awkwardly put together, and she gives me the impression, based upon her form, in that she was more advanced than many of her foes early on in her career, but now she's kind of plateaued. They've catched up with her, or she's just plain going the wrong way. As the other horse taking some attention coming in from Parks is number 5, Hollywood Beauty. I agree with Andy. What happened? Well, maybe if you pick through a little bit, you know, she only has one other dirt sprint to her name. It was her debut way back in June where she won, but a very slow figure. But a lot of times as horses turn 3, even turn 4, they just naturally get faster, you know, looking at speed figures. Maybe that's the case. Maybe it was the wet track. And I am now kind of being pushed a little bit in that thought because she looks a little bit like a wet track horse, and mainly those horses tend to be a little bit slighter in their frame, just a lighter body type, and she is. There's a lot of leg to her, not a lot through her barrel to provide substance. I don't mind her. I like her second best to Moonlit Drive in here, but again, I get the impression that that wet track may have moved her up quite a bit, Greg.
Yes.
They
It's
get better,
definitely-
but she got.
Take that performance with a grain of salt. Look, maybe she repeats it. It's hard to believe that she'll be able to reproduce it here, but you never know.
I mean, she kept some decent company, but she did no running in those races. We'll see. She's a wild card in here. Listen, I'm rooting for the Moonlit Drive in here. I think she's kind of a neat horse and like the pedigree, and I like to see Michelle do well. But she's got to, show that she can do it against more experienced horses. But I thought her effort was pretty good. Now, one thing we haven't touched on at all in this race is the lack of speed. It is shocking how little speed there is in this race. And I think it would behoove a horse like even the two, Paco Lopez is riding, by the way, back from his suspension. I mean, there's no speed, which helps the one.
Yeah, isn't this filly the speed? I mean,
the one is the speed.
Yeah.
You would think, and you would think Silvera's going to go with her. I just think this is an opportunity for somebody. Oh, it's not Paco. It's Savicci. I noticed he was named originally. And I don't think Moonlit Drive's going to be that far out of it. She was a little out of it last time, but they were going faster. There is no speed in this race. It's kind of shocking.
Now, winning your end from the rail. She was right near the lead going 5.5 furlongs earlier in her career. Now she's putting blinkers on, is drawn inside.
Oh, she's got to go. She's got to go. I agree. But there's still, she could be in front and not going very quickly.
Yeah.
And maybe it's an opportunity for somebody to be a little aggressive. You're riding the two, who's a long shot. Maybe you try to be a little aggressive.
First of 3 stakes on this Saturday card. This one for 3-year-old fillies. Moonlit Drive, stakes debut, just in start number 2, trying to remain perfect for trainer Michelle Nevin. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
And in. All set for the Ruthless. And they're off. Good speed from Volleyball Princess right out towards the front and Hollywood Beauty towards the outside. They're going to be 1-2 with Moonlit Drive. Is going to take back to third. Win and you're in. Ruben Silvera moving forward here in the red silks is now going to take fourth. And the trailer, patiently ridden, Our Daydreaming Girl, is the trailer. Volleyball Princess with a neck in front, and Hollywood Beauty is right there, is stalking this pace setter. Win and you're in through a 23.67 opening quarter mile. It's Win and you're in who's in third, is a shared third with Moonlit Drive who's right there in fourth. Still far back, Our Daydreaming Girl as they work up the backstretch and now into the far turn, less than 4 furlongs to travel. Volleyball Princess is in front, and Volleyball Princess is up by a length and a half. Moonlit Drive is now ranging up to the outside, past Hollywood Beauty, winning your in down towards the inside. They've taken second and third. Our Daydreaming Girl trying to pick it up from the back, 47-4. The half-mile time, and Volleyball Princess is getting away. A quarter mile left to go. Volleyball Princess now kicks for home and is up by 4, widening lengths, and Volleyball Princess is trying to put this one away and is. Volleyball Princess is opening up with every stride. A furlong left to go. Volleyball Princess is up by 7, 8 widening lengths. Our Daydreaming Girl is trying to complete the exacta for Linder, and it's going to be Volleyball Princess to win the Ruthless. Our Daydreaming Girl does grab second over Hollywood Beauty, who ran third in 1 minute 25 seconds flat.
Where in the world did this performance come from? Volleyball Princess, completely different filly here in start number 3.
Projected to be the slowest of the 5 in here. Very good ride by Ruiz going in front, setting a slow pace, but it's like she showed up and absolutely nobody else ran a step in this race. Sarah Bodway will be coming on in a few minutes. I actually like this horse, a great pick by her. I still can't see it, but she saw it, and she got 10-1 in a horse that won by about 10 or... This horse won by more than 10 lengths, I think.
Biggest price on the board at 10-1.
Wow. This horse ran.
Fast
race,
We may
too.
not see a bigger margin the rest of the meet.
What's this horse win by? Nah, it was about 11 or 12. We'll see bigger ones, sadly.
3-2, 5-4 finish.
Long 2 biggest prices in the second race in a row, running 1-2 in here.
Wow. Eliseo Ruiz Uelander Jr. and a daughter of Motown. Ryder dropped the crop. He didn't need it. Maybe just saying, hey, get a little less weight here. We're home free anyway.
And listen, you know, we talked about it a little bit before the race, and frankly, we were a little slow getting there, that this was a race that was devoid of speed, and we were talking about maybe the two, who obviously had no speed, was 100 behind early, that maybe somebody would take advantage of. Well, Alicio Ruiz did, and got some big dividends. So the way this horse won, I'm not sure she couldn't have come out of the gate doing a somersault, and she still would have won. I mean, this was a total
gone
blowout.
back for the riding crop and still won.
Not a thickly I mean, for these horses, she ran pretty quickly. I mean, the 4 Moonlit Drive was atrocious. I mean, nobody else really ran a step. They were second, third, and fourth by default. They didn't do any running. 1 horse ran, and 4 did not.
Volleyball Princess, first out winner at Parks. This is the New York debut. A little bit of progression, but seemingly needed a big step up to even contend here. Well, we got it, no question. Ruthless winner, impressive performance, Volleyball Princess, as we look at the odds for the 4th at Tampa Bay Downs. This one, a maiden special weight on the lawn. For 3-year-olds, going a mile and a 16th as we look at Money Love.
Yeah, Elijah Greenidge riding down there as well. This horse is not good enough.
Secret Power, we'll see next, another one at a huge price, start number 2.
There's a lot of dichotomy in this field as we go through the first 6 runners. Maybe the 6 isn't totally impossible, but these horses just don't look like contenders.
Skip to the 5, Battle Anthem for Gregory Sacco, a first-time starter.
Yeah, first-timer, but it's not a really... I mean, the Dam did run 70s on the turf. This is second full.
Hector Diaz Jr. aboard there. The 6, Mischievous Hand.
I mean, at least didn't embarrass himself, but was well behind the favorite.
Here we go. What start of what could be a huge afternoon for the now 5-time Eclipse Award-winning trainer, Chad Brown, Goncora.
Lost to a first-time starter for Chad Brown and Klarovich last time out, and we see the third-place finisher did come back to win.
At Lowell, Bill Mott runner gets Lasix.
I mean, an interesting horse and a big price right now, but it's not really a pedigree that screams turf. The third dam, second dam is closed hatches.
Shug McGahee, Hall of Famer with Night Agent, first timer of the 9.
You go back in the pedigree on this Phipps runner, like so many of their runners, there is plenty of turf pedigree.
Big name Barnes all over here. Graham Motion with Channel Side the 10.
I'm going to try to get this horse to finish second, the favorite in this race. Had a little bit of trouble in the start last time. I want to give this horse one more chance to show that he can run.
And Hypervenom on the outside at a huge number. Gets Lasix. The blinkers come off.
Seems too slow.
Minute to post here this 4th at Tampa Bay. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, we did have a little slight delay leaving the paddock as they mixed up the tack on the 7 and the 4, put Flavian Pratt's saddle on the wrong horse. So all sorted out. But as far as Flavian's mount, the 7 Goncora, as soon as he got out of the post parade, he took her right away for an aggressive solo warm-up. And last time out was beaten by her stablemate, Relative Value. And I thought, as far as U.S. debuts go, a very solid effort for he who did not break that well. Not uncommon for a horse making their U.S. debut. A little bit keen, which he did in his European debut as well, but kicked on pretty strong behind Relative Value. I think he's absolutely the horse to beat, and he looks like it as well. See what he can do second time here stateside. As far as the 8 at Lal does go, yes, there really is not a lot of turf pedigree. In fact, the second dam is closed hatches, making the dam the sister to Tacitus, Scylla, Batten Down, all of these talented, regally bred dirt horses. Doesn't look like a turf horse either. But when I did see Danny Centeno take this horse away from the pony and warm him up, he has a little bit of a knee action on him in the way that he moves, in the way that he covers the ground. And sometimes those types do take to the turf. But just looking at him standing there, I wouldn't pick him as a turf horse, but like I said, the way that he moves, I can kind of see it a little bit more. So we'll see if he can take to it, because it was a very wet track he ran on last time, but did go to the front and use that speed. The 9 Night Agent, first-time starter for Shug McGahee. The second dam was good going long, those marathon distances on the turf, and distance is certainly what this colt does want. Looks very fit and ready for debut. The only thing that threw me off a bit is that he's debuting with a cage bit or Houghton bit, pretty much the strongest bit that you'll see a thoroughbred racehorse run in. That's notable because Shug McGahee runs pretty much everything in a loose ring snaffle, which is the softest bit you'll see a horse run. So for a first-time starter to have that type of equipment, that leads me to believe he's shown a tendency to lean in or lean out, something to watch through the running of this race, Greg.
Start of what could be a very big afternoon at Tampa for Chad Brown and Flavien Prat here with the 7.
Yeah, Chad brought in the big gun and Flavien Prat down to Tampa, where he's live in a lot of spots today. I tried a 7-10 with a very tiny reverse in here, hoping the 10 is a lot better than that debut. He'll have to be.
Everyone will have to be, yeah. Goncora, first time out, the 2-5 favorite, just missed as a favorite after getting off just a step slow out of the gate in the State's debut. So start number 3 after that debut came in France. Expected to get that graduation here with the first career victory at a very short price here in race number 4. Jason Beam with the call. Here's the 4th from Tampa Bay.
Okay. On board Cafe La Paix. Battle Anthem coming forward, waiting on Mischievous Han, and Hypervenom will be all set for a start here in today's 4th race. Secret Power continues to act up there in gate 3. Mischievous Han is in, Hypervenom. Richard Mitchell to the outside draw. There in the gate. And the race is on. Etlal broke outward just a touch. Good start to the inside. Money Love flashing good early speed. Goncora trying to work over with Atlal. Mischievous Han was in tight there, and Cafe La Paix is also part of the early mix as well. It's going to be Money Love and Cafe La Paix, those two into the stretch for the first time around. Atlal, and here's Hypervenom from the outside, now up to take over 3rd. Goncora, the favorites away in 5th, about 3.5, 4 off the top. Length and a half more back to Mischievous Han in 6th. Channel Side in those pink and purple colors, 7th. Just got a little tap on the shoulder to Channel Side. Another length then back to Secret Power, who's after that. It's 2 more to the first-timer Night Agent. The early trailer is Battle Anthem, as the 10 of them covered about 13 lengths. They wheel on to the back stretch. A pair of big long shots. Cafe La Paix and Hypervenom, 23-1 for an opening quarter mile. They've pulled 3.5, 4 lengths clear now of Money Love, who's back in 3rd. A length more to Atlal, who's in 4th. Another 2.5. Goncora spots these leaders about 8 or 9 with a half mile left to go. It's a length and a half after that. Back to Mischievous Han. Channel Side moves up alongside of that one. 3 more, then back to Secret Power. Another 4 to Night Agent, and Battle Anthem still at the back. They're really strung out here as Cafe La Paix at 47-1 takes them into that far turn after a 47-1 opening half mile. It's Cafe La Paix by the 5/16 pole. The lead's out to 6 now. In the 2nd spot, Hypervenom. Atlal starts to move 3rd. Goncora now going to switch to the outside is 4th, but moving up well. And as they come to the top of the stretch, Cafe La Paix is still the target. Goncora and Atlal, they're moving 2nd and 3rd. Mischievous Han switches toward the outside. Here comes Goncora charging after Cafe La Paix. Cafe La Paix's lead is gone, and Goncora now is 2.5, 3 in front. Atlal's up to 2nd. Mischievous Han down the outside for 3rd. But welcome to town, Flavien Prat, as Goncora goes on to win it here at 1-5. Won it by 6 in the end. 2nd, Atlal. 3rd was Mischievous Han. 4th was Cafe La Paix, and 5th, Secret Power.
Expected result, Goncora. 2nd start in the States. Easy graduation for Chad Brown, Madacat Stables, and Flavien Prat's day starting off strong with some big mounts to come and graded stakes action. It's Volleyball Princess back here in New York in the Ruthless. Let's go down to Maggie.
The ruthless and emphatic style to Volleyball Princess, and please be here with winning exacta trainer Lou Linder. And Lou, Volleyball Princess, totally different tactics today, going to the lead and not taking any prisoners, and boy did she respond.
Yeah, she's maturing every day, and she just always showed that she had talent, and she showed it today.
How'd you come out with a North Carolina bred for 17 grand?
Walking past and looked, I'd seen her and stopped, asked about her, and that was her, and that's how we got her. Just liked what she looked like at the sale.
And honestly, she's a compact filly that, were you at all concerned about the 7 furlongs today?
Not really, because she trains, so like when we breeze her, she don't want to pull up. So I thought she could get it, so I wasn't too worried.
And with the 2 longest shots on the board, able to run 1-2 in this stake race, you have to be thrilled.
Very thrilled. If I can get my ticket off the wife, I'll be all right.
Love that. Congrats, Lou.
No problem. Thank you.
Might have trouble getting that ticket, guys.
I would say no shot on that. Volleyball Princess, and yeah, 1-2 finish for this barn, but Volleyball Princess, so much the best in this group. Can she keep moving forward? This was impressive.
No, I mean, it's a complete change for her and an impressive performance. We'll see. I mean, we'll see. Interested to see how the fig comes up, but I'm pretty confident it's better than any number she'd ever run before.
No question. Can we see a performance like that? Not only here in the Withers, but one of these other stops on the road to that first Saturday in May.
Well, that's the fun thing about this time of the year. You're going to see horses pop up. Some ones you'll like, some you won't like at all. But it's interesting to see these horses develop and see if they can continue to develop.
Coverage supposed to be 2 to 5. Fox Sports 2, we're going to actually kick things off up next on the Fox Sports app. So you can find us there after this break. Captain Cook coming off a huge maiden victory for the Rick Dutrow Jr. Barnes Stakes debut is coming up. Quality runner-up in the Smarty Jones with some Derby points already. We'll try and collect some more in the Withers. And Uncle Jim for one of the best barns in the sport, Brad Cox. Debut winner, making his stakes debut. It's all ahead on the road to the Derby.
Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent Graded Stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple Graded Stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. There have been a couple of changes made since you last saw us. We want to welcome everybody watching on the Fox Sports app. We're hoping to be joining you on FS2 shortly. But Sarah Al-Badwi has joined me. I've moved into Greg Wolf's spot, and you made a great pick in the last race, and I'm filling in for a host that's 1,000 times better than I am as well. So I feel like kind of a loser at this point.
I feel like we both had our chance to shine, and now maybe that time is on hiatus as we move forwards. But we'll do our best to keep things rolling here, and maybe that won't be the last winner of the day.
Well, now that you're on the show, I want to give you credit for that in case you go for the rest of the show.
Well,
I know
exactly
how that goes,
how
right?
we have to have it play out, right? Because you never know if that might be the end of it.
Yeah, well, hopefully, probably won't be the last winner you'll ever pick. Maybe even today. We're back at Oaklawn Park. Are they heading to the gate for race number 2? Are we going to the MIG? Or are we? Oh, let's go to the MIG. Hey, Richie.
I said I actually was watching you guys in the hotel room earlier. I liked watching Talking Horses. Felt like I was back at the office at Aqueduct. I miss all of you. Let's start down with towards the inside with the 2 Tango Mike, horse who really showed nothing on the stretch out last time. Just this horse caught my eye in the post parade. Got a big aggressive warm-up by Julian Leperoux. Kind of leads me to believe they're going to try to get a little more involved. And sometimes with horses that get a little far back early, they kind of lose interest. So I think their game plan is probably to get in the game a bit more. The 6 Problem Solve makes a lot of sense on the drop. There's a significant drop in class from a maiden allowance to maiden 30. Really check the boxes from a physical perspective as well, as most of the Brad Cox runners do. And then the 7 horses who will ultimately be my top selection. That is Ragnow from the Keith DeZormo barn, and this horse ships up from Keith's Fairgrounds base, and another one that got a huge warm-up. I think the race 2 back on a fast track at Fairgrounds would make this horse very competitive. And once again, guys, I'm going to reiterate, I think you want to be forward on this racetrack. I just think it's an advantage to get your position going forward the way this track is playing.
More and more, I see the MIG getting some mounts at Oaklawn before he leaves Hot Springs. I agree with him on the number 7, Ragnow. What do you do with the 6, the drop down for Brad Cox?
It's tough because he was over a wet surface last time out, but with these types of class droppers for Brad Cox, don't you think if this horse was really carrying some steam into this race, he'd be shorter than 7-2? I know that could change by the time the gates open, but this is a very tepid type of favorite for this type of move for this trainer, so that's not necessarily a good sign for me. He was facing some good horses in the last start. American Promise, Publisher, both had trips in the Southwest that prevented them from perhaps running a better race than they could have. But I don't know. This is kind of a give up, and he's not really being bet like he overwhelms this field.
Well, I agree with what you're saying. I mean, listen, obviously from a speed figure standpoint, he doesn't overwhelm the field, but I agree with what you're saying. It just feels like the board usually reflects when Brad's horse, particularly live, and I don't have a lot of confidence. Brad has high percentage with his maiden special weight to maiden claim or drop downs in the dirt, but a low ROI because they take so much money, and case in point, now this horse not getting bet that much. Like Richie, I prefer the 7 Ragnow. Where would you go in here?
I like the 2 a little bit. Favored first time out, broke slow, no running last time, but he's getting a major class drop here.
I was surprised that Kenny ran this horse back, and I don't disagree. He could run better, but I was surprised he ran the horse back going long. I thought he might switch the horse to a sprint last time. We'll see what happens as they're loading in the gate for race number 2 at Oaklawn Park. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
His post position number 5, working with him. They're also working with Viney, who went into the gate then backed away. They're working with Viney to go into the gate. Viney's in. Computing Champ to post position number 4. Arjun for Cars is in. Mintastic, one back. Stonington. Stonington goes into the gate. We're ready to go. And they're off. Tango Mike off slowly from post position 2. Good beginning from Viney, who's on the lead today. Arjun for Cars moves up to come and challenge on the inside. Nothing But Air is not far off in a tight spot, but Nothing But Air is going to move through on the inside to come and challenge the front running pace, which is contentious. Nothing But Air, Arjun for Cars, and Viney stretched across the track. Mintastic getting over to the rail, runs in 4th right off that leading trio, placed well. He's about 5 lengths ahead of Noble Rain and Stonington. They're next in the field. Problem solved. The gray Ragnow, and between them is Computing Champ down the back stretch. Tango Mike at the back has to pass them all and has at least a dozen lengths to make up as they head down the back stretch here. Nothing But Air, the pacemaker today, a length in front. Arjun for Cars backs away in 2nd. Mintastic 3rd. Viney loses position rapidly, is in the 5th spot while continuing to lose ground. Stonington adding the blinkers today, runs between horses, now is 4th, only a length and a half off the lead as they're packed up. Ragnow, the gray's getting closer. Problem solved between horses, shaken up going into the turn. Then comes Noble Rain to his inside. Tango Mike and Computing Champ at the back. Computing Champ in the meantime had to steady sharply while trying to make a move, went in tight. Tango Mike's coming on the between horses here. Tango Mike's making a nice move as they round the 4th turn. This race will end at the 16th pole. Stonington has opened up. He tries to give the field the slip right now, and Stonington's on top by 2. Mintastic is 2nd. Tango Mike continues a rally down the center of the track, and here comes Tango Mike and Julian Leperoux coming up to Stonetastic. Tango Mike outside with a head in front now, and it's going to be Tango Mike to score. Stonington was 2nd, Mintastic 3rd, and Problem Solved was 4th.
Nice call, Sarah, with Tango Mike getting it done. It felt like the 6 was making a run, but he flattened out. But not Tango Mike. Kenny McPeak was right to run him back going long, and he was a relatively easy winner here over the long shot Stonington, who, I don't know about you, I didn't think the horse was the speed, and I didn't think the horse was good enough.
I mean, we saw a couple of shorter price horses with especially the 7 not really show up and run his race. I think that Tango Mike just kind of followed the move of the number 6 for Brad Cox, problem solved, and that ended up being a winning move for him.
Yeah, as the 6 moving prematurely, and Leperoux was much more patient, as he often is. Always happy to see Julian get the win. He's having a terrific meet. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with race number 4, kicking off the Pick 6 here at the Big A. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. Well, we're covering Aqueduct, we're covering Tampa, and we're covering Oaklawn. The action is fast and furious. Sarah Obadwi joining me, Andy Serling on the desk here. Fortunately for you, Greg will be back a little after 3, but we've got a lot of races to cover and a lot of stakes coming up as well.
And plenty of talent all across those different tracks that we've mentioned, where we have Acacia Clement over at Tampa, Richard Migliori covering Oaklawn. So plenty to join us here with their thoughts and opinions as we go throughout what's going to become a competitive card here once we get through the next few.
Looking forward to see the Withers, to see some points there. Obviously some other races out of town. That Toboggan's a terrific race, but the race of the week, the one we're talking about, is the Withers. And listen, I mean, you look at the field and it's hard to believe you got the Derby winner in there. We did see the Preakness winner win this race, however, Sarah, just 2 years ago.
He is the last Grade 1 winner to win the Withers to go on to win a Grade 1. But if you look over the history of this race, we have seen a lot of quality horses. And even if the Kentucky Derby isn't the one, there could be something on the horizon for some of these.
Well, this horse, Captain Cook, I don't know whether or not he has a big future going long, and I think it's a good time early in his career for Rick Dutrow to find that out. But I think he's got a future somewhere. This was a very impressive maiden win the slop last time out. You want to see him do it on a dry track. You want to see him bounce back from that maiden win. But a lot of money paid for this horse in the dispersal of the Mary Lou Whitney horses after the unfortunate early death of John Hendrickson.
He was bet like he was going to deliver this kind of performance. He was forward in this race. He improved from his first start to his second, even though his first race wasn't that terrible either out of town. So certainly has some ability, just a matter of whether or not he's going to handle the mile and an eighth and potentially some other front runners.
Yeah, I think he's going to be sort of stalking Uncle Jim and be forward, but he's really got a pedigree that is somewhat leaning to sprint, but horses outrun their pedigrees all the time. An interesting race as well with Mo Quality coming in from Oaklawn, where he finished second to Smarty Jones, but a lot more action to come. We've got races 4 through 9 at Aqueduct, including Toboggan and Withers. We've got the last 8 at Oaklawn Park, and we've still got action coming up 5 through 10 at Tampa, including 2 on the 2 turf stakes, the Endeavor and the Tampa Bay. And Flavien Prat, who already has a winner, is down there to ride for Chad Brown in what might be a pretty strong afternoon for both of those guys after both of them won the Eclipse Awards, and deservedly so, last weekend. Make all your bets through Naira Bets, $200 deposit match bonus. Use the promo code BONUS200 and you'll earn that $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, through Naira Bets. I want to say the horses are on the track now for the race number 4 here. This was the only race that was really affected by scratches. An outlier scratched out of the Toboggan. But this race, scratched down to 4 horses, will go down to Maggie Wolfendale, another member of our team. We're covering a lot of ground today with some thoughts on today's 4th.
And we'll take a look here at the rail runner. Who is your favorite dropping in class? Is Poseidon's Mist for Chris Engelhardt. After being eased, she was hard pressed to get to the lead, and after doing so, heading into the turn, she dropped back sharply along the rail last time out in that starter allowance. Now, she's not a favorite that I can necessarily recommend given her appearance. Has that long drab winter coat to her. Overall, just made the least favorable impression, but there's no doubt about it. If you can get past that last effort, she is one that she makes a lot of sense, because other than those times where it hasn't gone well for her, she's been fairly consistent as of late, especially for this level, getting to the 16 tag. Now, I'm just going to take a stab with a horse who I know is pretty tough to make on paper. I get it. That's number 6, Mysaria. But she's now 3rd off of a layoff, and point blank, she just looks best. Katie Davis really warming her up aggressively, so look for her to be forward in here. And Katie wrote her last time. I heard her, overheard her talking to Connection, saying she doesn't like to switch leads. So it's kind of like Katie has it in her mind to maybe try to get her to do that, to get her out and involved early, as opposed to where she was placed early on in her last effort. So like I said, Katie has kept her moving. Andy, I'm going to take a stab with the longest shot on the board, and I mean, if the Ruthless is anything to go by, it's not a bad thing taking some prices today.
Thanks a lot, Maggie. I think I picked this horse last time, actually, and didn't do much running in that race. I don't know, Sarah. You like the 4, I like the 1, and I think you're thinking the 4 can wire the field.
That's the hope. A horse that has been aggressively ridden over her last couple of races. Jose Lezcano did get the victory with her with an aggressive forward ride 2 starts ago. That's really where I'm going with her, because there just isn't a ton of recent form for the rest of this field. Compact, but really anyone could just show up on the day.
No, I agree. This is not a race to take a big stand against anybody, regardless of their price. Little surprised the 3 is as short a price she is, but, we'll see. Not impossible, obviously. As they're heading in the gate for race number 4, Chris Griffin has the call.
Mysaria. Last to load to the outside. Start of the pick 6. Mysaria. Moving forward. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Mysaria right out to the front, has the early speed, and there is Poseidon's Mist. Ready to challenge, and Poseidon's Mist now with the neck in front. Mysaria is back to a half length in behind in second. Dashing Della. Tight hold here. Jose Lezcano, center of the racetrack. Blue cap. Really wants to go, but is now the trailer. Just gets passed by Our Funny Business as they move up the backstretch. The leader, Poseidon's Mist. Poseidon's Mist is in front. Mysaria is still tracking from second. At the rail tightly, Our Funny Business. Dashing Della has just really been tugging there at Liscano. Really wants to roll. Is back there in fourth, still 2.5 off the lead with less than 4 furlongs to go. 24 seconds flat. For the opening quarter mile, they're chasing Poseidon's Mist and Manny Franco. Poseidon's Mist is now extending the margin just a touch, a length and a half, almost 2. And here comes the run from Dashing Della out wider. Under a drive, at the rail, Our Funny Business. Poseidon's Mist has taken them all the way so far, 48-1. For that half-mile time, Dashing Della has wanted to go, now gets cut loose here by Jose Liscano, center of the racetrack in full pursuit. Poseidon's Mist, though, has more. Poseidon's Mist just shrugged off the challenge there from Dashing Della, who's fully in pursuit, but Poseidon's Mist has not stopped yet, has a furlong left to go, and Our Funny Business is now taken second. Our Funny Business means business. Our Funny Business now rolling here. It's Poseidon's Mist trying to hold on, but Our Funny Business up in time. Our Funny Business wins it, just rolled right by Poseidon's Mist, Dashing Della, and Mysaria in 1 minute 19.46 seconds.
Well, Our Funny Business, all you had to do was just take the one horse that none of the 3 people on here picked, and you got Our Funny Business home. A nice trip and a very nice ride from Louis Rivera, who continues to be under the radar, saving all the ground and angling out. But I got to tell you something, Sarah. This is an embarrassing loss for Poseidon's Mist.
It is. You can't have it easier on the front end than that for a horse that hadn't really necessarily shown that kind of speed in the past to have that all-out lead. I get that these were horses that she could be competitive against, dropping to the lowest level of her career. The run was brief and anywhere near good enough from Dashing Della, who was really kept far back early.
It was a strange ride on Dancing Della, and you said to me watching it, you wondered if it was in trainer instructions. The problem is you make that move, you're moving into a slow pace. But I got to tell you, Manny Franco couldn't have done anything differently to get the one home. If she couldn't win with this trip, she wasn't winning. And I picked her, and she was 6-5, and she has absolutely no excuse but a nice win for Our Funny Business. Jesus Romero and Louis Rivera, like seeing Louis do well, gets the money in race number 4. Kicking off the pick 6 at 3-1 is the third choice in the race. Well, we've got people everywhere. We've got the Mig at Oaklawn. We've got Acacia down at Tampa. We've also got Jonathan Kinchin, who's somewhere. I have no idea where he is. Wherever he is, who do you like in the Withers, Jonathan?
Well, look, I got to tell you this, Andy. I heard you had some train trouble this morning, so I'm very glad that I dodged that, not being in New York. You know the train stuff, it stresses me out. I start calling you and blowing up your phone. I'm excited about the Withers because, look, one of the great parts of our game is the 3-year-old chase for the Kentucky Derby. It's exciting because there's no we'll get them next year. It doesn't matter what happens. There's no redos. And I think that always adds a little bit of excitement. So while you're probably right, I don't see the Derby winner in here. You never know. I didn't see Rich Strike. I didn't see Mystic Dan either. So I think that anytime you get these 3-year-olds in the gate, there's just that level of, is this the one? You know, and is this the one that could go on to win the Derby? But for the connections, for the trainers, for the riders, is this the horse that takes me to the Kentucky Derby? And I think that's why these 3-year-old races are so much fun. I'm excited to see Captain Cook. I'm excited for this Withers. And you never know, Andy. I've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah, it's a fun time of the year to see these horses and some of them improve and find out more and more about them. And I think we will get some answers, some questions in the Withers. Horses that probably need to step forward, but it's early and there's plenty of time as horses are nearing the gate for race number 5 at Tampa. Do we have Acacia helping us for this one, or did we gave her the race off? Any thoughts on the 5th here at Tampa?
I think the wagering seems to be pretty spot on at this time because you have the number 8, Oops Haha, who's coming in first off the claim here. And actually some pretty good stats for this trainer first off the claim for Richard Silliman. Just 20%, 53% of the money, a little bit below the $2 ROI, 198 past 5 years. I like this horse cutting back slightly from the 7 furlongs last time out and can be forward, ran well forward without making the lead last time, but I would go towards the 11, a horse that is coming off a little bit of refreshing.
That's what worries me.
We haven't seen her since April, always a concern. She should benefit from some pace, and that's Macho Girl, but Time for Me Yes does have the pace projector saying that this is going to be an honest pace early on.
They have the 5 and 7 moving up front with the 11 and 12 sitting 3rd and 4th. I agree with you on the 11, and my problem is you've got a horse that's coming off of a 9+ month layoff and making a significant drop down as well. she can win. I also thought the 12 was dangerous, a horse who has speed. I know she comes off a win, got a second-place finish, and she obviously doesn't have a particularly special record, but I thought she was in a good position to stalk. I'd prefer the 12 a little to the 11. I think 8-5 on the 8's a little bit low.
Yeah, especially because there's supposed to be some other speed in here. And I will at least say for the 11 Macho Girl, she did break her maiden for 16. So this is kind of a logical place to go next. But you're right, to lay off a concern.
And running for 20,000 the turf, she's running the bottom level races there. So it's not as though she had anywhere else to go. I think those are valid points. Is coming off a layoff. They're almost in the gate. Jason Beam with a call, the 5th from Tampa.
Change order coming up and in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a very good line. Macho Girl toward the outside. Syllabus from out of the pack flashing some early speed. And here's Keep in Touch in the yellow colors. And Keep in Touch all the way up to poke ahead in front of Syllabus, Macho Girl. St. Joe Jets down at the fence, part of that front vanguard as well. Change Order is running along 5th in the lime cap, about 3.5 off the top. It's 2 more then back to final episode. Oops, haha, the favorite is running in behind Crystal Rain and just got a tap on the shoulder to go on with it. There's 3 of them lined up at the back, Maya C, Almapura, and Pisidia Chanel. Keep in Touch through an opening quarter in 22 3/5 seconds. A lineup of 4 just in behind. Macho Girl, Change Order, they're now 2nd and 3rd. St. Joe Jet 4th to the fence. Syllabus starts to drop back a little bit, is 5th and about 4.5 behind. Oops, haha, trying to march forward is 6th, but still about 7 lengths behind. Keep in Touch. Keep in Touch brings him around to the top of the stretch. Change Order up on the outside is 2nd. Macho Girl 3rd. St. Joe Jet continues on down toward the fence. Keep in Touch is still the leader. It's Keep in Touch coming to the furlong grounds. Kicks away by 2. St. Joe Jet tries to move toward the outside now. Change Order down the far outside. Keep in Touch trying to make a final 100 yards. St. Joe Jet getting closer along with Change Order, though. Here's St. Joe Jet and Change Order. They go by. St. Joe Jet going to go on to win it here for Sammy Camacho. Change Order was 2nd. Keep in Touch 3rd. Oops, haha, had to settle for 4th.
Perfect trip for St. Joe Jet, getting it done. A little bit of a hangaroo from the number 12 Change Order, who was 2nd. But St. Joe Jet, Sarah, you're a lot smarter than me if you like this horse.
Me as well. But though this horse did take a little bit of money late, ended up going off at I think around 6-1. So somebody knew something and was a little bit smarter than both of us. And the 5 hung around as well after setting the pace, and it just did not seem as though pace materialized as much as I thought it would.
No, there was no movement whatsoever behind. I think the 8 finished 4th as the favors. We turn our attention now to race number 3 at Oaklawn. We giving the MIG this race off as well? Don't know where you're going here, and Sarah in this race. We'll take a look at the post praise. They turn around. I kind of prefer the 5. Here's the 1, Perfect Magic, Steve Asmussen and Eric Asmussen.
Well, he is coming out of 2 decent races, finishing behind Kale's Angel, who seems to be an okay sprinter. Peter
The
Miller.
number 2 is Thunderhawk, Rafael Bejarano riding for Peter Urton.
Did win 2 starts ago. Synthetic Try, maybe a toss-out effort, gets back to dirt.
Turning back in distance for Jimmy DeVito is Baby Boat and Ramon Vasquez.
I like this horse a little bit. 3-year-old debut. Think there's some excuses for the route race.
Number 4, Most Likely, Mark Casse trying the dirt for the first time.
Can't really rule out anything Mark Casse is sending out, especially at Oaklawn, though this horse is making a surface switch.
The number 5, Big Razi.
Plenty of experience, 4 wins from 8 starts. Needs to turn the tables on that last race.
Could be the speed. The 6, Hola Joey, rounds out the field, looking to duplicate that last winning effort.
Big number, big improvement, winning with that 71 buyer last time out, and seemed to be finishing full of energy.
I should have known better to suggest that the MIG would be taking a race off. Richie, you never take a race off. What do you see in today's 3rd?
A real competitive race. We'll start with the 1 horse, Perfect Magic, breaking from the rail. This horse ran big in the Renaissance, was just run down by Kale's Angel. Kale's Angel, a 2-time stakes winner at the meet now. The one concern you would have, though, is, right, this is a pretty short turnaround. That was January 18th. Here we are February 1st. And that was a hard race on him. But looking at him from a physical perspective, he's carrying great weight. He's got a great energy level. You know, sometimes you'll see a horse kind of react to that hard race and they draw up a little bit and they're just not all there. Well, I'm not seeing any of that with Perfect Magic, and probably why Steve Asmussen said, you know, let's run him right back, because he just looks like he's in fine fettle. The 5 horse, Big Razzie, I do think he could be the main speed. I know there's more urgency on the 1, Perfect Magic, because of that rail position. But this horse was really full of himself. He got up in the air in the post raid. He has not taken a walk step since he hit the track. He just continually bouncing, flagging his tail a bit. He's just full of himself, and I think when a horse is acting like that, they tend to show their speed. And then the outside horse, the 6, Ola Joey, this is a horse that could maybe trip out. Now, I was of the opinion, especially after the first race, that, we had a track very similar to yesterday. Too early to make those judgments, and probably a mistake to do so, because we saw a horse come from well back after breaking slowly, win the second race. But this horse might trip out. If the 1 Perfect Magic and the 5 Big Razzie hook up, isn't he the horse that might be the beneficiary, particularly with that outside post, making a real nice impression on the racetrack, too? And, guys, just to show you, give you a little bit of an idea, at Oaklawn Park, you have a couple of Kentucky breds in here, an Ontario bred, a Louisiana bred, a Florida bred. Horses come from everywhere to compete here.
Thanks, Richie. I think Sarah and I, if the 1 and 5 who do feel like they're forwardly placed, if the speed comes back, I think both you and I think Baby Boat might be the one that comes calling.
I know that this horse is cutting back in distance from a stakes try at Churchill Downs where he did no running as a 2-year-old, and he was a big price that day. But if you look at the 2 sprint races, thinking that this horse could have routine improvement now as a 3-year-old, clearly this horse has handled some sprint distances in different fashions as well, being a little bit more forward in the debut, being a little bit more patient in that next start. And if the horse takes a step forward now, I think that this one's a fair enough price.
It's interesting.
Well,
His trainer, Jimmy DeVito, does not have particularly good numbers cutting back from sprint routes to sprints. He's just 4 for 43 with an 83% ROI, but you and I were talking off camera. He's not so much a router turning back. He took a shot as a long shot in a big stake race, and now he's getting him back to what he probably wants to do.
Right, exactly. And the prices are constantly changing here on this tote board, though it seems as though number 1, Perfect Magic, has settled on favoritism. And I guess from the company that he's been keeping, that makes complete sense in here, because he's run well against some horses that potentially had some Triple Crown hopes, and maybe Innovator still does. But Kale's Angel is a decent sprinter for Peter Miller.
Wayne Lucas horses always have Triple Crown hope. Wayne's going to be trying as hard as he can.
Until the day before.
And we'll see how it plays out. I thought the 6 Hola Joey took advantage of a pace that completely collapsed last time out, so I didn't really like his chances.
Yeah, I think he would need things to really heat up on the front end. I thought that he ran very well given the context and the dynamics of that race, but he was in line with what was happening in front of him, so it might look like a nice number and a good performance from him, and not saying it wasn't, but I just don't see the same thing necessarily setting up for him in this spot with some horses that have faced some better horses than he has over his first 2 starts.
And most of the horses that have come back out of his last race have not run particularly well in subsequent starts. Most likely is trying the dirt for the first time. I looked at some stats on trainer Mark Cassie. Synthetic to dirt off a maiden win. It's a small sample size. He's just 1 for 11 with 3 hitting the board and a 35% ROI. And in sprints, he's 0 for 7 with only 1 hitting the board, and 4 of them were short prices. So it's not a big sample size, but it's something that Mark has tried and in general had no success with.
And it's not as though they started 1 or 2 times on synthetic or turf and then made that switch to dirt to perhaps indicate that that's a move that he wanted all along. After the horse had had a couple of races for experience, they stuck with those other surfaces for some time. So it seems as though there was intent to have him do well on either the turf or synthetic up at Woodbine. From the dam side pedigree, it's not as though this horse couldn't handle the dirt, but it's not as though anything is screaming that this horse has been on the wrong surfaces prior to this race.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I think of the speeds, I prefer the 5. But probably if I had put a gun to my head, I'll take the 3. How about you, Sarah?
That's where I would go as well. I like this horse coming into this spot and think that he just makes a lot of sense to step forward as a 3-year-old.
All righty, let's get the call. Race number 3, Matt Dinnerman.
Still working with most likely for trainer Mark Cass, who's had a very good beat here so far. Most likely goes in. 2 back, Big Rossi. Abel Ramirez Rodriguez, your trainer, also one with a good meet. And Ola Joey to the outside post. We're ready to go. And Leroff. most likely leapt in the air just slightly coming out of the gate and is towards the back of the field here. Big Rossi on the lead with Perfect Magic. These two stride together as they head down the backstretch. Thunderhawk runs in the third position, then a line of three. Ola Joey on the far outside, most likely between horses, and Baby Boat inside of that pair as they head down the backstretch. Perfect Magic coming out of the Renaissance Stakes, clears off approaching the far turn run, a length in front now of Big Rossi, who's shown more rain to get going in that second position, now being swarmed on both sides here. Most likely in the three path, Thunderhawk is inside of him. Ola Joey's trying to make a wide rally as Big Rossi gives way, and Baby Boat trying to produce a bit on the outside coming from last. He's making a move as they round the far turn and approach the top of the lane. Perfect Magic doing it well under Eric Asmussen. On the outside, Ola Joey's making a big run, though, to come and challenge that front runner, and these two sprint in the final 3/16. Perfect Magic has something for the final furlong. Ola Joey alongside trying to reel him in. He's got a shot. Ola Joey on the outside of Perfect Magic. Ola Joey going to the lead. Now Thunderhawk's diving after Ola Joey. Ola Joey and Thunderhawk to the finish together, and Ola Joey does it. Ola Joey over Thunderhawk, who ran well in defeat. Perfect Magic faded to third. Baby Boat was fourth.
$3,000 two-year-old purchase is now made over $100,000. Second win in a row. I didn't like him, Sarah, but this horse, Ola Joey, gets it done, wearing down Perfect Magic.
And he was able to sit a little bit closer as well and keep himself in contact with the front runners of this race. I think that made a big difference because he just seemed very comfortable heading into the stretch and like there was a lot of horse to give. And kudos to the long shot Thunderhawk rallying up the rail in here, but he just seemed very in control, and he wasn't as much of a long shot as Ola Joey.
Seems like the horses that have tried to get up on the inside at Oaklawn, at least in recent races, haven't been able to get it done. A little 6-2-1 in race number 3. At 6 furlongs at Oaklawn, there's so much more action to come. Plenty of stake races, road to the Triple Crown. The action continues when we come back on America's Day at the Races. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, where the action is fast and furious, much like apparently it is at Grand Central Station. We're brought to you in part by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NyraBets.com or download the NyraBets app to get started. Go back a couple of races. The third race, the first of 3 stakes here, the Ruthless, and a horse you liked, Sarah, Volleyball Princess. A very good ride by Alicia Ruiz going the front end, but I don't think it mattered, as 1 horse showed up and 4 did not.
I like this horse going in, as you mentioned. I was not anticipating this kind of performance, but I was feeling pretty confident when she was able to establish the lead in here, and she just kept finding, because nobody really making that much of a dent in the insurmountable lead that she had established. And I was listening to what you were saying before I came on, that this will be her best number as of yet in her career.
Yes, it will. Whether or not it's her best number going forward remains to be seen. And you don't get the chance to say this a lot, but this North Carolina bred Volleyball Princess made easy work of the field in the Ruthless, getting it done for trainer Louis Linder and Alicia Ruiz, who gave a very good ride going to the front end, a blowout winner. I'm predicting that the stake races are going to be a little bit more competitive in our 6th and 7th race. And I got to tell you something, we're looking forward to the Withers, the prep race, the 3-year-old prep race, but I thought the Toboggan came up an excellent race.
I agree completely. We have a lot of hard-knocking older horses within that field, all of them within that field, also a legitimate chance to make their case to go on to win. You could make a solid case for anybody within that short field.
See what happens in race number 6, but we did have a nice win by Volleyball Princess to get it done in our Ruthless at 10-1, as we're going to close out the pick 5 in race number 5, where I'm assuming the favorite is Dynamite and Diamonds, 9-5 right now, Sarah.
She's just been facing better company relative to the rest of the horses in this field. She's a deserving short-priced favorite in here, just based on what everybody else has done on the racetrack as of yet.
I completely agree. I don't think you want to be overly confident with horses at this level, but Dynamite and Diamond's a better horse than she may even look on paper. Dropping down here as we head over to Jonathan Kinchin to see his thoughts.
Yeah, Andy, I'll take the 2-1 right now. I mean, it's one of those races where when you're looking at it, you want to try to find something creative, because you have a horse like Dynamite and Diamonds who, doesn't make you warm and fuzzy, right? You're getting beaten 10, beaten 11, beaten 13. But if you look through the rest of this field, this horse is just better than these other horses, which I think goes a long way. I'm going to run through a couple here. We're hot and heavy. I'm going to go to Tampa Bay Downs. I like Ocean Club. It just feels to me that this is a horse that is tactical, drawn well. I think Jack Sisterson does an outstanding job. I think you should get an okay price here. And then on to Oaklawn. Look, if I'm the 5, Air Castle is who I had in race 4 there. Another one who on paper just looks like he's better than she is, better than who she's facing. And I'll go with the 5, Air Castle. So the 5 here at Aqueduct. We'll go with the 9 at Tampa and the 5 back at Oaklawn.
All right. Thanks a lot, Jonathan. If the Ocean Horse wins, I'm out in there. I like the 6, Breath Away. We're looking forward to that stake coming up. The Endeavor just about a dozen minutes away. We're going to take a quick break, and we're about 5 minutes out from race number 5. Flavien Prat, he's very live, riding for Chad Brown down at Tampa.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin, to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Gunrunner is the sire of 13 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gun Pilot, Vava, Breeders' Cup Classic champion Sierra Leone, champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknife, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, track record setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and Classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets Cross Country Pick 5. You got bookend stakes, the turf stakes at Tampa. You start with the Endeavor. We come right back with the Toboggan here, race number 6, the 5th and 6th at Oaklawn, and close it out in the grass again, the stake, the 9th at Tampa. So the 6th, the 9th, that Cross Country Pick 5, covering fields from all over the place. The Endeavor, camp an interesting race. Saffron Moon off the layoff, though, is the favorite. Chad Brown and Flavian Pratt.
This horse can win and has certainly been consistent over her last couple of races, but she's also taken an awful lot of money to go off as the favorite in each of those starts as well. And there are some horses in this field that have much better credentials than she does based on what they've done so far, who they faced, the kinds of graded stakes that they've been in. She can win this race. She's not for me as your favorite.
Yeah, she's obviously a bit star-crossed. She has a lot of talent, but she has trouble staying on the grounds. I like Brett the Way in here, who's had some big wide trips and I thought was dangerous. I liked her chances. I think both Clement horses are dangerous. You thought a long shot Be My Sunshine a little bit interesting.
Yeah, she has to get back to some of her form around this time last year, but I thought that her race coming into that Swanee River, when you first look at it, 7th, not necessarily promising, but she was only beaten 2 lengths by the end of it. Be Your Best has certainly turned into a new animal since joining the Saffie Joseph Jr. barn, so I think that that was a good starting point for her, and she did finish 2nd in this race last year to Walkathon, who absolutely just walked on the front end.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. I did not agree with Jonathan. I don't like Ocean Club at all. That horse has had dream trips, in my opinion, is going to face much more speed in today's race. Horses are on the track for race number 5 as they're actually heading to the gate. We're just a couple minutes away. Both you and I like the favorite, the 5. The post parade. Are we showing the post parade here? Yes, the number 1, Broken Zipper, a first-time starter, Melanie Givens and Romero Mirage goes by.
We were already up to Rye on the Rocks. They're running away
Rye on the
from us
Rocks.
here.
Mark Hennig and Christopher Elliott.
Yeah, getting Lasix for the first time needs to improve significantly.
Race number 5, Dynamite and Diamonds.
The horse to beat based on who she's faced so far. I hope that she has some forward position and ends up being best of the rest.
Put it on the front, wire to wire. The 6 is scratched.
The 6 is not scratched.
6 is not scratched, guys. 6 is not scratched.
Nope, 6 is still running Royal Event. Blinkers do come off.
And the 7, Evelyn's War.
Big price, blinkers do go on. This one has done absolutely no running so far, but maybe things can change around today in this spot with the addition of some blinkers and maybe getting a little bit more forward position, because I got to tell you, there's not a lot of form that we've seen so far to really sink your teeth into.
And I think if you look at the 5, more you look at her, and obviously she's no superstar, but her last race, I think it's a better race than it suggests, with a lot of horses coming back and running better figures both prior and afterwards. And I think she's the kind of horse that probably runs around a 40-something buyer here, which might make her too much for this field.
I think that that could easily win this race, because you need to see somebody really step up and show something that they haven't as of yet, or perhaps we get something from the first-time starter drawn down towards the rail, Broken Zipper, but it is more of a turf-leaning type of pedigree. The works aren't necessarily jumping off the page, though. They may not have to at this level, and maybe a fresh face could just be the one. But I'm with you. Dynamite and Diamonds just seems to overlay this field if she runs a race.
And after a couple of long shots in races 2 and 3, hope you're alive in this pick 5, which closes here, but also the late pick 5 starts here. So looking at the late pick 5, I might take a shot and single the 5 here. Who would you use if you had to go down to 2 or 3 going through it a little bit as they head to the gate? What would you do going forward in this pick 5?
I think that the Toboggan is ultra competitive, but I would really lean on Coastal Mission in there. I think he's just better than what he's facing. I'd spread a little.
He's better than he looks.
Yeah, I've heard that from the Daily Racing Forum. Withers, gotta use a couple in there. I really like Global Steve on top, but I think that Mo Quality and Captain Cook need to be on the ticket. Really competitive race in the 8th. I'd want some coverage in there. Proudfoot is my top pick. She's a little edgy, would be in there as well as Golden Degree. And then to close things out, I'd use the 2 short prices, Portos, Bold Victory, and throw in Because the Night just because I think he could be a little bit more forward than those 2.
We'll see what happens as the horses are heading to the gate, but like you, I think the 5, Dynamite and Diamonds, clean break. Ruben Severa needs to go right to the front and might prove tough to catch, but you are talking about an 8 to 5 shot in here. A lot of money for the 2, Ira. I couldn't find any reason based on this horse's races, and I tried.
I think it's Sahin Savachi that we're supposed to like.
You think he's taking money now? We'll see if that's the case. They're heading to the gate. They're also on the track for the Endeavor at Tampa Bay as well, but they're heading into the gate for this race. I see they're trying to get the 3 Looking to Rock into the gate, looking to bounce back off the last effort.
The race 2 back was okay. What happened last time? I know it was the same number, but just did no running.
Just 7 days ago. Going to the gate for race number 5. Let's get the call from Chris Griffin.
Diamonds is next. 2 out. Royal Event. Luis Rivera Jr. just won the last there. Royal Event goes in. And Evelyn's War. Hesitating. Royal Event goes in. Evelyn's War. Via Pino. Getting set to go in. Just sorting out Royal Event. Evelyn's War is in. All set. And they're off. Bit of a bobble there for Rye on the Rocks at the start. Dynamite and Diamonds has early speed. Dynamite and Diamonds and Asa Ira is towards the inside, and they're going to be the top 2. Just off of them, Looking to Rock is now passed towards the far outside from Royal Event and Evelyn's War. They've secured 3rd and 4th. Back there in 5th is Looking to Rock. Then Rye on the Rocks is losing ground quickly here as they come out of the chute. It's going to be the trailer behind Broken Zipper. Dynamite and Diamonds has 4 momentum, went 24.33. for the opening quarter mile. Asa Ira is towards the inside here as a neck back in 2nd, starts the challenge, wants to hold the rail position. Just off of them, Royal Event and Evelyn's War still 3rd and 4th. Quick move here from Broken Zipper and Romero Mirage. They've taken 5th, just past. Looking to Rock and far, far back. Well out of it now is Rye on the Rocks is already now 15 lengths the trailer as they've got less than 4 furlongs left to go. Asa Ira has taken the lead. It's Asa Ira who's up by 3/4 of a length, now a full length, and underdrive is Dynamite and Diamonds trying to keep up. At the rail, Broken Zipper just continues to make up ground, and Broken Zipper is now challenging for 2nd, is coming after the leader. Asa Ira went 48.75 for the half-mile time. Asa Ira is now set for home, has a quarter mile left to go, and it's Asa Ira at the top of the stretch, is still well in front. Broken Zipper continues to give game chase. Looking to Rock is down towards the inside. The rest have to pick it up, but Asa Ira has such a cushion. It's Asa Ira who approaches that final furlong. Looking to Rock is building some momentum. The leader is tiring. Asa Ira is looking for the line as here comes the run from Looking to Rock, and Looking to Rock is not without a chance. A 16th left to go. Asa Ira is spent, and Looking to Rock is going to push on by. Looking to Rock, Jose Lescano. They get the victory. Asa Ira held 2nd, then Broken Zipper and Royal Event in 1 minute 44.20 seconds.
Looked like the money was smart with Asa Ira, who looked to be on the way to an easy victory. The firster made a bit of a run, Sarah, but Chris Griffin picked up on it. He could see that the winner was stopping, and the number 3, Looking to Rock, Jose Lescano and Amira Shashakli, ran her down.
Good call by Chris Griffin, noticing those things happening in front of him, because it seemed as though Broken Zipper, the number 1 horse, after braking slowly, was progressing towards the inside and going to do something in here. Your horse on the lead here is getting awfully leg weary, and now it's just very clear that Looking to Rock is going to be able to run this one down. I didn't love Asa Ira, but Looking to Rock able to rebound very well.
They're heading over the gate for race number 6, the Endeavor in Tampa. Let's get more from Acacia Clement.
And Andy, I do think that a lot of this race will come down to who gets the best trip, because a lot of these fillies do look to be pretty evenly matched, as Chad Brown does send out 2. And of the 2, your current favorite is Saffron Moon, who I prefer physically of the 2 of them, which is a little bit of a surprise to me because I haven't seen her since 2023 because she only ran once in 2024. It's been tough to keep her on the racetrack. Last time I saw her was August of that 2023 year when she was off yet another layoff, and she just did not look fit that day. She was carrying excess conditioning, just maybe not looking the best. Today, she looks incredibly fit off the bench. She was very sharp as well. She was dragging her groom around the paddock. We already saw Flavien Prat and Chad Brown team up for a win here at Tampa today, and Flavien Prat certainly here for a reason and on some live horses. As far as Chad's other horse does go, the 6 Venencia, who I was a bit against, but the blinkers did really seem to wake her up a lot last time out. She's been very sharp in the preliminaries here as well, and she had an aggressive warm-up from Sammy Camacho, a rider that I think will suit her because she is a little bit of a lazy type that you need to get going. Once she finally got going last time out, Manny Franco couldn't even pull her up after the wire. He needed some help to bring her back to the winner's circle. So I think it's a matter of timing her win, and like I said, I do think it will be a rider that suits her. We'll see how she steps up into this level of competition. Now, Christophe Clement sends out 2 as well. The number 1 See You Around comes in after a win in the Tropical Park Oaks, a race that was the local prep for the Pegasus Filly and Mare Turf, in which she was entered but drew the far outside post of 12, so scratched to run here instead. And she was much forwardly placed last time, sat that good stock and pounce trip, and able to run down the pace setter in our time with that kick. And she's been on her toes here as well since I saw her 2-back, far more fit now and far more conditioned, I think, to American racing. Her tactical speed should suit her. There should be some others who should be forwardly placed, but the other filly from the barn is the one that Andy has some interest in Breathaway. She has been the victim of some tough trips. She was so wide last time out. Never at any point of the race was she able to drop in, and she was finishing well, while Ocean Club was the one who had the far more advantageous trip, being able to hug the rail throughout the entirety of that race. I will say also coming out of that start, though, is the other Saffie Joseph horse and Be My Sunshine, who kind of had a similar trip to Breathaway, though not quite as wide. Breathaway, the one concern I have about her is that if maybe a mile is her max and anything a little bit further might be a touch of a push for her. But if she can drop in, which Hector Diaz is very good at doing on the turf here at Tampa and giving good ground-saving trips, that's what she needs. Hopefully she can get enough ground saved to be able to have that finishing kick, as she is a generous price right now, Andy.
I couldn't agree more, Acacia. I think it's crazy that the 5, and you and I were talking, Sarah, off camera, put the 5 and 9 together. Ocean Club, who's 5-1, and Breathaway, who's 8-1. And I think we're all in agreement that Breathaway ran a far better race with a super wide trip as opposed to Ocean Club that was on the rail all the time, able to control on the front end easily. 2-back, not likely to happen today. Last time out, just a perfect suck-up trip. I don't like the 9, and maybe Breathaway doesn't win, but how's 8-1 not an overlay?
Well, with this price differential between the two, and one is drawn more advantageously finally than that rival and was favored last time in the Swanee River where she finished 5th, but that was a compact group right at the wire in there, kind of that blanket finish, and she didn't really have an advantageous trip in there either. So I get it. I don't really like either of them, but I think that if I had to pick one, it would absolutely be 5 Breathaway.
Clearly the public has decided, because Flavien Prat's riding Saffron Moon, that that's the one that can win, but the difference in price between Saffron Moon and Venencia also makes no real sense in here other than the rider situation. Fun race coming up, the Endeavor. First stake race from Tampa. Let's get the call from Jason Beam.
Moon and Ocean Club, the final pair, will be set for a start in the Endeavor Stakes. Late pick 5 getting underway here. That pool already over 120,000. Ocean Club, Pablo Morales to the outside draw to complete the line. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Endeavor Stakes. Good start for See You Around down toward the inside. Infinite Diamond, so the two inside runners are 1-2 through that first 16th of a mile. Libin up to their outside was way in good order, and here's Ocean Club up from the far outside, trying to work over as they come into the stretch for the first time in the Endeavor Stakes, and Ocean Club going to go all the way up to grab the lead. See You Around to settle in second on the inside. Then comes Infinite Diamond in the gold colors third. A length more back to Libin, who races in fourth. Be My Sunshine's down toward the inside fifth. Saffron Moon is in and amongst horses sixth. Venencia right to that one's inside, so the stablemates are back in sixth and seventh. The two at the back early on are Breath Away and Austere. Opening quarter mile, 23-1, and Ocean Club steps out to a 4-length advantage. Ocean Club and Pablo Morales onto the backstretch, clear by 4.5 now. See You Around under a good hold from Eric Cancel. That second spot is Infinite Diamond is still third. Then comes Be My Sunshine. Libin moves to that one's outside, puts a nose into that fourth position. Down along the fence, Venencia trying to move through a hole. Right outside of that one goes Saffron Moon. Still the two at the back, Austere and Breath Away. 46-3. So Ocean Club goes to the far turn. That lead still 4.5 lengths. See You Around, trying to get a little bit closer now from that second spot. It's a length and a half or two more back to Be My Sunshine. Infinite Diamond between horses. Libin starting to lift out 3 deep. Saffron Moon, Venencia, they still race together. They're back in 6th and 7th, about 6 off the top. Ocean Club, the leader to the top of the stretch. It's Ocean Club by the 3/16. Pole, the lead is 2. See You Around, Venencia took the shortest way home. Saffron Moon going to wheel toward the far outside. Ocean Club, See You Around, Venencia down toward the inside. Saffron Moon starting to level off down the far outside. Here's Saffron Moon up on the outside of See You Around. Saffron Moon going clear late. Flavian Pratt and Saffron Moon to win the Endeavor by 2. Second ended up very close between See You Around and Venencia. Breath Away was right in there as well, along with Be My Sunshine.
No doubt about it, winner with Saffron Moon, the second win in this card for Chad Brown and Flavian Pratt. She's been a tough horse to keep on the track, but she obviously has a lot of ability.
Too short a price for me to take, but certainly had plenty of consistency, and she got the clean trip, getting that outside run and able to build up her momentum in here, where we did see a couple of others have to shift lanes a few times, but I think it ended up being the Chad Brown exacta in here, though it was close for second.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to whine a little bit. It was not the best of rides on Breath Away. I don't know how she possibly ended up last in this race. She's supposed to be much closer and probably should have been second, but making no mistake, Saffron Moon was much the best in here and lived up to her short price win for Flavian Pratt and Chad Brown. We'll head over to Oaklawn Park for race number 4. Let's get more from the MIG.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, we're going to start down towards the inside with the 2, Joyful Pursuit, owned by the Accolades brothers, gentlemen that I got to ride a lot of winners for over the year, most notably winning the Spinster on Miss Linda. Standout physically here on the racetrack. Could not look any better. Gets Lasix for the first time. Takes another drop in class, those incremental drops in class. And I just think this horse is well placed in a good spot here. You get Keith Asmussen for his dad, Steve. Certainly a major player here. The 9, Cold as Ice. I'm sorry, I skipped over one. The 4, first-time starter here. Illy Sims, ridden by Amanda Poston, who's only ridden 11 races up to this point, still looking for her first career win. The mare has produced one horse to win on debut, so I like to see some precocity, but a horse that's not taking any money. And that's something you look for with first-time starters. You want to see that they've kind of tipped their hand a little bit in the mornings. That brings me to my selection, and that is the 9, Cold as Ice. Horse looks fantastic, made a big, wide move into the stretch last time before started to lug in. Ramon Velasquez did a great job, and I think that having that experience with Cold as Ice is going to help significantly today. Probably be a little more forwardly placed with that race under her belt. And I also look for patterns, particularly with lower level maiden claimers. The mare of this horse won her second start. She also produced, has a sibling, Ain't No Sweetie, who won in her second start, both showing marked improvement from their first start to their second start. So I'm counting on Cold as Ice, following in her sibling and her mother's footsteps.
All right, Richie, thank you very much. Second-time starter for Ron McQuett. What do you do with the number 10 here, who's dropping off a cliff, second off the claim, but cutting back to a more appropriate distance?
I do like this horse cutting back in distance for sure, but this is one that they claimed for $50,000 at Keeneland last October and now is running for a much lower price tag than that. I get that the time away, maybe things are just being reasonable in here with putting this horse in a spot where she can be successful.
Quickly, they're going the gate. You have a little interest in the 8, Sarah.
This is kind of a crazy horse, just dropping in class. I thought that there was a little bit of traffic trouble for this one, adding blinkers, and I just wanted somebody at a big price in here in what looks like a evenly matched, but not much for him to sink your teeth into kind of field.
Listen, horses can improve a great deal from their first to their second start. They're loading in the gate for race number 4 at Oaklawn. Matt Dinnerman will have the call.
Illy Symes walking up to the gate. Cold as Ice coming up. Hand to the outside post. Captive Heart. Cold as Ice goes into the gate. And Captive Heart to round out the field. Patient Emily is loaded as well. Here's Captive Heart. We're ready to go. And Larough. Maria Time broke sharply today as a share of the lead. Illy Symes, the first-time starter on a hold, broke pretty alertly and is now asked to sit off the pace. Cold as Ice moving up to come and challenge Maria Time on the lead. Maria Time hard sent to keep pace. Cold as Ice cruises up alongside of her, and these two get acquainted on the lead. Illy Symes runs in third. Patient Emily to the outside. Captive Heart is farther out in the yellow jacket, red cap, within 2 lengths of the lead, sailing into the far turn run. Colada races alone. She's running 5 lengths, now 6 off the leaders as they string out. Air Castle is next. Joyful Pursuit has come under a hard ride, and the Gray Zeddy is at the back of the pack as they round the far turn. Cold as Ice clearing off, and Cold as Ice kicks on now. Maria Time could not keep up, is going in the wrong direction. She's done. Captive Heart at an all-out drive second, needs to reel in Cold as Ice, who swings off the turn, does it well. Ramon Vasquez riding this one with confidence. Now he shakes the reins at her. Cold as Ice, a length and a half lead. Captive Heart trying to run her down here. Illy Symes coming up the inside for a minor award. There's a 16th to go. Cold as Ice, 16th left, narrowly holding off Captive Heart under the left-handed stick, getting to her. Captive Heart on the outside, reeling in. Cold as Ice to win it. Captive Heart and Manny Estegavell over Cold as Ice. Air Castle third, Illy Symes fourth.
The drop-down worked for Captive Heart, and it's funny, going around the turn, the 9 seemed to be going so much more easily than the 10 Captive Heart, but at the end of the day, Captive Heart just wore her down.
Cold as Ice did seem to be very comfortable, but looking at the outside runner here, coming in off of that layoff, cutting back in distance, and making that significant class drop for Cipriano Contreras. Just able to grind out the victory, though it was a slim margin.
Yes, it was. Able to get it done. A late close from the 5. Let's go to the winner's circle in Tampa, where Saffron Moon, she drifted up to 9-5. She got it done, and Acacia with a very special guest.
Pleased to be joined by winning rider Flavien Prat, who's already had a good afternoon at Tampa Bay Downs. But Flavien, as far as Saffron Moon, it just seemed you were very confident with her. She had a lot of horse in her today.
Yeah, absolutely. She always traveled well and run a good race when the pace is honest. So she ran a big race today.
Obviously, we know you have a good relationship with Chad Brown, both of you coming off your respective Eclipse Award wins. Can you talk a little bit about the behind the scenes, how it comes for you to be riding here at Tampa today?
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, you know, wherever I can ride for Chad, it's always a pleasure. I mean, it's, you know, you ride good horses and it makes my job easier.
It certainly does. Congratulations on the win. Good luck with running B.
Thank you.
Andy?
Thanks, Acacia. Eclipse Award-winning jockey Flavien Prat after that big win and a tremendous year last year. Well, last year's over, Flavien. What have you done for me lately? And so far, he's delivered down at Tampa, as he pretty much always does.
We're really 1 month into 2025, and it seems like he's on track to potentially compete with the record that he set last year. He's already off and running and gets another stakes victory right here with Saffron Moon.
Won't be easy, but I'm sure he'll hopefully have another good year, but it's nice to see him ride. Well, that's it for me. Greg Wolf will be coming back. Sarah, thanks so much. Thank you for watching. Greg Wolf will take us the rest of the way as America's Day at the Races has a long way to go and a very exciting running of the toboggan coming up in just a few moments.
Welcome back to our Fox Sports coverage here on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Greg Wolf stepping in for Andy Serling with Sarah Al-Badwi as we will take you the rest of the way on Withers Saturday here from New York. 2 stakes races still to come. Toboggan loaded field coming up next.
This is a competitive group that we're going to be seeing in here. You could make a legitimate case for every contender in the field, but I think that your current favorite, number 4, Coastal Mission, he might just be a step above the rest of his competition.
It's been incredible, especially at this distance. 7 for 10 lifetime, although some of those a little bit different circumstances than what we're dealing with here in this 1-turn mile in the Toboggan, but he is very good, including who he faced last time out. Just better competition than most in here when he went against Locked, Mulligan, post time, as we send it downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
That's right, Greg. Being a West Virginia bred, number 4 in here, Coastal Mission, has spent a lot of time at Charlestown. So yes, some of those 7 furlong wins coming around 2 turns, where he'll do it around 1 today, but that really doesn't make any difference to Coastal Mission. He shows up, brings his racetrack wherever he travels, and generally, is closing, generally is getting there at the end of his races. And he projects to kind of, there's not an abundance of speed in here. We'll see. Nelson Avenue could prove to be the clear-cut speed, but the great thing about Coastal Mission is he does have the ability to kind of place himself anywhere, as he is the one turning back, though, a bit in distance, but just always a happy horse. Has that real honest eye to him, kind of looks right at you. I like horses like that, but all things good for him. The only slight complaint, I wish he looked a little bit stronger in his hind end, and I'm just being a bit nitpicky here because he's going to be a heavy favorite. To his inside is a horse on the comeback mission. That's number 3, Castle Chaos, and a horse that appreciates Aqueduct, has run some of his best races here. Last time we saw him, he got away awkwardly up at Saratoga, and it was just a roughly run race for him. He kind of was knocked around at the start, he was knocked around down the lane, and therefore a subsequent layoff has appeared. He looks fit enough to me. He looks strong. Have I ever been super wowed by this horse in the prelims? No, but he does look ready at least. Now, a horse that has improved vastly since the last time I saw him is number 5 in here, Runnin' Son of a Gun. Was not present for the Gravesend back on December 28th, but while he ran very well in the fall highway, I didn't particularly love his appearance. He looked really bad in his coat. It was very dull. He had these bald patches, and he's completely different looking in that respect. Just great flesh, great conditioning, and there's an argument that he was ultimately 3rd best in that Gravesend. He took a little while to get clear down the stretch, but I think the top 2 whom he'll face again in Maximus Meridius and Full Moon Madness arguably ran the better races, but I had to note how well Runnin' Son of a Gun is turned out today. But as we get into Jonathan Kinchin, JK, all systems go for your favorite in here, Coastal Mission?
Yeah, it feels like that on paper, but I also think the other thing that makes me feel good about the favorite in here, I was hoping for a little bit of a better price, is that the pace looks like it has to be quick. They have to run a little bit early to set it up for the 4 Coastal Mission. And look, it's a dangerous game to play when you're assuming and hoping that they're going to do that. But I do feel like that's the case here. It feels like it just has to be fast. If you look at Tampa, I'm going to go with the 1, Papa Yo. This horse is really short over there right now. Last time I looked 3 to 5. But if you look around there, I feel like you're trying to get too creative. You can find someone else than Papa Yo. And then at Oaklawn, Wallstib down on the inside, a horse who was a very unlucky second twice at Saratoga last summer. I didn't know that the barn was high on this horse, and the only thing that I could wish for is that Andy Serling was on the set, because I feel like this name has something to do with the Grateful Dead.
You'd be correct about that, and he'd be so proud of you, JK. You're learning your music history. Getting set for this Toboggan, and then down the road to the Derby and the Withers, and that is the one to beat. Cool horse, millionaire, 14-time winner, including a graded stake here in October. And Coastal Mission, do it again. We'll be back. Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2 post-parade for the Toboggan. 4-year-olds and up at 7/8 of a mile. Here's Maximus Meridius for Butcher Eat.
Brings speed towards the inside, has to get the win at 7 furlongs for the first time.
Full Moon Madness can be forward, third off the layoff.
Might be the up-and-comer of this group, more lightly raced than others.
Castle Chaos graded stakes placed.
He has to get back to some of his better races coming off of a lengthy layoff.
This incredibly reliable Coastal Mission.
Model of consistency, always shows up and should get a good trip.
There's Running Son of a Gun, who's quick early as well.
I like him coming into this spot, getting that extra 7 furlongs opposed to the 6 last time.
And Nelson Avenue coming off just a massive performance, but was it a muddy sealed track that did it?
I think that was a contributing factor, though he is likely to be forward in this spot and could be the thorn in the side of Maximus Meridius.
No question, the horse to beat, it is this gray right here. Just a cool horse who's like a fine wine, gotten better as he's gotten older. 14 wins from 26 starts. We talked about his record at 7/8, 7 for 10 here, and got that big moment, proved he could win in New York in a big race in that grade 3 49er win.
Yeah, finally getting that graded stakes victory on this circuit. He's had a good trip in that race, able to defeat Nelson Avenue that day, and I don't think that he ran that badly in the Cigar Mile either, finishing 4th. He's kept his form, and he is coming into this spot as Way the horse to beat, though a contentious group.
Meanwhile, you talked about, maybe this up-and-comer more than anyone else in this field could be Full Moon Madness. Was gone for quite a while, about 10 months away, and then a win off the bench, and then a narrow second in the Gravesend behind Maximus Meridius.
He's one that can be forward without needing to be up and on the pace, and maybe he did have some trouble at the start in that last race, but he seemed relatively unbothered by being slammed around between horses to start things off in there. I just wonder whether or not he's going to take that next step forward if some of these show up with some of their better efforts.
Third off the layoff for Full Moon Madness, 6-1 with more. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, and could we be on the cusp of Full Moon Madness's best effort to date? Because the last time he went third off of a layoff, he did run his best race, at least at that point in his career, back on January 1st of 2024. Then the layoff. But what relative to what I saw from that November 24th race to this one here, wasn't there for the Gravesend, is that he was really energetic in the paddock, and today he just wasn't. So Kendrick Carmouche really gave him a massive warm-up, kind of trying to assuage that propensity to want to get out of there slow, so therefore opening himself up to be bumped around. So look for him to be aggressively handled from the gate. But between the two, I did prefer the appearances of Maximus Meridius in the pre-race. Just an athletic horse who looks as though he's thriving right now. And look, I totally respect Coastal Mission here, Greg, but I'm going to try with Running Son of a Gun. I love what Sarah said, getting back to the 7 furlongs. And like I said, I haven't seen him look this good in quite a while.
Running Son of a Gun. Thank you, Maggie. At 5-1, there's Maximus Meridius. He does look good as well. Loading up for a trainer that always brings his horses here to New York ready to run. And we're going to see him in the next race, too, in the Withers, a race he won last year with Uncle Heavy. He'll try and do it again this year with Global Steve. But first things first, this Toboggan, there's the horse to beat. Big favorite, Coastal Mission. Grade 3 winner of the 49er here back in October for Jeff Runco. He's your favorite, looking for his 15th career win. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the Toboggan.
Goes in. All set for the Toboggan. And they're off. Slow start for Full Moon Madness is the early trailer. Nelson Avenue and Maximus Meridius, these two hook up early, far apart, but Maximus Meridius now with a head in front is going to press on. Nelson Avenue and Jose Lescano content to stalk from second. Now moving forward is Full Moon Madness, Kendrick Carmouche. They've taken a shared third without wider Running Son of a Gun. In a tight spot there, wants to go. Coastal Mission and Boca Chica, they're in between horses in 5th. The trailer, Castle Chaos, 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Maximus Meridius lets it out a notch, and Maximus Meridius is up by a length and a half. Continue to chase is Nelson Avenue, still comfortable enough in second. 3 wide, here comes the run from Runnin' Son of a Gun. At the rail is Full Moon Madness. Now Coastal Mission starts to move forward, and still far back Castle Chaos is starting to cut into the margin now, but Maximus Meridius is still in hand. Michael Sanchez and Maximus Meridius trying to take them all the way. Runnin' Son of a Gun is all in towards the outside. outside. Nelson Avenue dropped out of it quickly. At the rail is Full Moon Madness, Cut Loose, Coastal Mission, 4 of them across the racetrack. Maximus Meridius is trying to gut it out here. Full Moon Madness down towards the inside. Runnin' Son of a Gun is trying to pick up this leader. It's Runnin' Son of a Gun who's ranging up to the outside for a final furlong, and it's down to these two right now. Maximus Meridius is still there. Runnin' Son of a Gun with every chance to run on by. Runnin' Son of a Gun, Ruben Silvera drifting out of touch. Maximus Meridius holding a straighter course. Maximus Meridius wins the toboggan. Maximus Meridius over Runnin' Son of a Gun. Then came Coastal Mission in a photo with Full Moon Madness and won in 23.36 seconds.
Maximus Meridius, he did look sharp leading up to the beginning here, and he keeps on going for this win. Michael Sanchez for Butch Reed.
Dispatched of the other pace presence, Nelson Avenue towards his outside, who really faded after trying to keep up with him early. And we did see Runnin' Son of a Gun sit a little bit closer, make that run towards his outside with Full Moon Madness off slow again, trying to gain some ground to the inside. Maximus Meridius just wouldn't be denied. Ultra game last time, ultra game yet again, to have back-to-back victories and get the 7 furlong win for the first time in his career.
And a horse that wanted to be closer as well next door, didn't break well. Aided Maximus Meridius a little bit, although he had beat that horse on the square last time out. But a poor break from the two cost that one a little bit. Maximus Meridius, though, impressive from, as we said, a barn. His horses always come incredibly well prepared to run here in New York.
I am definitely very interested in who he'll have in the next race, the Withers with Global Steve. So good to see that they're starting that momentum in here with Maximus Meridius, who ran well last time, runs well yet again, and is able to see out the distance.
3 wins and a runner-up finish now the last 4 efforts from Maximus Meridius. His first win at 7/8 of a mile. And surprisingly, a horse that's just been so incredibly consistent. Coastal Mission, we just don't get the best from him today.
He was in a little bit tight and wanted to go early on, but no real excuse, at least from first glance for him. I think he ran his race and ultimately just got beat out by some horses that had more forward position than he did.
It's Butch Reed in the toboggan. He'll have a big chance in the Withers coming up as well as he tries to repeat in that race. Let's go to Maggie.
I feel like this is deja vu. We always see Butch Reed in these races, well represented and in the winner's circle. Butch, Maximus Meridius, again, he would not be denied.
Absolutely. He's turned into a tough son of a gun. You know, I was a little concerned he was on the lead. I thought he maybe needed a little southern run back, but Michael did a great job. He had plenty of horse, and he finished well.
How about in the next, the Withers Global Steve? How's he going to handle the stretch out?
I think it'll be fine. You know, he's trained like he's all right. He's got a good head on his shoulders, so there's only one way to find out.
That's true. Congrats here. Best of luck in the next.
Thank you so much.
All right, Butch Reed, as you said, Greg, never throw him out.
Amazing success coming here from his base in Philadelphia. And Maximus Meridius continues that great run. We'll see what we get as he tries to go back-to-back in the Withers to come. He'll send out Global Steve, who has the rail as well on that Kentucky Derby prep coming up next. As we get back to Tampa, post time coming up for race 7, mile and a 16th. And this allowance optional claiming field, odds on the inside, Flavien Prat. Papa Yo, let's go to Acacia.
And Flavien Prat looking for his 3rd on the day. And I was actually just talking to Flavien back in the paddock, and he told me that this is his first time riding at Tampa Bay Downs, which I hadn't realized or thought of. And he will be riding here next week as well on the Sam F. Davis card. But as far as his mount here in this race, Papa Yo has shown some versatility coming off a try and synthetic, winning at 1 mile and an 1/8 on the dirt, though 2 starts back with that 86 Beyer speed figure, which really does stand out quite a bit. He hasn't run anything close to that, but he was pressing the pace setter in that race and then took over and pulled away. And while he did win much the best, I noticed in watching his races that he does have a little bit of action, a little bit of paddling to him a bit. He's a son of Britannico and actually reminds me a bit of the way Medina Spirit kind of moved. So I'm guessing that's why they tried him on the synthetic as well, but clearly he's a dirt horse. He's incredibly fit in here, dappled out, no problems with your favorite. And like I said, it's been a great day for his rider. The horse that physically looks the best, though, is the 6 Whiskey Park. Very imposing and impressive son of Nyquist, as this is a horse who will stretch out in distance. I have no problems with that. He's huge. He does not look like he wanted to go 6 furlongs, and I would imagine that was a little bit of a comeback race, a starting point for him. Now, he ran that 80 Beyer speed figure on debut, winning impressively, and then kind of regressed and has just never run back to that. But he's had some layoffs. He's only run 4 times, now coming back as a 4-year-old and stretching out. Maybe this will be the point where we will get a chance to see him run his best race. And he broke in and slow from the rail last time out. Being such a big horse, I would imagine being drawn to the rail was not an advantageous spot for him. And I like him getting some more distance. The number 8, Street Glide, a horse that comes off of a 2nd place finish last time out. And he just run some decent numbers, certainly back at Penn in the summer, that 82 Beyer speed figure, making him a contender in here, and he's another one taking money on the board. Concern I have with him, though, is that he just didn't look the best in his coat, didn't really kind of stack up to the other 2 that I just talked about. And watching his last race, in which he was drawn outside just like he is today, he went forward from that outside post, got keen and was pulling. When Sammy Camacho took him away for a solo warm-up, he started throwing his head and pulling on his rider already. So something to keep an eye on with this horse, who maybe is not the easiest to settle, and he'll have to find a way to drop in and hopefully save some ground from that post, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. It's even money. Papillot for Christopher Davis. And we will see here in a Triple Crown prep coming up. Flavien Prat looks to continue his big afternoon at Tampa.
Yeah, he's been on live mounts. They're taking money. He's getting a feel for the racetrack going into next weekend, and that's a wise thing to do. Not that he necessarily needs it to prepare. This horse makes a lot of sense coming into this spot with some of the faster efforts. Ran well on dirt in the past 2 starts ago. I don't think he necessarily even needs to run that 86 Beyer to get a victory in here, and should be forwardly placed from the rail.
Christopher Davis barn. Send out Mo Quality coming up. In the Withers here in New York, got the big favorite here. Papillot from the inside post. Jason Beam has the call. Here's race 7, Tampa Bay.
Here in today's 7th, Lamb Home South, a race of the week, and a late pick 4. Street Glide and Sammy Camacho going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Sting Music in the blue color shows out first. Papillot's flashing some speed from the outside. Whiskey Park now moving up to take over second. It's going to be long shot Sting Music to lead him as they run toward that first turn. Papillot staying down toward the inside as Whiskey Park advances in between horses. In a tight spot there was Broadcaster, who bowled right on through. Holiday Fantasy's in that front group as well as 5th in the red colors. It's 2 more then back to Street Glide, another 3 to Slim Slow Slider, and Ever Do It's the trailer. And Broadcaster made that move and goes up and grabs the lead. Broadcaster in front by 2.5 now. 23-4 for the opening quarter mile. Broadcaster onto the backstretch, clear by 2. Sting Music down on the inside of Whiskey Park. They're 2nd and 3rd. Then comes a lineup of 3. Street Glide out wide. Papillot staying down toward the fence. Between them is Holiday Fantasy. The top 6 just covered by 2.5 or 3. Slim Slow Sliders after that in 7th. Ever Do It's the trailer, but the 8 of them now just covered by 6.5 or 7. As they go toward the half-mile pole. 47 and 4/5 seconds. And Broadcaster with company. Sting Music between horses. Whiskey Park out wide. Street Glide going to make a 4-wide bid coming after the lead. It's a length and a half more then. Back to Holiday Fantasy. Papillot dropped right out of it. The favorite Papillot dropped all the way back to last there as they wind around that turn. Sting Music narrowly in front of Whiskey Park. Street Glide pushed along from 3rd in the black colors. A length more back to Broadcaster. Slim Slow Slider. Holiday Fantasy. They come to the top of the stretch. Sting Music still fighting it out with Whiskey Park. These two by the 3/16. They're 2 lengths in front of Street Glide. Just in behind them, Broadcaster is 4th. Down the far outside, Slim Slow Slider. Holiday Fantasy looking to make an impression as well. They come to the 16th pole. Whiskey Park and Street Glide. Those are the 2 that go on. Street Glide just in front. Whiskey Park back to 2nd. Street Glide gives Sammy Camacho another one. Street Glide at 5-1. Whiskey Park was 2nd. 3rd went to Holiday Fantasy. 4th looked like Slim Slow Slider.
8-6-2 finish. It's Street Glide. 6-year-old picks up the 6th win of his career.
This horse ran well last time, too. 2nd off the layoff, had some good position in this spot, ran into Golden Juan in his last 2 starts, was able to make a dent last time. So 3rd start off the layoff, it ends up being a winning one as he's able to stalk and pounce.
3rd off short layoff, back to the winner's circle. And it's Street Glide Sam Camacho having a nice afternoon, as you heard from Jason Beam. Back to the Toboggan, and Maximus Meridius, or never surprised when this barn comes up with a win in a big race here in New York. Butchery does it again.
This horse is in great form right now. You knew that he possessed that early speed, and they were very likely to use it from that inside post, and it's kind of that repeat of what we saw in the Gravesend. He's able to hold off all challengers on the front end and then keep himself ahead of the closing types. Running Son of a Gun ran well. I thought this was a good turnaround from his last start as he got a little bit more real estate to work with, but he still was never really going by Maximus Meridius. Game effort by him.
5th career win, 14 career starts, $14.80 goes off at 6-1 for the victory. And again, the favorite, Coastal Mission, not amongst your top 3 in here, checking in 4th and really never a factor in this race. Back to Hot Springs, race 5. And a maiden optional claiming event, 2-turn mile. Let's check in with Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And 2-turn miles, so they start and finish at the 16th pole. We'll start down on the inside with Wallsteb from the Kenny McPeak barn. Kenny having a terrific meeting here. Julian Leperoux riding extremely well and a good advantageous inside post. Now, he stretched out last time at Turfway Park, but I don't think that's indicative of whether he wants to go long or not. I think that, he was synthetic, and I just don't think that's a good barometer, if you will. I do think he'll stay looking at him from a physical perspective, and that inside post certainly is an advantage. The 5-horse Brother Tony, who is your favorite, taking all the money, makes a lot of sense. Peter Miller having a tremendous meeting here at Oaklawn, hitting at about 29%. But this is a 3-year-old, and this is February 1st. And if I'm looking at 2 horses, and I'm not saying a 3-year-old can't win this time of year, I just think that I'm going to give a little bit of an edge to an older horse, a 4-year-old in these situations. He's a major player. Won't be surprised if he wins. I prefer the 8-horse, Paintballer. It comes out of a race that Wallstep was 3rd in, and that was sprinting. But looking at this horse from a physical perspective and his pedigree, he wants every bit of the mile and probably more. Went down, talked to Wayne Lucas right here by the winner's circle, and said to him, looking at this horse, Wayne, he looks like a horse that wants to go far. And he says, absolutely. He's going to relish the distance. And I love what I'm seeing from a physical perspective. He had that 1 sprint under his belt, comes in with a good gate work. And I think Paintballer makes a lot of sense. I would like him even more if he had post 1, but it's all about the bookends in this race, if you will. The 1, Wallstep, and the 8, Paintballer.
And what a long, strange trip it's been from the rail. Kenny McPeak, Julian Leperoux, they've had a lot of success together already at this meet. And we know that one wants to be forward and not a real super long run to that first turn. So we'll see if Wallstep takes advantage of that in this spot. Paintballer drawn outside, but the blinkers on, stretching out. Certainly can Nick Juarez, you would think, try and get some position. He'll try and need to from that outside post here. Meanwhile, Bermuda Blitz, the 7. Christian Torres, Mark Cassie. And this is a look at the most recent effort on January 4th. A maiden 50 race. Sprinting 6 furlongs, just missed by a neck against a horse that came back to win again. He was well clear, as you'll see here, of the 3rd place finisher after a slow break. Certainly made up for it late to just miss in this spot. Christian Torres aboard that day, back aboard this afternoon, nearly got there for the win. So we'll see if more ground is a friend here to Bermuda Blitz, son of Vacoma. 7-2 right now. 3rd choice on the board. Closing sprinter, not always necessarily a great thing, though, for someone getting more ground.
It's not, and it's always hard to determine where these horses are going to be placed early on, because you would think coming out of those sprint races that they would have a little bit more forward position, but if they're far back in the sprints, it doesn't necessarily mean that they'll have some early position coming into this race. I kind of like the number 1 horse, Wallstep, a horse that we saw in a couple of maiden special weight races at Saratoga 2 years back and then had some time away from the races. He's one that ran very well in that start 2 back. I totally understand the synthetic try and going a little bit longer with him based on his pedigree, but I like him returning to the dirt where he's done some of his better running and showed some good speed in that start 2 back as well.
5, though the favorite, deserves to be the favorite. He is the best races of anyone to this point in here. He's a beaten favorite, though a couple back in a restricted maiden claiming event. Peter Miller trains. Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
3, and Paintballer to the outside post. Paintballer goes it. We're ready to go. And they're off. Labambo is a little bit slow to go. No problems from Wallstib, who's on the lead with Major Mac. Brother Tony not far off in the 3-path third. Paintballer gets into the bit right away, takes the 4th position with Bermuda Blitz, and Winning Song down on the inside. Labambo, after breaking last out of the gate, is last into the first turn, and he's 8 lengths behind. Around the clubhouse turn they go. Wallstib on the lead with Major Mac, who hounds him from the outside. They're going at a moderate pace, but it's certainly contentious here, and they put 2 lengths on Brother Tony, who's in third, placed well today in that position. Bermuda Blitz clearly into 4th now, and then comes Paintballer, showing a little more rain down the backside. He draws level with Bermuda Blitz. Gap of 5 back to Labambo, and Winning Song is dropped to the back while under pressure already as they're halfway home. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. It's still Wallstib on the lead. Major Mac right on his throat latch, and Brother Tony gets the right trip in third with Bermuda Blitz, who goes well inside of him, approaching the far turn run. Paintballer under a hard ride now. He's 2 lengths behind as the first 5 are tightly clumped up here. Big gap of 6 to Labambo and Winning Song as they round the far turn. Now the moves are being made here, and Paintballer is asked to go on the far outside. Brother Tony tries to move with him. Wallstib is giving way on the inside. He's trying to fight back. He's right there. Inside struggling just a little bit here. Major Mac also under pressure, and here comes Bermuda Blitz. Bermuda Blitz let loose on the outside by Christian Torres, and Bermuda Blitz has come calling for the lead. Labambo finding his best stride now, trying to get up into second, but Bermuda Blitz is opened up, and Bermuda Blitz is a winner. Bermuda Blitz by 3 lengths at the finish. Photo for second, got pretty tight. Labambo and Paintballer. Brother Tony, 4th.
Well, in this case, more ground was his friend. Bermuda Blitz with the maiden breaking score. First time going beyond 6 furlongs.
Another one from Mark Cassidy, who's having a sensational meet at Oaklawn.
ABR Race of the Week is next on the road to that first Saturday in May in the Kentucky Derby. The Withers, 20 points to the winner to get into that starting gate for the first Saturday in May. We'll see if Butch Reed can go back-to-back in this race and on this card with Global Steve from the rail. But Captain Cook right now, the one to beat off that very impressive maiden win on that wet track back on December 28th.
He's the favorite for a reason. Comes in with the fastest race, just kind of a sprint pedigree, and want to see him stretch out effectively.
There he is as we head down to Maggie.
Very good-looking crew of 3-year-olds assembled here in the Aqueduct paddock for this Withers, as we'll begin right there with number 6. That is Captain Cook, and I've never seen him before, but obviously watching that replay, he really strung out a field going back to his maiden score, and a horse that they had high hopes for buying after he had run that first race for $410,000 in that Mary Lou Whitney dispersal type of stable, I should say, sale that we saw. So Captain Cook, as Sarah pointed out, definitely has a sprint pedigree, with the practical joke being out of an Indian Charlie mare. I'll say this about him from a physical. He is a bit smaller. He's a bit handier. You know, you do automatically think sprinter. If this was the Gotham, for instance, going a 1-turn mile, I'd be a lot more positive about his chances. But to go the 2 turns here right off the back of that score going the 7/8, I'm not totally sold on it. But I'll say this. Very classy. He's very well composed here in the paddock. So with that reserved disposition, it always lends itself well for a horse trying to get a longer distance for the first time. Now, the horse that has wowed me the most in these prelims is definitely number 5, Mo Quality, shipping in here for Chris Davis. You know, he's been training in Kentucky. It's pretty cold there. This guy looks like it's the middle of summer in Saratoga. He looks so good. He's a very handsome horse, very well put together, incredibly balanced. And I thought last time, you know, I felt as though they were trying to teach him to relax with his first stretch out in that Smarty Jones. But it kind of backfired a little bit on Junior Alvarado in that he tried to keep him wide to keep him settled, and he was fighting against him and talking with Chris Davis, saying that I just want Kendrick to get him in his rhythm. I don't care where you have him, just do not be fighting him, because he is an aggressive type. He came in this paddock full of beans, but definitely impressing from a physical standpoint, and I think he deserves another shot here at the 2 turns. Now, number 1, Global Steve, another one with a little bit more of a sprint pedigree, trying to stretch things out from the 7/8, much like your favorite, as Butch Reed looking to go back-to-back. But on the bottom side with Global Steve, there's some route pedigree. He is a half to Cagliostro, multiple stakes place going around of ground, greatest stakes place, I should say, and a stakes winner going a mile. Global Steve is tall and lanky. He is not built like a sprinter whatsoever. And the fact that he almost kind of ran 2 races, if you will, he ran into the race down the backside and yet still had enough to finish going the 7/8, that speaks to stamina and that he should be able to handle this 9 furlongs, Greg.
Great angle, two sprints, stretching out, undefeated in both, and might be even better going longer. Will this horse be better going longer, though? That's the question with the favorite. Captain Cook, so impressive in that maiden win at 7/8 of a mile. He'll get his test going along with that man aboard, Manny Franco, next.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage and the road to the Derby from here in New York, Cyclone State. Took that Jerome to kick off 2025. We have the Withers ahead, then the Gotham as we cut back to a mile in March, and the big one, the Wood Memorial, 100 points to the winner. Barn, we just saw win the Toboggan and won this race last year. Butch Reed sends out Global Steve.
He's been ultra professional so far in his 2 races, both wins, both went off as the favorite, stretching out.
Chuck Lawrence with Surfside Moon, big long shot at 20-1.
Needs to step forward on dirt in here, but has some excuses for his 2 starts over the main track.
Biggest price on the board, Corvus.
He did run well last time, but he also needs to get a bit faster to be competitive with some of these.
One of the top barns on the planet, Brad Cox with Uncle Jim.
Did get the win as your favorite first time out. Didn't really do much in terms of stepping forward second start.
This one caught Maggie's eye in the paddock for Chris Davis. Mo Quality second in the Smarty Jones.
And I agree with the assessment from the trainer. I want to see this horse get into a forward rhythm.
Captain Cook, so impressive breaking his maiden. That was on a wet track at 7/8.
Bet like he was supposed to do exactly what he did, winning by open lengths in there.
And Omaha, the son of Audible, second in the Jerome behind Cyclone State.
The deep closer in that race. He's hoping for some pace to materialize as he gets a little bit more real estate to work with, stretching back out after the mile try.
2 minutes to post in our ABR Race of the Week. Coming up in the Withers. Money back guarantee. Get your $10 win wager back if your horse comes in second or third in the Holy Bull. Robert B. Lewis and or Withers all coming up this afternoon on the road to the Derby. Which horses will step up and stamp themselves as true Derby contenders? Will it be Captain Cook as we go to JK?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think Captain Cook is the most likely of the horses in here. He's run nice races. His pace figures last time are what give me some comfort, right? I mean, you can run that fast early, going a little bit shorter. If you can just kind of ration out that speed a little bit, I think you'll be set up to run much better, and I like the draw here for this one as well. And then over to Tampa, I'm going to take the 10 Wandering West, a horse drawn towards the outside. He's got some nice numbers. Hasn't run since September, but is a horse that I think has run well off of a break before, and I'm hoping will run well off of this one. And then Majestic Oops, who ran extremely well last time for Dan Ward. First off, the trainer change, and I think will take another step forward off the break. Omaha. Mags?
I, being a Ravens fan, have never liked the Colts. I wasn't even, well, was I alive? I don't remember when they moved out of Baltimore, but I've held that against Peyton Manning, even though I liked the guy for quite a long time. But Omaha, the horse I am a fan of, as I really like him getting back to this two-turn configuration. He ran much better than I expected him to, going back to that Jerome. If anything, he looks a bit stronger coming out of it, and he's so settled. He has the right demeanor, right, for a horse going the 9 furlongs, and I do think he's just getting better with every start. I like him and the 5 in here. I landed on the 5 just because he totally wowed me in the paddock. But number 4, Uncle Jim, he's the one I don't necessarily get. He's 9-2, okay, fine, and he goes out for a really dangerous barn. Obviously, respect Brad Cox with the utmost, but shouldn't he have been second in his last start? I know Cyclone State came back and won, said Jerome, and he waltzed on the front end, but he was right there and had him in striking range. He should have finished better than what he did. I don't know if he necessarily gets better with more ground. He looks great overall from that perspective, but I still question how good he actually is, Greg.
Yeah, I share that assessment with Maggie. And, in this race last year, Sarah, Uncle Heavy came into this race. He overcame a bias to win, and he also overcame coming in a work and some gallops short. Still won the race. I think Butch Reed has a huge chance to win this race again.
I like this horse quite a bit. He's been ultra professional. He was taken back to last, guided towards the inside to rally and make that forward move to get into contention in his last start before winning impressively. He won by open lengths first time out. I think he's very dangerous and could take a step forward today.
Yeah, we're talking about the 1, Global Steve. So we'll see if Butch Reed can go back-to-back in this Withers and take back-to-back stakes on the Saturday card. There's Mo Quality, second in the Smarty Jones behind Cole Battle, who we are expecting to see in the Rebel line up again on their road in Hot Springs to the Triple Crown. Captain Cook, will he appreciate more ground? It's a 7-5 favorite in this Withers. 20 points to the winner to get into that Derby starting gate. Here's Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Step slow for Omaha. Global Steve flashes early speed in between horses. Uncle Jim will assert and takes him into that first turn. It's Uncle Jim and Jose Lescano right over to the rail, and they're in front. They're up by a full length. Right there in second is Mo Quality. Was getting out just a touch there, but is in the 2-path and more comfortable. A little keen here, chasing the leader, Uncle Jim. Just off of them is Captain Cook. 3 wide is chasing that front 2, and Global Steve will save ground to the inside, is in 4th. Another 2. Back to Surfside Moon, and another gap of 3.5 lengths to the 2 trailers. The back end of the field is Corvus with Omaha. Uncle Jim controls the tempo, 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Uncle Jim doing it nicely so far. Mo Quality is right there in second, is well more settled, and Captain Cook 3 wide continues to chase them. Manny Franco and Captain Cook, they're in the clear, and they're followed by Global Steve, who's in 4th, is trying to keep up now, has lost a touch of ground, is ranging up to the outside. Here comes Sahin Savachi on Surfside Moon. That's the leading 5. 49 seconds flat for the half-mile time. The 2 trailers continue to be Omaha, and Corvus. Still 3 across the racetrack. Uncle Jim to the inside is a nose in front. Mo Quality is now calling for the lead, and Captain Cook has been watching the action. A nice trip so far. Here's the run from Surfside Moon, who's in pursuit, has taken 4th. Trying to pick him up as Global Steve is making hard work of it so far in 5th. Then from the back, Omaha, and the trailer Corvus. They approach a quarter mile left to go. Manny Franco, a look over his right shoulder, and now tells Captain Cook to go because Surfside Moon was ready to pounce on the grandstand side. Captain Cook is showing more, and Captain Cook is now up by a length and a half. Surfside Moon continues to give game chase. Omaha is running on for 3rd. Here is Captain Cook with the 16th left to go. Captain Cook is up by 2. Surfside Moon is 2nd, but Captain Cook wins the Withers. Captain Cook wins it over Surfside Moon, Omaha, and Mo Quality in 1 minute 51 and 4.
This could be a really good horse. Captain Cook handles the stretch out to 2 turns in 1 1/8 just fine.
Stalked towards the outside, was in the clear of what was a modest pace in here, and was able to take off right at the vital time because the long shot 33-1 Surfside Moon, he was looming with some intention towards the outside of Captain Cook, but Captain Cook, once Manny Franco let him loose, he really responded in here, and I think the distance was absolutely no problem for him, at least this time around.
7-5 favorite. Now back-to-back wins, so impressive in that maiden score, and questions not just about the distance, but was it that sloppy sealed track that maybe moved him up as well? I think this is just potentially a very good horse.
He proved a lot today, not that he necessarily needed to from a wagering standpoint, as he was your 7-5 favorite, but he proved that that last performance was absolutely no fluke and that he could handle some different circumstances coming into here. And credit to the long shot, 33-1 Surfside Moon, getting back to the dirt and coming up with a huge performance to finish 2nd, but your winner just much the best.
So Babe back on the Derby trail with a captain here. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Rick, that's right, Greg, and an impressive effort. Rick, first time around, 2 turns, 9 furlongs. He sat 3 wide the entire way and really spread out this field.
Well, you took my answers away. I mean,
sorry.
He didn't break any good. He was 3 wide around both turns, and you could see Manny had horse, and when they turned for home, he switched leads and just got the job done. Nice, very proud of him. Like you said, he doesn't have a whole lot of size to him, but he must have some little motor in there that runs faster than the other ones,
Exactly. And two, I mean, getting him from that Mary Lou Whitney stable dispersal sale, picking him up for $410,000, obviously you liked what you saw from him.
Well, I do now. I surely do now. But, when he came in, he was a very quiet horse and still is. Just he's picked up a little bit, but he's very quiet, very unassuming, and doesn't have a whole lot of size to him. So he is a very pleasant surprise for us.
You've won the Kentucky Derby before. Can you again?
Well, as long as I live long enough, I'm sure I can. If they get the right horse.
Could he be?
Anything is possible. He did. He got things done today the right way. I don't know. I got to talk to the jock, see what he says. But we're very happy with him today. Yeah, very happy.
As you should be. Congratulations.
Tom Pepe time.
Tom Pepe. You know where we're going for dinner, Greg.
Everybody's invited. Thank you.
Big Brown took the first couple of legs of the Triple Crown, was alive going into the Belmont Stakes. Actually won the Derby from post 20.
First one, right, to do so, I do believe, to win from post 20 all the way out there. So plenty of room for history to continue happening, and I like Dutro's answer is just very genuine about what he thinks this horse might be able to do, and just some genuine excitement as well, looking forward to where he goes next.
So Captain Cook, at least against this field, handled the 1 1/8, but very positive signs. And this was sort of the race to see early on if the horse could get more ground, could go 2 turns, and he answered with a resounding yes here. So impressive performance. As we get back to Tampa, race 8, mile 40 yards in the starter optional claiming group, as we look at Golden One trying to win 3 in a row. He loves it at Tampa, Acacia.
He certainly does, Greg. He is the now horse, and he was also flattered as last time out he won over Streak Glide, the horse that just won race 7. So certainly flattering Golden Juan, who will try to make it 3 in a row. And looking at him in here coming off of those back-to-back wins, the most recent of which when he went right out to the lead. Now did drift a little bit off the rail in the stretch, but held clear and was much the best just as he was 2 starts back. And it seems that they've kind of figured out the track, the running style, the distance, everything of what he needs to do, and keeping the status quo yet again today. He is a big, burly, and strong built horse. I have notes from him back, I think it's 2 years ago, in which I just wrote that I just really wish he had been stronger behind, and he is that. Now as a 6-year-old, he's filled out so much, carrying his weight well. I like him as your favorite as well. Now the number 9, Copper Light, taking some money too. He's been pretty versatile, but his wins have come on turf and synthetic. His 2 starts at the beginning of his career were on dirt, one of which he ran okay, but in pretty slow races for previous connections. He's just built so much more like a turf or synthetic type of horse. He's narrow, he's lightly framed, he's also gotten himself pretty hot in here. Could he handle it? Maybe. He's been working pretty fast on the dirt down at Gulfstream Park, and Nolan Ramsey does opt to bring him up here to try to find potentially maybe a little bit of a softer dirt spot for him. He warmed up fine. I just got to see it to believe it as far as him handling the surface. And the 10, Wandering West, has run some fast races. A lot of respect for this horse, and he will come running late. Just a big, burly type of horse that I think will really do well for a race from a fitness perspective, Greg.
Yeah, a little surprisingly, 2, Copper Light, the 9, has been more of a turf synthetic horse. Taking money at 4-1 the 9, but maybe just getting better now because the first couple of dirt starts came early on in his career. Favorite the 5. That's Golden Juan. Can he make it 3 in a row? Let's go to Jason Beam.
Wandering West goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Beautiful start for Chivalry, who bursts right out of the starting gate. Battling with that one is Golden Juan early on, and Golden Juan trying to get to that turn in front of Chivalry, who's pushed along, and those two go at it early. Phaeton away 3rd in the blue colors as they go into that first turn. Then comes Lord Knows, who moves on the inside of Copper Light. They're 4th and 5th. Then comes a lineup of 4. Cupid's Dude toward the inside. 2 deep there for Mission Key. Post facto 3 wide. Wandering West taking the worst of it out 4 wide from that outside draw. It's about 6 more then back to Looking at Roses, who is the early trailer. And they're already about 13 or 14 off the lead. Chivalry and Golden Juan, 24 seconds as they mix it up top. The opening quarter time, they go 3.5 in front of Phaeton, the big long shot, who's 3rd. Lord Knows 4th toward the inside. Then comes Copper Light, who travels well enough in 5th. Cupid's Dude 6th to the inside. Post facto moving through between horses. Wandering West out wide is 8th. Then comes Mission Key. It's still 4 more back to Looking at Roses, the trailer. 47 and 2/5 seconds. Chivalry and Golden Juan. Their battle continues as they go toward the 3/8 pole. They're 4.5 lengths ahead of Copper Light, who starts to move up. Copper Light is now 3rd, trying to gain on this top embattled duo as they wind around the turn. Golden Juan, Chivalry, they continue to do battle. Copper Light get ready to pick them up as they come to the top of the stretch. Golden Juan and Chivalry. Copper Light wants to join the party out 3 wide. They're 4.5 clear of Phaeton and Post Facto as they come into the stretch. Here's Copper Light up on the outside to go to the lead. Golden Juan, Chivalry, they are spent back 2nd and 3rd. A final 16th to go. Copper Light and Edwin Gonzalez now going clear. It's Copper Light by the 16th pole in front by 4 lengths. Copper Light got a nice setup there to win it by 5 in the end. Golden Juan was able to get in front of Chivalry, get finished 2nd. Post Facto 4th. At 5th, Cupid's Dude or Phaeton. It was a photo.
It had been a pretty steady diet of turf and synthetic for Copper Light of late. They moved this one back to dirt for the first time since the first 2 starts of his career, and he gets back in the winner's circle.
He's had a beautiful trip as well, called on by Jason Beam to be right behind the 2 pace setters that seem to just be in a race of their own throughout. Golden Juan finishing 2nd, but could be determined that this horse was just better than his first 2 races. Really showed and able to get back to the dirt with a winning effort in here, and you got a square enough price, it seems, as he did not go off as your favorite.
Back to New York, Derby prep, Captain Cook. Looks like he potentially could be a Derby contender after this performance. Certainly going to continue along after he handles this 1 1/8 no problem in the Withers.
Well, no reason not to continue on the road thus far, where he was able to get that victory and then stretch out effectively, do things with a stalking type of trip, and it just really seemed like Manny Franco was confident in the amount of horse that he had when he really let him loose to hold off Longshot Surfside Moon. But he passed this distance test in this spot and garners himself some points on the road to the Kentucky Derby as we get inching ever so closer to the first Saturday in May.
You'll have to see what kind of number this horse gets coming back. Do you look at this all and say, wow, look, this huge, 30-to-1 shot, who hadn't shown much, it winds up running behind him. None of the others really ran all that much. What do you make of the performance?
I think that I'm excited to see what happens moving forwards, and he's not really in my Derby top 10 yet, but the picture can always change, and it can change very quickly.
$4.90 for the win. Rick Dutrow. St. Elias Stable, Manny Franco, and a 3-year-old by Practical Joke. With the victory here in this Withers, with now all kinds of options on the table of where to go next, but successful here in New York. You would think probably going to eye that Wood Memorial pretty closely.
Well, if you know that he can already handle a little bit more distance and that he handled some shorter distance before that when breaking his maiden, the mile might be the right kind of distance for him to try that Wood Memorial and really ensure that he might have that spot in the Kentucky Derby starting gate if he stays healthy and is able to train forwardly up until that. But plenty of options moving forwards, whether they want to try to ship, whether they want to stay here. He's an exciting prospect so far with what he's done on the racetrack.
Captain Cook, impressive. We still have, yes, a couple of other Derby preps elsewhere across the country. We're going to recap everything on our Sunday program. A lot of attention, though, out on the West Coast with what's going to happen with the Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner coming back. 3, though, in that race for Bob Baffert.
He's won this race 7 times over the past 7 years, so it might as well be named the Bob Baffert, the Bob B. Lewis. But look, he has a strong hand going into that spot. I don't necessarily love the one that won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile coming back in that spot, but he's got some exciting prospects going into a race that he's clearly able to get victories in.
Cross-country Pick 5 follow-along. You see those double-digit numbers. They help that payoff. Maximus Meridius, 6-1, Bermuda Blitz with a bit of an upset. And we're going to head back to Oaklawn as we continue along. Race 6. Mile and a 16th. Fillies mares 4 and up. In this first allowance condition race. Lost a big runner in here, but Lemon Muffin, grade 2 winner on the road to the Kentucky Oaks, which she competed in last year for D. Wayne Lucas. She shows up again. She's the favorite at 5-2. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And listen, the sun came out. You got great racing fans here. You know, people are coming up to the rails. Such enthusiasm. It's just really fun to be here and be with such passionate fans. We're going to start talking with the 3, Claret Beret. I like her very much. She is absolutely my play of the day. She looks fantastic from a physical perspective. If you look at her dirt races, she's 3 for 4 on dirt. And the one time she lost was last time sprinting on dirt, and she got bothered at the start, finished well. You can make a case she should be undefeated on dirt. And I think the turf races and a synthetic race kind of dirty up her form a little bit. Now, this is the toughest company she's kept so far. But I like what I'm seeing from her from a physical perspective, and she is my top selection. Looks fabulous. The 4, Lemon Muffin, looks great. Wayne has her, Wayne Lucas, the coach, has her looking terrific. A little bit one pace. I thought her last race was a little flat. Now, she does her best running here at Oaklawn, and I wouldn't be surprised if she wins, but I'm going in different directions because of her being just a touch one pace. And the 6-horse Xena, I like her very much on form. She's got good natural speed. She should be forward. I will say, and I don't know if this is in or out of character for her, a little bit on her nerves. It's sunny out. It's a beautiful day, but it's not warm by any means, and she did get a little bit warm. Again, that might just be her. I think she's a major player. So the race, to me, runs through the 3, Claret Beret, and the 6, Xena. And obviously, Lemon Muffin, you always got to respect the graded stakes winner coming back to the site of that graded stakes win.
All right, Mig, thanks. So 9-2. Claret Beret, the 3 for Mig for the Greg Compton barn. Meanwhile, Xena, she's going to make her 4-year-old debut coming up for Team Asmussen. Steve and son Eric will team up. This is a look At her third win in a row, a streak that eventually came to an end next time out.
It did, but she looked very comfortable with winning this race over at Horseshoe Indianapolis. She was obviously bet like she was going to get the victory in this spot at 3-5 in here, and you can see her just kept to task a little bit, able to really level off and just keep herself going in here. And she's one of the other contenders if you don't totally trust that Lemon Muffin is going to return to the winner's circle at a short price.
3-1. Public does believe so. She had that big effort, in that stakes win. Obviously, delivered Keith Asmussen in his first ever graded stakes win. Never really got back to as fast a performance as that in her career. I thought Majestic Oops was really interesting.
I know Jonathan had some interest in this horse as well when we were looking at his upcoming picks for a couple of races all over the place, and ran into a good consistent type last time out, an American Band who we saw really go on a nice streak at Oaklawn winning last season. So certainly keeping some good company. Aren't the seconds just adding up over the last couple of starts for this horse?
I like her a lot. I think she's poised to move forward. We'll see. I just thought Lemon Muffin is going to get over bet because it's D. Wayne, won that graded stake last year, and it's a name. We'll see what happens. But I think she absolutely has the races.
She does. I wish that she was winning a little bit more recently, but certainly has been keeping good company. And you're getting a fair enough price right now, because if you don't like Xena and you don't really trust Lemon Muffin, it's really where else do you go with recent form? And I think that she's just the most obvious next place to go, at least for me.
And we haven't talked much about Under the Palms, who's taking money, Ken McPeak. And this one making her 4-year-old debut, coming out of that race with Xena when she was chasing last start.
She was well beaten in that spot where they did meet up in the Zia Park Oaks, 9 lengths to your second place finisher, so she'll have to make up some ground on her. But we haven't seen her since last November. She is coming in fresh to this spot. She's run very well fresh before, winning at 21-1 when she took a stakes over at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And so certainly you know that she's at least capable of coming off of the bench with a good effort. I just want to see what we get from her today, because when she comes in fresh, she usually tends to show speed. And I think that that would be one of her better paths to victory in here.
Public seems, it's a good race, a lot of ways to go, but 5 on this board between 3-1 and 5-1.
It's an open race because you lost a horse that was going to be a short price towards the outside, and Where's My Ring coming off of a layoff in here. So then it gets to be sort of an even looking group following that. And I don't know about you, but I just want to see Lemon Muffin win a race before I take her again at what is going to be a short price.
D. Wayne Lucas continuing to give these opportunities to these young riders. He did it with Lemon Muffin last year when she won that Honeybee with Keith Asmussen. He'd done it with Jamie Torres. He won a Preakness with him last year, and now he's giving that opportunity quite a bit this year to Tyler Bacon.
Yeah, always good to see these up-and-coming riders get that confidence boost, get to ride some live horses. The horse that's also taking money that we haven't touched on quick, Claret Beret, I just don't really see her getting the distance short price over her last 2, though 2 of those were wins.
That's who Mig likes, and right now she's the favorite. Matt Dinnerman, the call. Here's race 6 from Oaklawn.
Claret Beret, post position 3. CC Harbor goes in. Lemon Muffin, post 4 into the outside. Crazy Cammy to round out the field. Start of the late pick 5 here. We're ready to go. And we're off. Xena broke pretty sharply today, is on the lead with Majestic Oops. Here's Claret Beret firing forward on the inside to snatch the lead. Xena on the outside, Majestic Oops between them. Those 3 vie for early lead as they go into the first turn run. Under the Palm, settling right off of that trio in the 4th position with Crazy Cammy. Lemon Muffin is next. CC Harbor has one runner beat. That's Legally Lucky, who was squeezed coming out of the gate. She drops to the back of the pack. A strung out group led here by Majestic Oops, who gets to the rail, has a neck lead on Xena. They're on the outside to hound her. Then a line of 3. Crazy Cammy. Claret Beret backs off, is now in third in a pocket to the inside of Under the Palms, who's between horses now within 2 lengths of the lead. Another length and a half to Lemon Muffin, getting a little bit closer. She's 5 clear of CC Harbor and Legally Lucky. They're at the back together. They approach the halfway mark here. Majestic Oops, Xena. They're stride for stride on the lead right together. Majestic Oops with a nose in front, and Xena's right there as they approach the far turn run. Claret Beret still tucked in on the inside. There goes Lemon Muffin. Lemon Muffin is asked to go right now by Tyler Bacon, and she's moving up. Now Xena has come under a hard ride. She's losing ground. Xena is done at the 5/16 pole. Lemon Muffin has made that big move. She's up to come and challenge those leaders here. Crazy Cammy's right there, and down on the inside is Majestic Oops. Claret Beret in with a good shot on the far outside. They're off the turn. Lemon Muffin. Here's Claret Beret on the grandstand side up to challenge Lemon Muffin in the final furlong. Claret Beret, Lemon Muffin head and head for the final furlong. Claret Beret on the outside, nose in front of Lemon Muffin. Under the Palms is coming now. She's finding a second lease of life. Under the Palms, Claret Beret. It's Claret Beret with the head in front. Claret Beret in a photo finish with Under the Palms, but I think Claret Beret got it by a nose. Under the Palms, unlucky second. Then Crazy Cammy, Lemon Muffin.
Claret Beret does get it. Good call, Mig. Greg Compton, barn, 4th win, 10 career starts, and stretches out. Appreciates this mile on the 16th.
Well, she got the distance, no problem at all, as she was towards the inside, angled out for some clear running room and drifting out to open a spot for Under the Palms. Didn't matter. She's able to still hold on in here after making different runs at different points throughout this race. So good call by Mig. Ended up going off your favorite, but definitely not the same short price she was over her last 3.
Wins by about a nose in the end. We'll get you back to Tampa Bay when we return. Grade 3 Tampa Bay, mile on a 16th on the turf, an overwhelming favorite. Running Bee, 6-year-old return for the 7-time winner when we come back. Back with you on our Saturday coverage here at Aqueduct. Post parade for race 8. And the 6 furlong sprint, she's a little edgy, kicks things off.
Likes to be forward, is likely to do so from the inside.
Sunday Girl, 3rd off the bench. She won 2nd off the bench.
Big performance last time out, aided by an inside bias.
Linda Rice with Willow Ben Kendra Carmouche.
Has to turn things around from her last effort, but maybe just didn't handle the off-going.
Stablemate Golden Degree next door, the 4-year-old debut.
Second to Julia Shining last time out, a win prior to that sprinting.
Everyone loves Linda. First off the claim, Rob Atris.
She was favored in a race that many of these do come out of last time out.
And Proudfoot for the barn that just won the Withers.
Last time out was a paid workout versus overmatched types, but she ran very well in the start prior to that to be involved in that 3-way photo for the win.
Speed from the inside. She's a little edgy. Rudy Rodriguez. What do you think, JK?
Yeah, it's one of those situations where when you get an inside draw, I prefer a horse that's going to be able to work out a trip from down there, to be able to be aggressive. She's a little edgy, feels like one of those that can take advantage of this inside draw, pop away from there and try to keep that position, hold that position, extend that position. Look, I wanted to try to beat Running B. I wanted to try to beat Flavian Pratt and Chad Brown all day at Tampa. I thought that'd be overbet. But this horse, Running B, I just don't see this horse getting beaten here. Much better than these. And then to wrap it up at Oaklawn, I'm going to go with Peter Miller. Don't you forget, towards the outside, tactical speed towards the outside at Oaklawn. I think that trip works out more often than not at Oaklawn. All the dirt races they have there. I think that kind of speed favoring, 3 across the track, being that outside horse helps quite a bit. Mags, tell me a little bit about Sunday Girl, even though it's Saturday.
Right? How can she win today? Because it's not the right day of the week. Also, I question whether she can win because she's coming off the back of a performance that was just really enhanced by the track back on December 27th, where it was a gold rail day and she spent the race on the rail. While I respect her, she looks tremendous, as does every single one of Dave Duggan's horses. I would take that last race with a grain of salt, but I will give her credit. At least she showed that she can win without the lead in what she did last time. We'll see if she can win without a bias, as we'll move on to a horse that I didn't particularly like when she showed up off the layoff back in December. That's number 6, Proudfoot. I just thought she looked really light. She lacked some strength. She ran well that day, and as Sarah pointed out, paid workout last time, and protected. She's been protected each and every start. She looks so much better, so much stronger. Great coat on her now. Many of these do not. It feels like the fillies are really dramatically more affected by the colder weather, but her and Sunday Girl, they look resplendent in their coats. I think it's important this time of year. So I'm going to take a shot here with Proudfoot in hopes that, she gets that outside stalking trip. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. 5-1. Meanwhile, Sunday Girl public loves to see those W's. She's undefeated on a fast track, 4 for 4, but certainly took a huge move forward to seemingly be able to contend with this group on a track where she was aided, the 2-horse.
This is the worst favorite on the card, a horse that had never run that fast as she did last time, significantly aided by a bias. Her races prior to that just do not make her fast enough to compete with these.
Katie Davis on the 2, the 8-5 favorite. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
And they're off, and Proudfoot was off very slowly, 2 lengths the trailer. Speed from Golden Degree. In between horses, it's Golden Degree who has some company now, and there's Sunday Girl, Katie Davis, to challenge that leader, but not wanting to give up the lead was Golden Degree, and now Golden Degree is speeding off here. Golden Degree, pumped up, is up by 2. Here to the outside is Everyone Loves Linda's. Move to the outside here, Sunday Girl, who tries to cut right back into the margin. In behind them in 4th, she's a little edgy. Ruben Silvera trying to keep up. Off the pace this afternoon is back there in the 4th position with Proudfoot second to last. And the trailer Willow Bend, 22.62 for the opening quarter mile. Everyone Loves Linda is in pursuit of Golden Degree. Golden Degree is only up by a length. Here comes Proudfoot. Red cap, Proudfoot starts to make up some ground. Try to get out just a touch. Sunday Girl needs a way out. Just crying out for room. And Sunday Girl's going to try and squeeze through that opening, but held in there. Holding the position was Everyone Loves Linda. They brush shoulders. Golden Degree is in front. Sunday Girl now gets a seam, and Sunday Girl's trying to burst on through. Everyone Loves Linda is drifting out. Proudfoot stalling just a touch inside the final furlong. Sunday Girl and a stubborn Everyone Loves Linda. Everyone Loves Linda trying to run down Sunday Girl. Sunday Girl with 3/4 of length in front, and Sunday Girl gets the victory over Everyone Loves Linda. Then came Proudfoot and Golden Degree. 1 minute 11 seconds flat.
5 for 5 now on a fast track. Sunday Girl, she was determined to get this win.
She was determined to get some racetrack, and I think my moment in the sun of knowing what was going on the racetrack was much earlier today, and we are setting now. But look, the pace didn't really play out as it looked on paper. She's a little edgy, just did not do any running today. Everyone Loves Linda tried to keep Sunday Girl boxed in, but she was able to get her position, and she was able to really move forward after Golden Degree set an honest pace in here. Proudfoot hampered by the start a bit, but I don't think that she was ever getting to your top two, and the money ended up being right. So I guess that she is one that has taken a big step forward in here with a faster race this time and last time.
For that man right there that is enjoying just an incredible resurgence as a trainer, David Duggan, he was going to step away from the sport in the last couple of years, 2 best of his career, and now he's got another nice talented filly who's now 5 for 5 on a fast track as we get you back to Tampa Bay. Grade 3 Tampa Bay. Here's a look at Lorenz, Safi Joseph Jr. Big Price.
This is one that is coming in, and everybody's going to be a big price when comparison to the number 2, who we'll get to in a moment. 1 to 2 for running B right now.
Yeah, as for this one, in a grade 2, last time out, didn't pose a whole lot of a threat to Major Dude. Here's running B, 7 times winner, 3-time runner-up in 15 tries.
And ran a winning race last time out to win by a neck over Big Everest and the Artie Schiller.
5 in a row for Peros, who went by.
The win streak is certainly going well for him. Turf, synthetic, doesn't seem to matter.
Cherie DeVoe with Northern Invader.
Can he ever get back to some of his big races, blowout maiden win, and then just hasn't quite lived up to the same kind of hype he did have that day?
Card Trick in awfully tough company, as the odds reflect.
He is. This is a big step up in class for him, though he has been in good form as of late.
Good barn. Brendan Walsh with Irish Aces in the 5-year-old debut.
Favorite and second to Peros in his last start. Dripping Gold was 3rd in that spot. A decent runner for Shug McGahee.
Vital Light Coyote trying the turf again.
Big price in his last race, the Tropical Park Derby, and deservedly so, and a big price again today.
Possiblemente is a big number, and then Ninja Star the same, almost, well, 49 to 1, nearly 50 to 1.
Did win last time on synthetic, but his turf numbers just don't really stack up versus some of these others in here, and a big price as a result of that.
2 to 5, and it should be. Look, running B is not that far off some of the absolute best turf milers in the country. It was in that grade 1 turf mile at Keeneland behind Carl Spackler, More Than Looks, who came back to win the Breeders' Cup Mile. This horse is very good.
He is. He's faced good company. We saw some really good quality horses in that 2024 class of turf milers for sure, and he was holding his own with them, even with a trip in that race at Keeneland, as you mentioned, and he was able to get out the victory in here to get the first win that we had seen in a stakes race before the Bernard Baruch, where he was favored as well, overtaking Candy. Can he really keep that momentum going now as a 6-year-old? Bettors seem to think he can, and looking at the rest of this field, he's the most logical winner to me, but if Peros stays 8 to 1, he's a little bit interesting.
We never really worry, Acacia, about this barn coming off the bench, but now 6 years old. Any reasons to think there could be red flags with running B?
You know, it's interesting, Greg, and this is where being familiar with horses and keeping notes is very useful, because I would look at this horse and say, he's very round, maybe he needs a race off the bench, but I always kind of feel that way about running B. For a horse that is by English Channel, horses, his progeny that tend to be very angular and streamlined, this is the most robust son of English Channel I have seen, and one that doesn't always catch your eye in the preliminaries. However, against this group, he looks good in his coat. Certainly fit enough coming back, especially for his standards. And Flavien Prat took him right away from the pony, gave him a big warm-up. He's always a nice mover, and he did warm up beautifully out on the track. I just think he might just be a class above what he's facing in here today and able to run down the pace-setting Big Everest last time out. The 4 Northern Invaders coming off of a layoff and has been gelded since coming back. I actually have never been in the paddock for one of his races, so I'm not as familiar with him, but he does look like he has lightened up a little bit with that gelding coming back off the bench. He could strengthen a bit, just getting a start under his belt, not having raced since last July. But overall, he looks good, and he's acting very, very professionally throughout. And sometimes horses that are gelded can just find a little bit more comfort in the way that they move overall. They can find a little bit more focus in general, and as he's starting to get older, it just sometimes makes a bit more sense and also helps keeping them sound with some more racing under their belt. So he too has a bit of class coming out of that Kelso. Yes, a distant third, but behind a couple of very good horses, including Carl Spackler. The 7 Irish Aces, another layoff runner here. As we talked about, a lot of top barns getting their turf horses started in the year at this Tampa Bay Downs turf course. He was a horse that I've seen previously here at Tampa last year running in this race as well, though he had a prep coming into that. And he was one that I just really thought was a bit underwhelming last year and really kind of needing to strengthen up. Seeing him off the bench, he has done that. He's taken a step forward, I think, from 4 to 5 even. And we talk about horses' physical maturity peaking at the age of 5, and he has done that. Coming back off the bench, he has been sharp, really fired up for Brendan Walsh, and it looks like he is ready to roll. We'll have the opportunity to rematch with the 3 Paros, who has some recency on him as well. Turf, synthetic, it seems like he's been handling it all recently, and he was one that I'd question kind of early on, how far did he really want to go? He used to be kind of a big burly horse, and he's far kind of more athletic looking, I should say. Now just with the new barn and looking like he's flourishing, and obviously has recent races and no layoff to contend with like some of his other main competition in this race does. But I'm very impressed with the way Paros has kind of come into his own. Another one that's always been a lovely mover, warmed up beautifully out there. Don't have any problems with him in this spot, and he's kind of the now horse, and I do think this will be a bit of the litmus test as to how he stacks up against this graded stakes company, Greg.
Yeah, talk about the right move, switching this horse to the grass for Paros. 5 wins in a row, including this victory over Irish Aces at Keeneland.
He's just been ultra consistent since getting onto this surface, because if you look at even his last race where he was on synthetic, it was really that turf switch that changed things around for him. Yes, it was a tough race that he was in when he first switched to the surface, but then the confidence boost in for the tag, claimed out of there, and nothing but victories for him. And he was winning very well in this spot to hold off a horse like Irish Aces, who got a nice trip in here too. He'll get the test of whether or not he can handle a horse like Running Bee, but he's shown a lot of really good progressive improvement and stepping up in class and handling each of those tests without any issue whatsoever.
And we'll see what Prat does with Running Bee. Prat looking for his 3rd on the card. No question. I mean, Head and Shoulders appears to be the best horse in this field. When he's come into races fresh before, he's been forward, and maybe just knowing he's on the best horse anyway, not take any chances and put him in the mix.
And he was forward last time when he was able to win as well. So I think that that is likely to be something that they keep in mind in here coming in, because it was the path to success a couple times for him. So I think taking nothing away from him, we'll see him up close.
The 2 Running Bee looking for his 8th win and 16 career starts. It's the grade 3 Tampa Bay. Let's go to Jason Beam.
Yes, to complete the line. Ninja Star coming up and in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Tampa Bay Stakes. Running Bee got away in good order down toward the inside. Lorenz. Here's Northern Invader coming through. Northern Invader going to go to the front. Feline Coyote comes from out of the pack to challenge that one. Ninja Star out wide. And Posiblemente as those 4 across the course as they bend into the stretch for the first time around. It's Northern Invader and Edwin Gonzalez just in front. Posiblemente on the outside, who presses in second. Feline Coyote going to settle back 3rd behind the top pair. It's a length and a half more back to Ninja Star, who races in 4th. Irish Aces works over toward the inside, 5th in the red colors. Then comes Peros, who's back 6th. Running B is now 7th. It's a length and a half more back to the pair of Lorenz and Card Trick. They are the trailers. 5 furlongs to go in the Tampa Bay Stakes. Northern Invader makes the pace. It's Northern Invader 22-3. It's an honest pace. Leads it by 2 to Posiblemente. They've got 4 clear. Feedalite Coyote. Irish Aces stays toward the inside is 4th and about 7 or 8 behind this leader. Peros now starts to move early. Here's Antonio Gallardo getting Peros into the race a little bit more, puts a nose into 3rd, draws to within 4.5 of the top. Ninja Star is out wide. Running B is still back 7th, about 7 or 8 off the top. And Card Trick and Lorenz still trail. To the far turn they run. Northern Invader, 45-3 was the half-mile time. The lead's down to a length. Posiblemente pushed along to go after that one. Peros is out 3 deep in 3rd. Irish Aces continues to ride the rail toward the inside is 4th. Running B looks like it's going to try to follow that move as Northern Invader brings them to the top of the stretch. It's Northern Invader. Irish Aces now kicks out to the 2-path to come after this long-time leader. Running B is 3rd, going to swing to the far outside as well. Final furlong time now. Northern Invader. Here's Irish Aces. Here's Running B. These 3 fan across the track. On the far outside, Running B has the momentum. Irish Aces, Northern Invader, Running B up in time. Running B wins the Tampa Bay Stakes. Second was very close between Irish Aces and Northern Invader. It was a big gap. Back to Lorenz in 4th.
Off the bench, Running B had to work for this one, was not anywhere near the front. Dropped to about 3rd last in here. Comes from well off the pace, finds that running room, and gets the win.
Well, this is the great thing about Flavien Prat and why he is breaking so many records, because he's able to adapt to what's happening mid-race. He saw that someone else wanted the lead. He didn't have a fit about it. He tucked this horse into a good position, saved ground, followed a horse making a move ahead of him, swung out for clear room, and it was over. He was gaining with every step, and Northern Invader ran well, but he had everything his own way, ultimately photoing for second. Your favorite obliges.
Short price gets up for that win, and now Running B, 8 wins from 16 career starts, 3-win day for Pratt, including the 2 graded stakes. And it's nice to be with, certainly nice to have him aboard, but be with one of the top barns in the country too.
Good first time at Tampa, I'd say.
Back to Oaklawn, race 7. Lassie, my girl, 5-2.
She ran well last time to finish second, beating some of these.
Lighted up Louis at 10-1.
This horse needs to get a little bit quicker, but was off slow last time.
Antique Silver has Julian Leperoux for David Jacobson.
And favored in the last 2 starts, not able to get the job done in either.
Lemoness, Steve Asmussen's son Eric aboard.
In tough with a little bit of a trip against some of these last time out.
Kim Poole, long shot specialist. He's got a long shot here.
Has some speed, but hasn't been able to sustain it as of late over the last several starts.
Punchy Girl going to make her 6-year-old debut for Randy Morse.
Comes off a little bit of a break. We haven't seen her since November of last year.
Don't you forget, JK likes this one.
Another one that had a little bit of trouble early on in the common race that many of these exit last time.
Benny K and Susie too with some back class.
Absolutely. Has been finishing in the money over the last couple of starts against types like this.
And second off a short layoff, Managing Mischief, 7-1.
Speed and fade last time out, but maybe can have a little bit more stamina going second off the bench, as you mentioned.
5 minutes away, this 7th coming up. Lassie, my girl. 3rd off the layoff today, Mig.
Yeah, 3rd off the layoff has been in good form. She is under the gun from the rail, and unlike yesterday where we saw, I thought speed was a big advantage. Horses have been kind of bottoming out late, especially if they've been under pace pressure. And I just think the rail kind of puts her in a tough spot, if you will. But she looks good, and she's obviously a contender, this Arkansas daughter of Double Irish. The 5, God, she could not look any better, Lemoness. She makes such a nice physical impression, checks every box. She probably will be my ultimate selection because of just how good she looks. I really elevated her. I thought that she ran well last time with a compromised trip, and now she gets back to a fast track. And again, the physicality part of it, God, she's just a standout. Another horse that really caught my eye was the 10. Benny K and Susie too. Don't want to say that 3 times fast, but why is she 10-1? I know she maybe had a little better trip than your favorite last time, the filly down on the inside, but 10-1, isn't that way too big a price for another filly that really checks the boxes from a physical standpoint, I like her. I think 10-1 is way too big a price. I'm going to pick the 5, but I'm looking for the Woolworths, the old 5 and dime. Give me an exacta, 5-10.
Well done, Mig. Lassie, my girl, there's your favorite, though, and making a nice appearance here with Ricardo Santana Jr.
That race 2-back, huge number, earning a 90 by her speed figure, was a wet track, coming off a little bit of a break as well. She was forward in there and then a little bit further out of things early on last time out, but still able to finish second. So I think that she definitely is going to be forward in this spot. She's finished first or second in her last 4.
3 minutes to post here in the 7th. Starts the late pick 4 from Hot Springs back to Tampa. 3-win afternoon. Flavien Prat in your Eclipse Award-winning trainer and jockey having a big day at Tampa.
They absolutely are. This horse was bet. He delivered. He went to really adapt to a different position in this race. Patient ride by Flavien Prat. No surprise there, and able to get the victory in here fresh off the bench.
So Chad Brown, Pratt, Calumet Farm, and this barn usually has him ready to go off the bench and does again with a 6-year-old who just continues to win 8 victories from 16 career starts. Let's go to Acacia.
And it's been a day for Flavien Prat, who joins me now, running B with the win. Flavien, talk me through your trip a little bit. This is a horse I'm sure you're familiar with, who has normally been a bit more forward. Settled him from off the pace today.
Yeah, I was honestly I was expecting to be a little closer than that, but the pace was pretty hot, and I just couldn't get him any closer. So I figured I would give him a chance, and he came underneath me nicely, turning for home, and made a good run.
And it has to instill a lot of confidence in a rider as well. When you're riding a heavy favorite, yes, there's a little bit more pressure, but just to know too that you're arguably on the best horse in the race they're going to finish for you.
Yeah, I mean it's always better to be on the best horse. It's horse racing, and yeah, it's obviously easier when you're on the best horse.
So first time at Tampa Bay Downs. What do you think riding here?
I like it. No, honestly, I mean the turf course is in great shape. Always heard a good thing about the turf course, and yeah, it's in great shape.
Well, pleasure to see you here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And he's not done yet. Not in a million years. Coming up in the last, Greg.
Yeah, that one coming off a layoff as well. Same barn for Chad Brown, owned by Peter Brandt. We'll see what we get from Not in a Million Years, and chance for a 4-win afternoon coming to Tampa for Pratt.
I certainly wouldn't be surprised. Plenty of live mounts for him coming in to the day. He's delivering on the majority of them, and I agree, has a major live shot going into that finale. Would not be a shocking event for him to get another victory.
Let's return to Hot Springs for this 7th race coming up shortly. We'll get into the nightcap as well here in New York in just a little bit. Still, well, actually favoritism has shifted now to the 5. Lemon S, Steve Asmussen, and Eclipse Award-winning apprentice, son Eric, on board. Horse who put together 3 victories to start off her career. Oaklawn, Lone Star, Remington to kick things off.
She hasn't really run back to that big performance when she won over at Remington off of the bench when she had that victory at a mile, but she has some races that are not that far off of that. She has shown speed in the past, but I think that that's kind of been dulled over the last couple of starts. We have not seen her establish the same kind of forward position as she did when she started out her career.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough raid too, because they went to a couple of much tougher stakes races off that big comeback effort, then a muddy track. So getting back to at least she won on a muddy track first time out, but no 2 muddy tracks are the same. But yeah, you're right. That speed has just not been there.
And this is a dam that did win her first 2 starts, so that precocity was there, and it's not like she never did anything on the racetrack since then. So I don't really know how to read this one coming into this spot in terms of where she'll be placed. If she gets back to some of that early speed that she had shown in the past, could be a player in here, and maybe if she's able to adapt to how this race plays out from a dynamic standpoint, she could be a factor. Certainly has some of the body of work coming in that is more consistent than what we've seen from some of these others. But this is a competitive group of horses, and I think that you could make a case for a variety of them in here. But favoritism now back to Lassie, my girl, towards the inside.
And for Lassie, my girl, who again goes back to favoritism now from the rail, Arkansas bred, against Open Company, who she just obliterated Arkansas bred runners a couple of starts ago. Didn't get back quite near to that performance. That was on a muddy sealed track. Can she produce that kind of race here against Open Company and on fast going?
Well, I don't think she necessarily needs to run a race that is a 90 by her speed figure. Like, she earned 2 back with that win, and she's been consistent over the last 4 starts, as we mentioned, first or second in each of those races, regardless of what it is that she's doing or who she's facing in those. So she's a main player for sure. The Timeform US pace projector has your number 6 horse, Dance My Way, as the early pace setter, 34-1 right now for this one. And it seems as though there might be some others that want to join her up close. So could set up for a horse like Lemoness, who they have predicted to be the late pace now coming into this spot.
Left-hand side of your screen, nightcap here in New York, mile and an eighth, conditioned $16,000 claiming race. And the race goes through this one right here, Bold Victory, the 8 for Gustavo Rodriguez, 5-2 favorite right now with a slight drop down in class. But several ways to go, it seems like, in the nightcap, doesn't it?
Wide open last race. Bold Victory is one that's going to be coming from far off the pace, as well as Portos, the number 3 horse in here. And it just doesn't seem like there's a lot of confirmed speed that is very trustworthy. So tough to make a big case for some of the shorter prices. Wide open way to end things.
Get back to New York post-parade for the nightcap once we're done here for this 7th from Oaklawn. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Side post, Managing Mischief rounds out the field. We're ready to go. And we're off. From the inside, Lassie, My Girl, sent for speed. Benny K and Susie, too, a little bit quicker with Managing Mischief, who's a half length back. On the inside, Lassie, My Girl, in third early. Antique Silver right behind her. Don't you forget, running 5 lengths off the lead in the red. Then comes Lighted Up Louie. Lemoness, Dance My Way, they're side by side. And Punchy Girl can see them all. 9 lengths off the lead with a half mile to go. And the lead is being held by Benny K and Susie, too, where she likes to be on the lead. Hits the far turn, a length and a half in front. Managing Mischief taking the second spot, backed away, got a breather, tries to come on again. Lassie, My Girl, still inside, going okay in third. Then comes Don't You Forget, sent along from that position. Punchy Girl's making a run on the outside. She's within 4 lengths of the lead, is going to get to the far outside with Dance My Way. Lemoness needs to get going on the inside, top of the lane here. Benny K and Susie, too, coming back to the group. Punchy Girl, grandstand side, continues to roll. Lassie, My Girl on the inside, in with a good shot. The Arkansas Breds 1, 2, 3 as they hit the furlong pole. Benny K and Susie, too, finding more on the lead, but Punchy Girl's coming up alongside now. Punchy Girl and Benny K and Susie, too. Punchy Girl to win it by a measured neck. Second home, Benny K and Susie, too. Then Lassie, My Girl, the Arkansas Breds finishing first, second, and third here in this open allowance. Photo for fourth.
Pride of Arkansas taking it to the Open Company in here, completing the trifecta. The Arkansas Breds, Punchy Girl off the bench, 6-year-old debut, getting the 5th win of her career.
Really seemed to be traveling well, got rolling late, determined pace setter trying to hold on, and Benny K and Susie too, but ultimately she was the one that got the trip in here, Punchy Girl, to grind her way towards victory. Really eye-catching move on the turn from her, and then able to finish the job.
Apprentice Tyler Bacon for Randy Morris, that victory, 5th win, 13 tries in Hot Springs for Punchy Girl. As you take a look at the odds for this nightcap here to close things out on the Saturday card in South Ozone Park, mile and an eighth, 4-year-olds and up. I know we showed you the 8. Expect that one probably to be favored at post time. Right now it's the 3, though. Top choice, Portos. Badlands Ruler starts things off from the inside.
Katie Davis looking for the late double in here, and at least this one is likely to have some forward position.
Jansen comes off a win, and it was at a mile and an eighth on the front end.
He likes to be forward as well, and I think that Manny Franco is going to put him in position early on, too.
Portos, major player here, top choice right now.
4th, well beaten against Tougher last time out. He's kind of a plodding type, but he just seems to outclass some of the others.
I thought Helium was going to be real tough here. He's 6-1 right now.
I was not in love with his last race, but if you go back, he certainly has plenty of back class. The Tampa Bay Derby winner of 2021.
There's Strong Light with a big number here with a new face on the circuit aboard.
He'll be trying to run late as well as your 2 shorter prices.
Here's Wild Banker. Wow, taking a lot of money at 8-1.
Yeah, he's being bet significantly off of that morning line, and he was well beaten last time, but maybe bettors are seeing something I am not.
Because the Knight, second off the claim.
With him, I at least like that he could have a little bit more forward position than your two shorter prices, but he needs to improve.
And Bold Victory going to come from way out of it, but he looked like coming in probably the one to beat.
And facing tougher company over his last several starts, it just seems to be in a spot where he classes up significantly, though he ends up being pace compromised each time he runs.
Competitive finale, JK, here in this nightcap coming up. Where are you going to lean?
Yeah, I mean, Sarah said the word that kind of jumped out of my head was pace, pace compromised. I typically, I certainly wouldn't cut in line. I probably wouldn't wait in line to bet a horse like the one Badlands Ruler too often. But I do feel like this is a horse that has a pace advantage in this spot. Drawn towards the inside, stretching out. What are you going to do? Try to take back, make one run? Just hold that position, which I would imagine they will do into the first turn, which could find this horse either on the lead or extremely forward with a bunch of untrustworthy horses. And I think at the price right now at 9-1, I think you're getting a nice little taste of value here. And like I said, there's not a whole lot about this horse that I would feel warm and fuzzy about if the field or the pace scenario weren't what it was, but it is what it is. And I'm going to give the one Badlands Ruler a chance to win here, but even more so, a chance to hit the exacta and the trifecta because of the way the pace is projected to lay out.
Horse has gone gate to wire sprinting before. Can the horse last at a mile and an eighth? We'll find out coming up. Favorite, Portos right now, the 3. That gray there in the background for Wayne Potts was Sahin Savachi.
Well, he might have one horse beat early, and that might be a Bold Victory towards the outside. And I understand what Jonathan is saying completely with Badlands Ruler, because he might get a very favorable setup with that inside draw, having the speed that we know that he can possess from time to time. And he is one of 4 horses that I think we should briefly mention will cause a pick 6 carryover into tomorrow's card. The others being Strong Light, the number 5, 6 Wild Banker, and 7 Because the Night. We will have a carryover tomorrow.
So there's your favorite. Hard to miss on the track. Striking gray, nearly white for Wayne Potts. But yeah, again, JK said it too. I mean, the nature of this condition, the records of all these runners, no one's really that reliable to run their A effort in here.
No, and that's exactly the kind of a cast of characters that you get at a level like this. And I think that several of these, sure, they could win, but I think that looking at the 2 shortest prices, I can understand anybody wanting a horse that's likely to be more involved early on than it projects for Portos or Bold Victory.
The price has come way down on Helium. The 4 was 7-1 when he rolled through in the post parade, now down to 3-1. Second choice, co-second choice on the board, along with the 8. 2 steps in. Jansen comes off a win. Got to do it pretty easy on the front end last start. Not sure that's going to happen today. Nightcap from Aqueduct. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Because the Night, Helium. And last to load, Bold Victory to the outside. Bold Victory. Jose Lescano going in. All set. And they're off. Badlands Ruler, flashing speed, and so does Jansen. These 2 hook up early. Just off of them, it's going to be Helium. Is now a stalking presence from 3rd, and out wider here's Because the Night, and trying to take that 4th position. Very wide is going to be Bold Victory, is trying to save a touch of ground, but is going to be 4 wide around the turn. The leader is Badlands Ruler. Badlands Ruler is in front, is up by 3/4 of a length. Right to the outside is Jansen from 2nd. 3 wide, here's Because the Night. Towards the inside there is Helium, and Helium's got the best trip so far, is right there in 4th. Is to the inside here, Bold Victory, trying to save a touch of ground, is trying to move over closer to the rail, is in that 5th position, and the purple cap comes Wild Banker, who's in 6th. At the rail, that's Portos, who's one of the gray, second to last, and the other gray, Strong Light, the late runner, is the trailer. 24.49 for the opening quarter mile. Badlands Ruler is in front. Because the Night is 3 wide and chasing. In between horses, there comes Jansen. Helium is right in behind this leading trio through a 49.75 half-mile time. Here's a run from Bold Victory and Strong Light. Strong Light now moving forward, and Strong Light is making a big mid-race move, is 4 wide, And that push, Bold Victory to make a move 3 wide as well. Well into the turn, complexion completely changes. The leader is Badlands Ruler, but for how long? As Strong Light made that big move, the big long shot, changed the race completely, and they went 1:14.4 for 3/4 of a mile. Bold Victory is now all in, is towards the inside of Strong Light, who's trying to pull off the upset of Neck in front. Trying to hang in there is Badlands Ruler, who's running on from the back. Helium is trying to re-rally, got caught in some traffic. Here comes the run from Wild Banker, is also ranging up on the outside. Strong Light made that move, and Bold Victory keeps battling back towards the inside. Can Strong Light put this one away? It's Strong Light who's a neck in front. Strong Light has a final 16th to get. It's Strong Light, Bold Victory. Strong Light is almost there. Strong Light and Favino Villapino, they win the finale. Strong Light over Bold Victory. Portos is in a photo with Wild Banker in 1:53 and 4. And Strong Light is 21-1.
We've had some wild upsets on this card. I don't think anything more chaotic than this. Strong Light 2 for 49 coming into this performance here.
Well, I think that the ride really made the difference, and this is a rider on this circuit that's newer to us that I'm not as familiar with, but he put this horse in the game at a critical point in this race because Bold Victory was trying some different tactics to have some more forward position, and it almost ended up working out for him. So right move by Jose Lezcano, but Strong Light, the move that he made on the turn, it forced Bold Victory into action, and he was able to sustain it enough to pull off the upset at 21-1, a horse that you knew would handle the distance, but he got himself engaged, got himself in the game, and able to win, and we will have a pick 6 carryover tomorrow.
21-1, Strong Light. Again, 2 for 49 coming in. Hadn't won in forever. Holds off. Probably the horse to beat in here. Bold Victory for the win. Well, the prices when we come back. Huge upset to close things out on this Saturday card here in South Ozone Park, New York at Aqueduct. Strong Light, 2 for 49 coming in. Aggressive move from a new face on this circuit, and it pays off. with this 6-year-old.
That was a hefty ride and a nice heavy lifting that he did because he put Bold Victory into action earlier than he probably wanted to. You can see right there, pick 6 carryover tomorrow of over $32,000. And I guess if you dive into hindsight handicapping against the track last time, big effort, 3 back, but it would have taken a lot more for me to have this one involved in any of my wagers.
Favino Viapino with that remarkable ride to get that win on that big long shot. 10th from Tampa. When we come back, and a chance for Flavien Prat to get his 4th winner on the card, teaming up once again with Chad Brown, not in a million years.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at Naira tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back at our Saturday coverage, good to have you with us here on America's Day at the Races, 10th at Tampa. To close out what's been a terrific card here, mile and a 16th on the turf, first level allowance race in that 5 center your screen. Those silks of Peter Brandt. It's Chad Brown, Flavien Prat. Once again, here we go. And come back for this 5-year-old mare, hasn't raced since May of last year.
She's certainly a major contender in here, was progressively improving and could come back with a good effort, and she's run well fresh before. There's not much to knock about your short-priced favorite.
So even money in Acacia, this race being bet like it's really just a 2-horse race.
Indeed, Greg. Well, given the show that Chad Brown and Flavien Prat have put on today at Tampa Bay Downs, I can't blame the bettors for going to this filly as well. Now, it's been hard to keep her on the racetrack. She's had plenty of gaps in her form. Now a 5-year-old mare making just start number 6. And as Sarah pointed out, she has run well fresh. I only have notes from 2023, the last time she was on the Naira circuit, to go back on. And I'd written down that at that point, she really was developing with each and every start, and that distance was not a problem, that she was really strengthening and carried a lot of good weight and substance. Looking at her off the bench here, I just really wish she had more muscle mass in her hind end and across her top line. It just lacking a bit in strength, especially comparing what I'd seen from her in the past. Maybe she's just a bit better than what she faces in here today. And of course, as we've touched on, this is a starting point for her, kicking off her year. Chad Brown using this track to do that quite a bit, but at even money, I would just be a little bit reluctant to take her at that. Now, the 3 Navara for Brendan Walsh took her a long time to break her maiden. Maybe she's just not that good, but I was just really impressed by what I saw from her physically. Very strong, very well turned out. She has a lovely pedigree as well. This Godolphin homebred, half to multiple Grade 1 winner Santon and graded stakes place Civetta. She was far off the pace last time out and just no kick, and she didn't really kind of go on in that race. So that really concerns me. But like I said, I just couldn't get past how good she looked in this race. Now, the 10 Silver Moonlight certainly has a pace advantage. It's won her last 3 races, though. Maybe they got a little bit creative. Maybe it was a little bit of a give up running in that 50,000 non-winners of 2 back, but she's been incredibly consistent, very strong overall. I would much prefer her if I was going to take one of the shorter priced horses, just from a physical perspective in this nightcap, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. Great job today. We'll see if Chad Brown, Flavien Prat can each pick up their 4th wins on this card. Even money in the 5, not in a million years. Meanwhile, the 10 for Saffie Joseph Jr., Silver Moonlight, trying to win her 4th in a row. Jason Beam. The call, here's race 10 from Tampa Bay Downs.
Here's Red Wind to the outside to complete the line, ready to close the show here on Turf Festival Day. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Serious Light shoots out for the early advantage down along the inside, Dreaming of ABBA close up. It's going to be Serious Light, though, to lead him through that first 16th of a mile. The favorite, Not in a Million Years, is right in behind there. Starting to work over from the outside is La Pachanga. Also way out wide is Ice Queen, but it is Serious Light, the leader by the wire the first time around. Ice Queen is second, La Pachanga third. Then comes Silver Moonlight. Down along the inside, Dreaming of ABBA's after that. The favorite, Not in a Million Years, is 6th right now in mid-pack, shadowed by Red Wind to the outside. It's a length more back to Novara in the Godolphin blue colors. 2.5 after that finds Little Martha second last, and the early trailer is Bonita Breeze. 23-2 was the opening quarter mile time for the big long shot, Serious Light, who takes him onto the back stretch a length in front of Ice Queen on the outside. La Pachanga stays toward the inside third under a good hold, is just 2 lengths off the top. Then comes Silver Moonlight. Dreaming of ABBA is racing in tandem with Not in a Million Years. They're 5th and 6th and about 4.5, 5 off the lead. 47-3 was the opening half mile time. Serious Light, Daniel Centeno taking him to that far turn. The lead still about a length to Ice Queen in second. Silver Moonlight starts to rev the engine out 3 deep. Down at the inside is La Pachanga. Dreaming of ABBA's trying to get off the inside, is currently being held in by the favorite Not in a Million Years as they wide around that turn. Serious Light still there. That leads down to a half length, though. Silver Moonlight pressing right up alongside as they come to the quarter pole. Meanwhile, Not in a Million Years is moving 4 wide with Dreaming of ABBA 3 wide. 4 of them fan across the track as they come to the top of the stretch. Serious Light on the inside. Not in a Million Years. Silver Moonlight right between them. Those 3 now with the 1/8 of a mile left to go. Not in a Million Years on the outside grabs the lead. Silver Moonlight back to second. Late run from Novara. And between horses, Dreaming of ABBA, 16th pole. Not in a Million Years. Novara charging late on the outside. Not in a Million Years. Flavien comes to Florida and racks up 4. Novara was second. After that, Dreaming of ABBA and Silver Moonlight. Then came La Pachanga and Serious Light.
Eclipse Award-winning connections come into Tampa, just dominate. 4th win for both trainer Chad Brown and Flavien Prat on this Saturday card.
Taking the late double here with a horse that was coming off a long break and showing some promise, and she was able to run well fresh, get the victory, and a good runner-up by the horse that Keisha liked a little bit.
Yeah, indeed, but impressive off the bench for Not a Million Years to get that victory. Your takeaways from, and I know we have a couple of big Derby preps still to come as we sign off on the air here, and we'll look at those tomorrow. But from what you saw in the Withers and Captain Cook?
My mind is still open. It was a good test for him to be able to pass and have that performance where he got the distance in here, but I think we have a long way to go and plenty of other options available. Curious to see where he runs next, as well as what happens in some of those other Derby preps coming up. Not on my top 10 list yet, but he passed the test today at a short price and did what he needed to do to get the victory.
Takes the step, earns that next step to go. And Maximus Meridius, again, we say it time after time in these big races, Butch Reed continues to come here with purpose and deliver.
Game effort by him, able to shrug off any other pace presence. Just such a cool horse, and goes back to back in stakes right here.
Back with you tomorrow on Fox Sports. Check your local listings. We'll see you at 3 Eastern start time, however, in the Endeavor. These connections just keep on rolling. Part of a 4-win afternoon. Chad Brown, Flavien Prat with that victory there on Saffron Moon. Running B. They take the first 2 graded stakes on the card. Leads to a 4-win day in the Toboggan. Butch Reed, Maximus Meridius, and then Captain Cook. Is he for real on the Derby Trail? Look the part this afternoon. We'll see you tomorrow.